acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights, even though they're so overdue. We had a fire, now we're watching it burn low. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. Losing my pride, but I guess that's what love do to people like us, struggling to come through. We had a fire that we watched it burn out. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 I'm acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights. Think I'm losing my mind, but I guess that's what love do. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 Demons pushing all my triggers.
Where are you? What's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the moonlight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending. what's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing till the daylight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending, depending, depending on you. Into the city where the lights are, to turn it up and turn it on. Into the city where the night starts, depending on. I love the night, love the night. Let's do it all. I love the light, love the night. Let's do it all. We do it all.
I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go?
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. Now this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again. Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent, such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the China DPC as we continue the spring tour, getting closer towards this next major date. But here in Division 2, we're not concerned about majors. It's all about promotion into Division 1. So today we'll be witnessing some teams still in the running to try to get themselves into that all-important division, because that's the only way to get yourself into a major and potentially wind up at TI. My name's Snare. I'm going to be joined this morning by Dragon Drop and R Cryptic. And the first matchup on the card is going to be Dandelion Esports Club taking on Invictus Gaming Vitality. An incredibly important game for both of these teams, but for markedly different reasons. Dandelion Esports Club, should they grab the dub here, will be guaranteeing their ticket into Division 1, the first team here in Division 2 to do so. However, for iG Vitality, a loss here guarantees going to be sending them home, and they'll have to do the open qualifiers all over again. So pretty big matchup, pretty important thing. And like I said, this is going to be one for all the cards. All Cryptic, good sir, welcome back. Please tell us, how are you feeling this morning? How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
No, I'm good. We've just been sticking heavy scheduled here in China, so casting a lot of games. So it's been pretty fun. It reminds me of last season where we just 3 weeks of one division in 3 weeks, or for the whole division, right? So it's pretty cool to just. It sucks that we had the delay initially, right? But it's cool to see this many games happening this fast. It's always a blast.
Like he's actually mentioning there, Dragon Drop, the fact that we have had to have this condensed schedule does mean that this is the last week normally, but a ton of games going to be happening here in China within this week. Does remind us of last season. You were on call. You were with me for a lot of these Div 2 games last time around. And of course, we did get to witness some great teams being promoted into Division 1. What are you expecting here today to start things off? I mean, iG Vitality, you watched them qualify. Did you expect them to be doing this poorly? And especially given that Dandelion Esports Club, the other club they came and qualified with here, Dragon Drop, are literally on the other side of the table right now.
That's a really good point. I mean, you have two open qualifier teams going up against each other. You don't expect them to be in these kind of positions near the end of the season on the bracket, respectively. One team just sitting at 5-0, the other team just with a flipped score at 0-5. And even just the map score is just the mirror. 10-1. Dandelion only dropping a single map so far up against YBB, and iG Vitality only able to win a single one on their own right. So it's the differences couldn't be starker. And one good thing about this condensed schedule is that we see these teams adapt fast, and we see the power levels stay more or less consistent compared to just week 1 versus 5 or 6 weeks later. So I think if you've been watching the season, it's pretty easy to make a prediction here, and I'd be shocked if this wasn't a 2-0 for Dandelion.
Oh my gosh. Come on. I was going to be like, come on, give us hope. Give us hope.
I'm going to make that Mickey stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I would say the one thing that's super interesting is there's still 8 series that need to be played in just Division 2 alone this week, which is wild. Normally it's 5, I think, is the standard. So you have 3 extra series, but 4 of those series belong to Sparking Arrow.
Yeah.
I know they're not in this game, but Sparking Arrow has 4 best of 3s still to play in this last week, and they're still in the running for promotion because they've only lost 1 series. So it's pretty funny. And this is a good team. This is a team that almost qualified last season. So I'm excited to see how these last I was gonna say last few games, but last week really breaks down, because it's gonna make it be a lot of moves outside of Dandelion here, which I think they're the by far favorite to go to Division 1.
Yep, they're pretty much guaranteed to book their ticket should they be able to grab the 2-0 that Dragon Drop mentioned. But like you're talking about, that second slot, highly contested. IG already in contention for it. They sort of bombed out due to a shock loss the other day that put them at a very compromising scoreline. But Aster Aries is also looking in contention for it. And because Sparking Arrow Gaming, like you said, have only lost the one series, should they go and clean sweep everything else, very high likelihood that they also wind up into that Division 1 slot. So highly competitive. But that's what the nature, generally speaking, of the Chinese region. Incredibly close. The differences between the top spots and the rest of the pack aren't that large. I mean, last season, Dragon Drop, when we saw the promotions of Team Magma and them, the main thing we saw was a couple of games that can legitimately be the difference maker. But the real difference maker is the heroes that you pick into the draft for those games. And we now are into the draft here, gentlemen. Dandelion Esports Club, IG Vitality, iG.V, at the very least, setting themselves up for success, getting the old faithful, the Bane Elemental, but coming in with a hero that they haven't really played that often, bringing in this Marana here. So here's a nice old school combo here, drag and drop Marana into the Bane Elemental. Easy setups for these arrows. Looking like an alright start for iG.V, but how do you feel about them going for their supports this early on in the draft?
Yeah, it's not normally something that you always do. You know, you want to mix things up a little bit, get your offlaner here before it gets banned out. But as you said, it is a classic combo. It is that for a reason, because it is so powerful. And this game especially, they've probably done their research. They know that Dandelion like to go, if they can get away with the IO, then plus a Storm Spirit. So having a Bane, just have that super strong lockdown up against a Storm, this very quick Fiend script to just hold him in place and set up for an easy kill. It's good to have that secured early on, you know. I don't mind it too much here, but they have to try and make sure to short it up, short the weaknesses up now, because Bane Marana, as good as they are all single target for the most part. So wants a proper team fight, wants a proper damage scaling going forward.
I think the one thing I'm most in I guess confused about is like the first phase Medusa ban, because it obviously means that Dandelion get the IO here, which is a hero that almost never makes it through the draft, and when it does, it's always paired with a great partner, and in this case they just go ahead and grab the Storm at the end of phase 1, so they know it's basically protected with the next 3 bans if they want to designate that much to it, but they just get rid of the puck, it seems.
Yeah.
And yeah, now Dandelion are gotta be pretty happy. I mean, IO Storm has been so dominant, actually. It's just so dominant.
It's the thing with Dandelion though as well, if you don't ban a Medusa, if you don't ban a Death Prophet, they're gonna pick up either one of those. And if those are banned, then it's the IO. So if you look at their past draft, it's been pretty consistent between these 3 heroes, so you gotta choose your poison there.
Yeah. I think also Medusa has been incredibly successful, not just the world over, but especially in China. Here in Division 2, this hero enjoys an 83% win rate, which is kind of insane. And then in Division 1, 75% win rate. I think global win rate of about 60%. Not worth playing into, in my opinion, so making sense to ban this out early. They get this Leshrac now to buttress this magical damage. So one of the ways to be able to deal with this IO, sometimes you get a lot of burst. They've got so much of it right now. If you ever get stunned or touched by anything, you can get disabled 100-0. Interestingly enough, though, gentlemen, I was looking into their past stats right now. iG.V, you know that one game they ended up winning? That one game came when they actually had Bane Marana, so we could be looking on the back of the one time they can replicate their success. But this is also really beneficial for Dandelion Esports Club. Look what they've gotten for their off lane. It's this Night Stalker IO lane. My god, that sounds so scary. Old Ricky, you're the off lane player here. How happy are you to play Night Stalker when you've got some backup as the IO behind you?
So this is what's actually really interesting about this lane in general, is it doesn't actually even have to be the IO. The Grimstroke can be with the Night Stalker as well. And once it becomes nighttime, this lane's unplayable for pretty much any hero. You can't actually exist in the lane once it hits nighttime if you have Night Stalker plus IO or the Grimstroke. It is really, really, really strong. So they have to pick a very strong lane hero, and they go with the Wraith King. You hear that's a little bit more difficult to actually push out of the lane early, and he's just going to go for a really quick Helm of Ironwill to try and sustain this lane. So if it is IO in the off lane, the Night Stalker, basically that first 5-minute mark where he's kind of like a glorified melee creep, is offset by just the innate regen from the IO. But once it becomes nighttime, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and then as game goes on, the Night Stalker's gonna be like he's gonna just run over at IG Vitality, right? I mean, it's the perfect hero to jump in the backlines, run at the Bane, make sure that he can't get a full fiend scrub out, and even Leshrac, like if we can get on top of him before he can get any of the spells out, he's such a very easy snack. You know, Night Stalker is scouting, Stormspear jumping in with the extra mobility that he has, IO maybe already linked up or relocating in the carry that they end up going for. Like, this seems like a very scary assassination lineup from Dandelion against what IG Vitality has already.
On the bright side, though, for IG Vitality, they did get themselves this Wraith King hero. So another hero that we've seen become a staple in China. It does help a lot versus these heroes that are going to initiate major jump. The drawback of this is if you ever die before Night Stalkers use Crippling Fear, coming back, you're guaranteed to die again. Fortunately, though, if he does get BKB, you know, I'm not expecting Night Stalker to have a scintillating performance from jump. He's going to do things great, but the right-click damage is going to take a little bit of time to build up. So we still need to see what the last hero pick is going to be for the safe lane here for Summer, aka Shylock. What are we thinking here, gentlemen, to play into this Wraith King? Do we want to see them double down on being able to go hyper tempo, or do you want to see some late game insurance as well from the side of Dandelion Esports Club to make sure they don't get outscaled by this Leshrac Wraith King as time goes on?
Do you want to take it? Who wants to answer this one?
Uh,
Or do you want to do it?
I'm still processing right now. So you go ahead.
The biggest carries that you have to worry about are actually already banned, which is really nice. So iG.V has done a really good job at actually just prioritizing carry bans this game. So Summer's pool is a lot less like valuable here, and I think right now, in terms of like decent picks, Faceless Void's still in the game. Okay, PA, interesting. So PA is like kind of it's an interesting like hit or miss against the Wraith King, but I think because you have IO, it's actually pretty okay.
Yeah, I would agree. It's also a good combo. Like, you have two good lane combos. Might end up being the Iron Night Stalker. Then the Grimstroke PA is a bit of a classic. You know, can jump in with the Inkswell, follow up stun in the right circumstances. And PA is also one of these heroes that can scale later. The problem is that she scales relatively slowly compared to some of the other heroes that they like to see. But as Ricky said, a lot of them have been banned out. Now the Sand King coming in. Very annoying to play against for any melee hero.
I don't know how this made it this far into the draft.
Yeah, you know, actually, Ricky, it's interesting that you and I keep hopping on how good we think Sand King is, but I was having a discussion with Black in one of the games about this hero and why it seems to enjoy somewhat less success in China. Even when it looks good, it doesn't look as crazily dominant as it does in other regions. And one of the things we were talking about was the routes of initiation. Often in China, what doesn't end up happening is the Sand King won't play in a game with a Blink Dagger. Oh, not the Blink Dagger, sorry. Somebody else won't buy a Force Staff, so he's forced to initiate, stay in the fight. There's not that much farm priority given to the Sand Kings to allow him to come in and out of it. We rarely see like the 20-minute big timing of bots, Blink, BKB. So given that we are probably going to be having a bit more sacked Sand King, does it still feel as strong coming into this game? Yes, it's going to be amazing versus the relocate plays. It's going to be helpful for initiating their big overall team fight because, again, they have stun for days on the side of iG.V. But is it enough here, given that we are going to be getting some pretty decent BKB timings from the side of Dandelion Esports Club and some very scary BKBs at that?
I still don't think their lanes are strong enough, and that's the issue. I think the reason the Sand King pick is good is because it is probably one of the best initiating heroes in Dota 2 at the moment, but he suffers from having a really weak lane, and that is not really fixable. The only thing you can really do is go Caustic Finale and just try and shove the lane, but you're against like a PA Grimstroke or a PA IO, so you're never going to actually be able to push this hero out of the lane super well. So I think, yes, Sand King is a great hero, but he does suffer from having a bad lane, and if they don't actually slow down Summer, I think they're going to struggle a lot.
Well, before we get into this one, quickly, Dragon Drop, tell me, do you think this is going to be the one game advantage for Dandelion to get closer to that 2-0 prediction that you gave us earlier?
I think so, yeah. Just because IG Vitality, they seem to have a very narrow timing, right? Because as Ricky said, lanes aren't that amazing, and then you have some pretty solid mid-game if they do end up getting the levels between the Sand King and the Leshrac. They have a lot of damage potential, but Yeah, once the BKBs come out, once Phantom Assassin starts scaling, once Stormsword gets free reign with his own protection, I see IG Vitality having a very hard time fighting up against them throughout the rest of the game, even if the Wraith King gets farmed. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Dandelion here.
Alright, Dandelion, I think we've got 2 votes from our panel here. I'm just going to give it to iG.V because I like their chain disable. Let's hope they can pull it off. High execution draft means it's going to be hopefully a highly exciting game. And game 1 between Dandelion Esports Club and iG Vitality will be brought to you by R Cryptic and Dragon Drop. Take it away, boys. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, thank you. No first blood shenanigans here just yet. Everyone just happy to snag up their own boundary runes.
Is he gonna guess this ward? Is the question on the Grimstroke here?
Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
he gets it. That's always fun.
That's why you have the second warden.
Okay, Bane with a little cheeky play in the mid lane. A nightmare into the arrows. They're just gonna do a ton of damage to the Storm Spirit before he even gets to his wave.
Yeah, Grimstroke doesn't have a self to give over.
Wow.
And he's still not near the creep wave. They're just sitting in right-clicking.
Yeah, he has to like teleport to his tower, which like feels really bad, but he's gonna be denied almost an entire creep wave for this. Alright, he'll just escort himself. Wait a minute. Can he? Another nightmare? Is he in range for an arrow? Absolutely not. Stranger is way too low, so well played by the Grimstroke, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, your Storm just lost the whole wave.
That just happened. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that one, even with the Bane Mirana on the field, so these kind of shenanigans, if iG.V has some more of those up their sleeves, this might mess up my math there a little bit. It's insane.
Second top lane might just be dead here. They have a sentry to drop if they want to. They will do it. And they're going to get aggressive. Level 2 here on the Phantom Assassin and continue to just pressure out the Sand King. And this was exactly what I was talking about. It was like Sand King is such a weak lane hero. And he ended up going Sandstorm 1, which, excuse me, I might sneeze here.
Okay.
Trying not to, because I do not want to lose this train of thought on the Sand King. Okay, Sandstorm, level 1, doesn't actually last super long. It's only 20 seconds, so you can only really farm 1 wave with it. And once it's done, the cooldown is way too long for you to be able to use on the next wave. So it doesn't actually get the ability to shove this wave in. PA just kind of farms, and then as soon as that Sandstorm's done, just plays super aggressive.
Yeah.
So this is like one of those times where like I kind of favor the Caustic Finale at level 1, just so you you know, can push the lane.
So it's going to be rough if Strange has been spending some time dealing with mids, so he was not there to help out. Nice of Dandelion to take advantage of that. Oh yeah, they're doing exactly what you said. There's another Sandstorm in a couple of seconds, but it'll be stunned before that. Tons of damage being done. No extra sentry. They're eating through the region already. There's a Salve on Stranger, so they can rely on that going forward.
And the Sand King's not getting any CS on this. Like, they denied all the creeps in his face, so it is a very rough start here already in this offlane.
Yep.
Summer level 3. I mean, LG will get the level 2 here off this creep wave. I'm assuming he goes Caustic Finale. I mean, one of the reasons you play with like Mirana is so you can go for that like Burrow Strike setup into arrow, but I don't know if it really is gonna matter.
Let's get to the side. Sandstorm for now. Get rid of the sentry. Oh, they can't. Not even there in time. Oh man. Well, we'll keep an eye on that lane. Looking at mids, yeah, still a bit of an advantage there for Lash. It's crazy how much of a difference this first wave can make in mids. Just hang on up top, LG. Nice burst strike though to get him out. But yeah, ZZ on the struggle bus. What? You just dead? Okay. Just enough range for lightning
play
storm.
ended
Look
up
at that.
doing work. I actually can't believe they did this. This is nuts. But
Okay.
another kill into LG top lane, of course. Orb of Corrosion done on the PA, like, just is so difficult for the Sand King to play. He's a really low armor hero. I'm assuming, yeah, he's gonna get that ring of protection to get closer. I would have guessed to a soul ring, but I guess he's got another bracer queued up instead.
Well, or at least some were kind of low on health, not enough regen until. Is there something for? Yeah, there's something for his lane support coming in, of course, because it is 2022, and that's the way the 5 positions play. You know.
Yes.
Just get 3 branches and be ready to hold on to that as your 6th slot for the entire game because you spend so much money on regen for a carry. Let's talk about this bottom lane. I guess in a minute's time, that's where things will get a bit dicey here. Nightstalker, though, he's top of the CS chart. Like, he's not been pushed out whatsoever because of this IO just stabilizing the lane.
Yeah, some of that CS is actually going to be the skeletons as well. But yeah, he's having a great time. He's not struggling at all.
Yeah, that profile is actually right there with the Wraith King. What is Bane doing? Ooh, might be sitting. Nah.
He's just being a nuisance, you know, stealing some XP, trying to steal some CS. Ooh, doesn't get it, but
no. It's one way to deal with the Storm Spirit, you know, just mess him up really badly before he even hits level 6, before he can be safe enough.
Dude, this is such a miserable lane. Oh my god. This
Just
Bane
Nightmare
is
there
just
again.
being
There we
so... Yeah, and they're just gonna go for the dive here.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage being done. ZZ is just dead.
At some point, you're just like question marking your allies, like, guys, like, I need help.
Yeah.
Someone help me, but yeah, this is a rough one. Mid lane, you have SJ here. They're gonna go for the Nightmare into the arrow. Stranger's here on the side. We won't be able to kill him, of course, but we'll do a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah. He stuck around, they might have been able to do it just with right clicks. Full level 2 IO at this point. Left a lot of XP left for the Night Stalker, as you are trying to do. Do you think the Night Stalker can rotate in here and try and salvage the situation? I think that seems to be the plan for Beyond right now.
I feel like he needs level 6. Like, I'm pretty sure he has to have level 6 if he wants any hope of actually finding a kill. And to be honest, I think Beyond just like farming is much better at this point. Like, you have to have some lane going well. Like, PA is doing okay top, but if your off-lane Night Stalker gets off to a really good start this game, he can do a lot of work.
Yep.
So that's why I don't think they're that worried. Like, at the end of the day, they still have IO Storm. Like, Storm can try and farm up stacks in the jungle, and they're committing pretty heavily to try and get this mid tower. They've kept this catapult alive for a while, but it will finally fall.
Yep. Trying to put up an edict. A little bit to believe
the tower's just dead now. The edict comes through. Man, 6.5 minutes mid lane tower. Really well done by iG.V, and honestly, Lesh is having such a good game.
Kyo all alone down bottom, but there's a lot of big juicy creeps here. Will be on to farm up, so that'll be his level 6. Storm. At the very least, with the tower being down is less of an incentive for Latrak to stick around there, so a little bit of extra space for ZC. As Lash actually moves on straight towards the top lane. Haste Rune bottles, so this
nice
is...
scan.
Ooh. Yeah, oh, the courier!
You did not see the bottle. You can TP out, but Dark Ascension? That's not bad.
Just completely nullified here with a Nightmare to arrow here. They still get the kill on the Bane with this mass rotation from almost everybody here on Dandelion. And now the instant smoke afterwards, and not done just yet. We'll take advantage of this Dark
Ascension.
Yeah. I'll find somebody though. LG.
That's a good one.
Him. vision. They have the stuns. They have the damage. Surely. There we go. Oh,
ZC almost died.
Dude, that's the same
The
stack.
Ancient. He
Done
actually
the
is
arrow
just gonna pay
report.
for that one. He's out of mana.
Yep. This rune might save the Grimstroke here, but oh, there's still damage coming through.
Oh my
They
gosh,
see him.
no way.
Ooh.
He didn't have Edict up, because Edict does trace through Invis,
Yeah.
so if he had the Edict, he would have been able to follow him, but... Slowing down the Sand King's a really big deal. Like, being able to prevent him from getting a Blink Dagger is always important. He'd end up going for the Soul Ring. Okay, as this is I think the proper build. Bracer Soul Ring is like way too important to have on this hero. But he's got 1,000 gold on his way to his Blink Dagger, and since there are stacked Ancients, he'll be able to stack it one more time here and actually finish off the stack. But unlucky for him is there's a ward. So they did sentry block these Ancients while coming in here for this kill. And he will not be able to get the stack.
Very efficient about it. Jump in on Nukiyu here. Some actually appears in mid. They're gonna trigger the ultimate. And that's 3 against not much here. ZC taking a bunch of damage. Arrow actually tanked up by him. ZC will fall. Nukiyu walks away from it. That was very greedy on the steps of the enemy high ground there.
Yeah, I mean, it was lucky it hit the Storm because that's the only target they realistically could have killed there. If it hit the PA, you know, I don't think anyone dies, but yeah, grabbing the Storm's a very big kill there. Continually ruining his game as he has gone for his 5th null tally right here because he has absolutely no items.
Well, BZM, if it's enough for BZM, right, might as well be enough for him, right? It's, okay, Bane, very deep actually. Perhaps too deep. He's getting some help though.
Yeah, they're all rotating in. Nightmare lasts a while. Arrow, easily done. Wait, Storm!
Right up against everybody here, stunned up, instantly killed. Night Stalker can't really stand inside the Edict and the damage from the distract.
Yeah, there's just no way you run into a level 4 Sandstorm and Lesh. Like, there's no chance you have it taking that fight. I'm very surprised they went for it. I mean, they saw the whole team wrapping around on them, so maybe they thought it was maybe they thought they were missing like an extra hero or something, but Dark Ascension down, Storm dies as well. Dandelion is off to a really rough start this game.
Seems like ZC especially has been a bit flustered, is trying to make these players try and get a kill or two for free to get back into the game, but he's been punished every single turn. Especially going in there without real vision. Didn't realize it was the entire 5-man lineup. Here we go again. As okay, we'll let Shadow force out.
They want to take back some of this jungle, and I actually like this rotation in this time. They will get the D ward, so this makes a lot of sense. They see heroes on the other side of the map. This is a good call.
Well, meanwhile, Summer at the very least, he's still farming. Highest net worth on his team, if not the game, because that belongs to the Shrek. Kyo also not doing too badly for himself, has the armor, going for the standard Desolator afterwards. So if iG Vitality can keep the pressure up, if they can really exploit the Storm not being a hero right now, then, well, can maybe put themselves in a good spot for this game. Oh, Burst Strike, there we go again, into the arrow. There's a relocate this time though, and just in time to bring him out. And that's the next factor that we haven't talked about yet. Of course, the IO saves. They can throw a wrench into these kind of plans.
This is just IO's life this game, which is so unfortunate. Like, the only thing he can do is just like sacrifice himself to try and keep his Storm Spirit from falling even further behind. Yeah. I will say I've never seen a play like this happen in the mid lane where they just, oh my god, Yules.
So many setups here. Epicenter Burst Strike, arrow missing, I believe, but kill's a kill.
I mean, it's worth it. He's now 6th on the net worth chart. What I was gonna say is like I've never seen a play like this in the mid lane where you just run 2 heroes behind the tower like that and just prevent the mid laner from even getting to the tower. Like that was wild. Now they're just kind of falling one by one. It seems like Dandelion are, like you said earlier, a little bit flustered. They don't really know what to do, it seems.
Like right into iG.Vitality's hands. Like it's exactly what they've drafted for from the first 1-2 punch with the main Mirana. Just, oh yeah, you're alone. You're gonna get stunned forever, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. This is also very early on. It's a super early tier 2 outpost is gonna be taken away. And Summer isn't nowhere near ready to fight yet. Like he's still looking for that battle fury as you're inclined to do 13 minutes into the game unless you have a super great start. But it just means that Dandelion then not gonna have a ton of time here. They'll need to lean on Beyond, but if he doesn't have that BKB, he's also gonna be a victim to all of this magic burst that they have. At least he's closing in on it. Think very deep on the Radiant side.
Yeah, I think this is kind of how Dandelion need to play. They just need to stabilize and kind of slow this game down because it was definitely spiraling out of control. We now have 6 null tallies finished up in the Storm Spirit. So, and like, this is unironically like probably the only thing he can do at this point. He just needs raw stats and has to like hope when he gets to like level 25, or I'm sorry, when he gets to like minute 25 that he has like one other item finish, and it's going to be the BKB, it seems.
Yeah. Well, it's Dota these days apparently. 6 null tallies. Well, Aegis in hand. Leshrac with that extra safety. Looking at the BKB of his own. Yule sort of sanking in the works. Full stuff Mirana after just completing the Spirit Vessel. And Desolator, not too far away on the Wraith King, so they're hitting some pretty sick timings here. That's not a T2 down to help them out, as down there, Beyond and SJ being gone on, but they're making their way out for the now.
Yeah, they're hasted. They'll be fine. Wait, unless SJ doesn't tether. Okay, well, no arrows, so he's out.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is exactly what I'm saying. Like, they just need to stretch the map.
Yep.
And it's working because PA just finished Battle Fury. It's being delivered on the courier at this very second. So you now have at least a farming item finished up on your Venom Assassin, and she really is the late game carry here if it can carry on. And I think Dandelion, you know, they've really struggled this game. This is the most I've seen Dandelion struggle so far in the DPC. Yep. So as long as they kind of stabilize, I think they're still going to be fine.
Arrow actually lands on a Grimstroke. He's just dead, I'm sure. That was super unlucky.
Was he dewarding or something, or did he just guess?
No, he's just walking around. And then the arrow was flying. Then
you miss every arrow you don't throw.
Instead of being channeled here as that scene. SJ! Finish off Io first if you can. Well, it doesn't even matter. No chance of just doing a reload.
That might be a lane of barracks here. Because they have forts still to protect this creep wave, and they're going to have the summons from Wraith King. Edict is ending, but this is really rough. You don't really have anyone who can defend this outside of the Night Stalker, but he doesn't have the BKB yet to actually fight.
The Edict in another couple of seconds. At the very least, the death time is super low. Gonna be able to return and maybe zip around like a crazy person in a moment. It won't stop the Rax from falling.
Yeah, they're just gonna let it fall. There's nothing they can do. It is 17 minutes into the game, and Dandelion's high ground has fallen.
Oh man, it seems like a new installment of that series. You know, that movie series. Olympus Has Fallen. High ground has fallen, next in line now.
I just like never would have expected this. Like this team is usually so consistent, but these lanes were just a disaster.
This middle lane especially, like it's not like Summer has a terribly timed Battle Fury. It's just that the map is so small. Because that Z has just been completely shut down from minute 1 essentially. And they let it fluster them too much.
Yeah, they've done such a good job at targeting the Storm this game.
Yeah. Well, it ain't over till it's over. Still got a Night Stalker. He now has that BKB, so he has the ability to fight and control, maybe snag up some of these smaller heroes. There's a BKB on the track as well, though, so he's very safe. ZC caught again. Yules into Splitter, into Arrow. Like, I am shocked.
I mean, they can start pressuring the high ground soon. Well, Beyond gonna pop that Dark Ascension, try and bring down the Bane before he can go for a Fiend's Grip, but BKB out from the Night Stalker just to protect him for the moment, but there is no help. He is surrounded by everybody, so he has to just leave as that BKB is going to be completely wasted. But Yules set up into a Nightmare. They have Burrow Strike in 3. Is he gonna make it out of this? Okay.
Apparently.
That is surprising. I feel like you definitely just commit the spells to kill the Night Stalker, but at the end of the day, we might see them use them again elsewhere.
Vitality and playing in
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, he just reclaimed. Potentially an opening here for Dandelion, but they've got to do something about the fact this Wraith King and Lesh are destroying your tier 3 tower top.
Not only that, Ricky, but they're actually going to go back in for the fight right now. Arrow connecting onto Dandelion. We might actually lose the Leshrac deep into this fight, but Ukyo is the one that's falling low first and foremost. Way too much damage coming out of the Storm Spirit, but can they do this on life too? Turns out not. What a great Burrow Strike coming in there from LG. Securing himself the triple kill. Epicenter went off as well in the meantime. They get a second lane of Rax here, Ricky. You know, Dragon Internet drop at the same time as Dandelion Rax drop, man. Perfectly timed.
Dude, like I don't know how, like there's really not much to say about it at this point. They have just gotten absolutely destroyed in this game.
Yeah.
Like
it's been pretty bad, right? I mean, you were talking about this at the beginning, how once they set up on that Storm Spirit, it feels like there's been no recovery that's been possible from ZC. They've tried so often on Dandelion, but there's just no space on the map. I mean, Storm Spirit, not generally known for being one of these heroes that gets completely shut out of games all the time. You know, you normally have to see teams commit quite a lot of effort, blocking the small camp, creating lane disturbances. But they went above and beyond the Call of Duty here, Ricky. Like, is this like the new template of how you deal with a hero like Storm Spirit in the mid lane?
So it's kind of funny because like you have this Storm Spirit who is supposed to be like your tempo setter along the side of like the Night Stalker. Like that's the goal of these two heroes. Oh, on top lane. Might get the Bane here.
QIQX is dead. Yeah, he's gone, definitely. Wow, okay, that was quick. I mean, but yeah, you're saying, yeah?
The Storm Spirit like isn't allowed to fall behind in this game. Like you look at the lineup, you have this Phantom Assassin who was gonna have a decent time in lane, and she did just fine farm. You can see she's still second on net worth, but the Storm Spirit can't fall behind in the mid lane because he has to be able to play with the Night Stalker, and Night Stalker can't find kills alone. So you have Vitality who just are just playing as 5. This is a literal death ball, and you have no one on Dandelion who can fight into them.
Yeah, absolutely nobody. And you know, this is the thing I was asking you in the draft about these BKB timings from the side of Dandelion, and it would seem strong. Goodness. Oh my god, another Burrow Strike from LG connecting onto ZC. Fortunately though, the follow-up is not there in time, but SJ doesn't have an easy way out with the zip, so he ends up getting brought down. In the meantime, Summer finding himself getting thrown back into the lane as well by this Wraith King. Nice arrow thrown out. Yo, these arrows have actually been really, really sick. from the Mirana here. It's been quite a treat to watch. You know, sometimes you come into these games, you see Mirana, you're like, how's it actually going to perform? How confident are you in this? But Dogfights, aka Stranger, has been showing us that there's a reason why he is an old hand, a deft hand, in fact, on this Mirana hero. And in here, in this kind of game, things are just looking really, really difficult for Dandelion Esports Club to stop them. It feels like the next Roche, respawning in about 30 seconds, is probably where Dandelion have to make their final stand. I have no idea how they can defend against an Aegis push when they're having this much trouble, I guess, against normal pushes just in general.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 16K net worth disadvantage here for Dandelion. 23 minutes into the game. It was 14,000 in 20 minutes. So, like, these are borderline irrecoverable, like, numbers when it comes to, like, Dota. Oh my gosh, he just missed the Roach respawn by less than a second.
Oh no. Oh no.
He'll recheck, I'm sure, soon. Yeah, he will now. So they know.
Have returned. Sorry about
Hey,
that.
welcome back.
The Dragon Drop returns just as the Storm Spirit BKB arrives. So let us know, Dragon Drop, what do you think now that they've got BKB? What are the chances for Dandelion as they smoke up to take potentially the final fight of the game?
Easiest team fight of their life going forward now. It's gonna be such an easy Roach steal. Actually, they're gonna go in right for the Bane first.
He's
That's a
just
good
biding
start
time,
here,
dragging him
but-
from the pit.
Yeah, they need to go in right now, but it's too late. Aegis and shot. In the hands of iG.V. Space equals created is what we say in the business of that. Yeah, it's still no struggle bus, I see.
I mean, if they get into the pit there and do some crazy play with the BKBs, you know, you could argue there's something that could come back for Dandelion, but the problem is they also finished the BKB up on the track. You've got Sand King, who has like Yules plus a Ghost Scepter, so he's very survivable.
Ooh,
He
that
could
was
just gone
close.
for the Yules there, so
I think
bit
it
of a
was
misplay
behind
from
the
Lush.
it was behind the trees. Not sure it would have reached the vision in time.
oh, yeah.
So yeah, Lash almost.
But overall, we've got I mean, this is really looking like it's going to be a win for iG.V here, which, yeah, maybe a little bit of a caster's curse, saying it was going to be an easy 2-0 for Dandelion, but
We
I
keep
can't
doing it to
imagine that
ourselves,
there's
right?
yeah, I can't imagine there's a path back into this game for them. They even got the Harpy, of course, so, you know, 1800 flying vision now provided. Who needs the ward anymore, honestly?
Oh god.
Great way to start the fight
Go
there.
down, epicenter being channeled. BKBs have already been used. They got rid of Harpy at the very least. The buyback. I'll give them another chance, yeah. Would have to be some colossal of extension for iG Vitality at this point.
They're playing really smart. Like, they're not overextending. Like, Wraith King went in, gets a kill, backs out. They're chilling.
Yep. Oh. If OG can do it, maybe so can Dandelion, you know. Slip across the map with Salisbury, just with all of the nulls. Gonna lose the tower here at the very least. Shard on the track, so we can't really engage into this without having to worry about the constant splitter stacking up. As Burrow Strike actually connecting on a Night Stalker with the arrow as well. He is dead. Buys back immediately as Summer joining in. That's one down. Bane returning into the fight as soon as possible can. But now, Dandelion, they need to find more. They lose this support in the backline here. Epicenter being channeled up as Night Stalker leading the Sand King, but Summer being taken care of by the rest of iG.V. That's not a whole lot that he can contribute. So they just have to call it GG. Well played, and once again, I am shocked. I am flabbergasted. I
think anyone who's been
incredible.
watching the CNDPC is probably shocked on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's pretty incredible foresight from iG.V to look at this and just be like, hey guys, if we just ruin Storm's game, Dandelion don't have anything. Like, that's what's so wild about this. Like, they just dedicate Storm Bane or Mirana Bane to just dive the tier 1 tower and just prevent Storm from being able to get to his to his creep wave, and it's like it literally stalled him so bad, and then a single solo kill from the Lestrak, and his game is just so rough.
The game became practically impossible after that point, all cryptic. But I must correct you for a second, sir, right? The glasses are back because Smug Snare has returned. I did tell y'all, these chain disables, y'all, these hundreds of zeros, that it can actually work out. And somehow it does come to fruition, and they manage to get themselves the dub there on the side of IG Vitality. Their second one only in this particular DPC season. They got one game over Phoenix by utilizing the same Bane Morano combo, and they came in clutch once again, but I really think that the real side of their victory. Sure, the Bane Marana did a lot to affect the Storm Spirit, but they also made sure to do a good job of actually progressing on the rest of their heroes. How many times have we seen that actually happen here, Drag and Drop, especially in Division 2? A team will start well. They'll be accomplishing their initial early game goals, but then things fall apart in the mid lane. They forget to take objectives. They don't take fights before the BKBs emerge from their opponents. And suddenly that early game advantage ends up evaporating away from them. So I think iG.V clearly have learned something in the last while about how to make sure that they can keep their advantage going in a game like this, especially after the start initially felt a bit rocky elsewhere on the map except for ZC. But they recovered really well and they made the game. This Storm Spirit just could not play Dota. Forced to go for what, 5-6 null talismans, something like that?
6 null tallies and sold the 6th for KD.
My God.
Yeah, so
My God.
I mean, I have to say that this must also be a mental game, just mental punch on Dandelion that they couldn't really cover from. Whereas IG Vitality, they knew exactly what they wanted to do throughout this entire game. They never let up the pressure. They always went for the next step immediately without, as you're saying, without stopping to farm, because they realized that they couldn't and they didn't need to. And on the flip side, Dandelion, they were struggling. They were hoping. They were just scrambling to try and get a random kill, just a quick thing, just to get the motor running, you know, just start the momentum, get something for the Storm, but ultimately that made them fall down further. Just with the long zips into 5 men, as we saw earlier, in jungle, for example. It's it's a bit of an issue. Dandelion is they're showing weaknesses. They're showing a huge gap in their armor that IG Vitality was able to exploit. And now the question becomes, can they do it a second time?
That is indeed the big question. But another question, our cryptic, is given that Dandelion have yet to be often in this position, right? This is the first time this particular season that they've lost a game 1. Usually they win game 1. The one time that they faltered in a game, it was a game 2 situation that ended up being iffy for them. But is this the kind of team that can make that kind of recovery after a very difficult loss? Because we already saw in game 1 that if Dandelion aren't on the front foot, they don't seem to have that same clarity of purpose that we've seen from them that you were talking about throughout the season. And they just legitimately felt lost. They didn't feel like they were even playing as a full concert team, which is the one thing that we've kept praising Dandelion for before this matchup began.
I will say, if they have hopes of being a Division 1 team, they better. There's still a very good chance this team makes it to Division 1. That being said, if they shatter like this off of a bad start and can't bounce back in game 2, they're going to be in for a pretty rude awakening in Division 1. So this will kind of tell us, how Dandelion plays a team and what their state is after. This might have been the most one-sided game I have watched in the DPC, in both Division 1 and Division 2. This was an absolutely brutal beatdown.
So that very much includes the last IG game from yesterday, doesn't it? Because it also didn't look great for IG, but that was against Ass Aries.
Right. I mean, you literally look at the net worth at 20 minutes. They're at 20 minutes, they have an 11 to 12,000 gold advantage already on iG.V. And the score was 16-4 or something. That was brutal.
It was brutal. This was also only the second time in not just the DPC, but in the patch in general that we've seen a Storm Spirit with 6 null tallies. Funnily enough, BZM did it to win his game on OG, but not the same result for ZC. And if you really want to talk about a stomp though, Ricky, let me give you some hope about why this isn't the worst thing ever. I was casting some South American Div 2 last night, and I saw an anti-mage at 11 minutes be 5-0-3, and he got Battle Fury at 12 minutes with power treads. I think he had like 10K net worth, and the team at 15 minutes had a 13K gold lead. So at least it wasn't that bad. You know, it wasn't
That's
that
pretty
bad.
That's pretty rough.
But on a more serious note, though, where is the site that they can try and address what happened in game one here, Drag and Drop? Do they need to try and reassess this draft and try to figure out where they can try and get some additional cover for ZC, perhaps? Or is it a thing that going into the next games, be a little bit more solid about recovery options deeper into the draft? Because this is not necessarily the kind of draft that does that well from behind.
Yeah, I don't think the draft was too much of an issue. What they could be doing to adjust is to pick up a hero that can counter-rotate, that can just join in and actually help save and turn around these kind of ganks on the Storm Spirit. Neither Grimstroke nor Io are particularly well suited to that. Because Grimstroke's stun obviously takes a while to charge up, and it's easy enough to dodge if you're not aggressive with it. And then Io is not going to have the burst heal that he has later down the line, ideally. So, pick up something with a reliable stun, Shadow Shaman, something along those lines, to try and punish IG Vitality more readily when they're going for these early plays. I think that's the way to go.
I'm just thinking that IG Vitality certainly got the memo about getting reliable stuns because the whole team was chock full of them. And of course, as a result, they were able to get a positive result for themselves. However, the journey is not over. For IG Vitality, they need this next win. Although Ricky mentioned that they're playing on the side of Dandelion to get into Division 1, trying to show us that they have the quality to stay there. But on the other side of things, IG Vitality just fighting to stay alive in the DPC at all. And sometimes when you're back against the wall is when you bring out your ultimate power. So we'll see if IG Vitality can keep this going or if it's going to be Dandelion Esports Club reasserting themselves as the dominant team here in Division 2 of the China DPC. We're going to be taking a small break here, and when we return, the continuation of this Do or Die series for both of these squads. So Snare, Drag and Drop, and All Cryptic will be back in a flash with some more Dota 2 action.
Saw right in front of me, and every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head, it's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever, let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head, it's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever.
wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC as we continue in Division 2 to try and figure out if Dandelion Esports Club can book their ticket into Division 1 or if iG Vitality can remain here in Division 2. The way it stands right now is iG Vitality have taken Game 1 under some very surprising circumstances, and if they can continue this momentum, maybe, just maybe, they will not have to go back into the open qualifier route. My name's Sneh. I'm joined once more by Drag and Drop and R-Cryptic. Gentlemen, we had a very, very weird and bizarre series. Behind the scenes, we were talking about it a little bit, and a lot of the things came down to what hero they could have picked at the end of their drafts. So R-Cryptic, the way it stands right now, if you're Dandelion, what are we putting with this IO? Are you still going to go back for the Storm Spirit partner, or are you going to be a little bit more hesitant about revealing your mid laner this early on to give iG.V a way to counter it?
Yeah, you might want to wait just a moment before going for like the Storm Spirit pick right away, especially since they already have like that instant disable from the offlane once again, this time being the Dragon Knight, and then you still have the Mirana. So they do ban the Bane this time around. iG.V still respect ban out the Medusa. So getting Io is one of these heroes. Like, this hero doesn't offer any disable, right? He's just like he's like a how do you describe Io? This hero just makes your other hero stronger. Like, that's about it. He just makes like your carry a super carry. So you do have to like pair it with something that can beat the Dragon Knight in lane. And since you already see your off lane, I would just pick your safe lane Io, like carry here, which in my opinion should just be Tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
So Tiny has been on the scene for a while, of course, and you know, something interesting about Tiny Drag and Drop is, as much as we have seen him definitely throughout this particular season of the DPC, we haven't seen the Tiny IO combination as often as we used to. There once was a point where this was the staple, and we're not going to be seeing it potentially here. There is obviously the option that this could be the 5-position gyrocopter, but generally speaking, when Dandelion pick IO, it's SJ that plays the IO, not Tianming.
Yeah.
So is this the fabled gyrocopter IO combination Drag and Drop? Are we finally going to see it here again?
Yeah, I think it is. It's not been the first time they ran that, I do believe.
Yeah,
they certainly like
I
that
was thinking to
gyro.
myself like they would pick Gyro or Tiny, but I was like, Gyro's such a crazy pick. No one picks Gyro anymore.
They're picking Gyro, though. They're picking it without IO.
Yeah.
As the carries. It's not like it's that impossible here to consider, at least for Dandelion. So yeah, it's I'm expecting that to be the carry here. Of course, there's enough flexibility in that we can switch things around a little bit. But I don't really like gyro support, not when you also have the IO. Just seems like you're very weak on actual disable there.
It's also very strong in the Dragon Knight Mirana lane. So like there's really no reason to not run this as a core. And
Yeah.
I think Dandelion after last game like really want to have a successful lane stage. So I think that one makes the most sense. They do a really good job with the bans here as well, removing the Morphling, Razor, and Ancient Apparition. They don't see the 5, so you got to ban the AA. And Razor, Morphling all pair up really well into the Gyro, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Gyro's also a hero that can...
currently-
Go ahead.
I was going to say that they currently are undefeated whenever they have played the gyrocopter in any capacity, whether it be support or core. They've played it once as a support, 3 times as a core, and been fairly successful for them up until this point in time. So would not be surprising to see them run it in that fashion. And also I'm imagining that in a game like this versus Mirana DK, they saw in the last game the importance of getting BKBs as early as possible, and Gyro is one of those carry heroes that is comfortable rushing into the BKB, allowing himself to have protection in the midst of these team fights. So makes sense to me that they would want to run this for Shylock in the safe lane. The question is though, Dragon Drop, what else do they do in the off lane though? Because I think in the last game, the real site of problems came from obviously mid getting crushed, but the off lane not really having a role in the game to play, despite how things were going decently at the beginning. Are they going to try and address that here by getting a more proactive off laner that doesn't need the other lanes to be super exciting. Obviously, Pango would have been a great option, but that's banned out right now. Or are they just going to still go back into this more team fight oriented style for DEC?
I think with the heroes that you see here already, I don't think they would want to go back to the Night Stalker, just because with DK and with the Tusk, you can make arguments that would be nice to just silence them up and whatnot, but they're not as easy to bring down during that time. So I would not mind seeing them pick up a more traditional offlaner that provides some disable. Like the Sand if you want to snack that away, probably wouldn't be the worst thing. Beyond that, Underlord could come to mind. Maybe Legion Commander, just as a way to dispel things too. Also want to look for something that can scout out instead of for the relocate gangs, right? But yeah, it's gonna be the Sand King here.
Okay. Sand King for the side of DEC. For IG Vitality, they've gotten themselves this Tusk hero. Not the first time that we've seen Tusk emerge onto the field in the DPC, of course, but this is the first game that they're going to be playing it on IG Vitality. Our Cryptic, is Tusk, in your opinion, a hero that needs a specialist to play properly, or is it just good enough in the patch right now that get it and worry about it later at this point in time?
I think you still have to be pretty good at the hero. Like, Tusk does have like a pretty high skill curve in terms of like knowing exactly what you should be snowballing, in terms of like the unit you're targeting. Shards is like still not an easy ability to use, and itemization is super important on this hero. So I don't know, like he's not a hero that you're gonna like find a lot of success on without practicing.
Huh.
Okay, Terrorblade into the safe lane. So one of like the decent matchups into the Gyro for sure, but there's a lot of time still where Gyro, especially with an IO, can just outfarm Terrorblade pretty heavily, and Terrorblade really struggles in those matchups. And he's not particularly good in lane against Sand King either.
I was thinking the same thing. On the bright side, though, it does give them... I mean, it gives them two sides of being able to siege on buildings. I suppose you get some more late game for yourself. Maybe they were a little bit worried about their scalability, because last game they didn't have to worry too much about it. Maybe this game they're looking at the draw from Dandelion and saying, well, it's unlikely that we can completely hard shut down the mid laner and the off laner in the same way again. So let's make sure that we have some progression into the latter portions of the game. Still does feel a bit weird, I'm with you, but I suppose this is one of those games where once he buys BKB as well, suddenly a lot of the threat from Dandelion does go away. But it does open up to a lot of opportunity here, Dragon Drop, for Dandelion to not necessarily exploit TB, but to play aggressively on the map in that window of time when TB is not yet ready to fight just yet.
Yeah. That's certainly exploitable. So with Gyrocopter having a much better power curve, as it were, because you can, especially with the IO, right, you can just run in, fight very early. That was something that the PA in last game could never do, and it's also something that a Terrorblade can only do in limited ways if he has enough protection. Like, you can stand there and click away with Metamorphosis to some extent. But the Gyrocopter, if they can find these earlier skirmishes, if they can actually end up winning them instead of just being punched over and over again, with the Gyrocopter being involved, then they should be able to stay ahead of the Terrorblade for quite a while.
What do they need here to still complete their drafts? I feel like mid laners are probably going to be coming out for both of these squads here. Dandelion banning out the Lina Leshrac, Invoker, and what else? Ooh, now would seem nice for iG.V here, our Cryptic. How do you feel about an Ember Spirit for them? Way to be able to get to the backlines on top of that IO. Obviously a hero with decent amount of magical burst as well. And, you know, not the worst BKB buyer on earth either. And you definitely want a hero that can buy BKBs into Dandelion.
Yeah, I think Ember's actually pretty good. I'm worried that Dandelion might just take it, though. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm pretty sure Dandelion just take it here because there's no reason not to pick it.
Yeah.
Because it's good for IG for the same reasons. Like, it's great at jumping Terrorblade. It's super annoying as Mirana and Tusk, just because like a lot of your mobility is removed thanks to steering chains. So yeah, I like this a lot. There's still something, it's like a few heroes that iG.V can pick themselves that actually do well against the Ember Spirit mid, but you still need to pick something that deals with the IO. Okay.
Let's see, Necrophos. Okay, so they're gonna try and address the IO by getting themselves their own degree of sustain, a big amount of magical burst damage at the end. It's a bit peculiar of a lane matchup. You know, it's okay. It's not like bad in either direction, really. But the main thing I'm concerned about is this is a hero. I don't know, man. Lately, I've been feeling very feast or famine about this Necrophos hero. They're putting him mid. There's some good Reaper side targets, but at the same time now I'm thinking that there's increased relevance for both teams to try and find a Spirit Vessel. Suddenly for both Terrorblade and Gyrocopter, but not really for Gyro, especially for Terrorblade. The Eye of Skadi looks super effective in this kind of game. But the one thing I'm concerned about though is that the Necrophos doesn't really give you that much jump here, drag and drop. All the jump now is suddenly being put onto the DK and the Tusk. And of course, these are heroes that can make that happen for you. And with the Necrophos extending the team fights, makes it a little bit easier to fight these long drawn out engagements. But I have a feeling that if they start running out of damage early on, and if they can't control these early BKB timings, doesn't feel like the easiest game for this Necrophos to be involved in right now.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Like last game, they had little Shrek where you have a ton of magic sustained damage, whereas the Necrophos, it kind of has a decent amount of damage, but only if the fight goes longer and longer, and if he gets a good scythe out, which is not guaranteed. There's an IO on the other side. There's a lot of sustain coming in from that. And if you end up missing your scythe, that doesn't do much because of the burst heal from IO. I mean, half the hero is just kind of gone. All you end up doing then is just sitting there, being like, "Hey, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna press Q a couple more times." They might run out of damage. I think you're absolutely right.
Cryptic, how are you feeling about this? The Ember into the Necrophos matchup middle lane. Is it going to give iG.V the 2-0 win here, or do you think Dandelion Esports Club have done enough to take us into a third and deciding game?
I think this mid lane should actually be pretty okay for the Ember Spirit. Like, I'm not too worried about it. So I think this time around, the draft makes a lot more sense from Dandelion. I think their lanes are pretty good overall. And barring some some bizarre shenanigans again before the first wave, I think Dandelion are going to be okay.
Well, let us see if Dandelion Esports Club will have been able to stabilize after a very difficult game number 1, or if IG Vitality will keep themselves in the division here with this all-important game 2. We are going to find out together with our Cryptic and Drag and Drop. Take it away, boys, for game 2. Good luck, have fun.
Did they get in ZZ's head? I think that's the problem. That's a question that we're gonna have to answer very soon, just by seeing how he plays and how IG Vitality is looking to try and repeat the same kind of pressure on him.
Yeah, I think he'll be much happier this game. Like they don't have as good of a way of dealing with his hero as they did last game. Like Storm is very elusive, but Ember is even more so. So I think this game we're going to see the Ember Spirit have a much better time. And they do actually get the D ward on the high ground there, so very nicely done.
Yeah. QX actually sitting there in tower range behind the trees, so the tower hit him. That's how you know that, oh yeah, there's bound to be some vision here somewhere. Very nice catch indeed. Extra 100 gold for him. And then goes bottom, just clicks away at Rubik.
So,
just gonna keep doing this. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's super annoying to play against Rubik like that.
Fate Bolt's so strong, it's crazy.
I'm a little bit surprised. Beyond has gone for Burrow Strike level 1. I guess maybe to try and help when Tag Team comes out, but unfortunately for him it was on cooldown right there. So
yeah, he did secure
a ton of damage to the Rubik.
Yeah, he did secure the bounty rune with it. He was alone against Okio. He did it to make sure that they could get the 2-for-2 trade there, but certainly a bit hampering your lane at the moment if you don't have it available to counterplay. Top lane, it's IO Gyro, right? It should be fine. On the other side, you've got Dragon Knight. Should be able to sustain himself just as well. Not seeing too many kills up here unless there's some errant arrow hitting the IO outside of tower range.
Sorry about that, I had to blow my nose.
Okay.
Yeah, mid lane, we haven't really talked about this lane too much. He definitely has to have the 2 points in Flame Guard as a minimum, because it's really important that he be able to like deal with the push that Necrophos has in the lane. So if you don't have these extra points in the Flame Guard, that wave just gets shoved into your tower. You can obviously dodge out that Death Pulse with that Sleight of Fist. So ZC doing much better this time around in the lane. Just a little bit of advantage, obviously, to the Necrophos, as it is a much easier lane for the Necro to play, but not nearly as one size we saw last game.
Yeah, ZC, he has been dodging some of these quite a few times, but the cooldowns don't quite line up at the moment, so Necropro still having a chance to do quite a bit of damage here. And of course, the rotation from Tusk snagging away at the Water Rune means that the bottle will not be refilled for the Ember for a little while, unless he wants to make it all the way to the Bounty Rune. Or back home, or get some extra regen perhaps on the current. That is a self. Or yeah, just have support on the side lane die and then TP in to refill the bottle for you. That's normally the way it goes, right? Yeah.
And both of iG.V supports have already made their rotation on over to grab both Bounty Runes. So very well done by them.
Yeah. Stranger snagging that one away. Gets some extra money and experience from a hard camp creep. This Yawn sitting in the sandstorm down bottom. You have to see your first blood, and I gotta wonder if it's not some overextension here. That's Rubik actually.
TP mid to salve your boy, and he's gonna be here for the 4-minute rune. That's the support you want to see. That makes ZC feel much happier after last game for sure.
Yeah. Might have had a discussion about that, so it's like, yeah, don't worry, guy. Don't worry, dude. We got your back. Water Rune will allow him to sustain a little bit more. Yawn should be happy to 1v1 here up against Ukio as long as this Sandstorm.
Yeah, he would like to get a point of Caustic Finale soon, so I wouldn't be surprised if he grabs it at 4. You definitely just need it to kind of shove waves as this hero.
Playing around here with the creeps at the moment. So, okay, that is a lot. Burst Strike into some extra damage from Sandstorm. First blood being drawn. Tusk overplaying his hand there.
Yeah.
It's crazy how strong that spell is. You know, it's 21% reduction, but 175 damage nuke. You've got quite a few of those in the tank, you know.
Aggressive ward drop mid. Right on his high ground. They do need to try and find a kill on... Are they... Oh yeah, they're going to bring Io mid. They just want to make sure that this Ember does not have a chance of dying here.
Tusk now.
And they're actually really well done as they've rotated Mirana as well, so...
It's playing super defensively here, though. And... They just, though, they do not want to have ZC at the same issues as last time, but, well, conside the eye shots, a lot of right clicks here, and the scythe ready to go. SJ will not be able to prevent that. The courier dies on the way back. And that's the thing, right? Io is not the type of hero that can change the circumstances, that can change the math in these situations. Not if he doesn't have that burst heal that he has later down the line.
Yeah, you need to get level 6 before you can do anything, absolutely. So, now just in a really bad spot.
Keeps away. No change just yet to really threaten him, though.
And the side lanes are going pretty decently for iG.V as well. Like Dragon Knight, super farm top lane, level 5, gonna be level 6 in no time. And that's mostly just the nature of Dragon Knight. Like he just, 2-1-2 build. Difficult to bring down.
3 points up on a Rocket Barrage, so normally when you don't want to fight a lot on Gyrocopter, you might see them go for the Flak Cannon a little bit earlier, just to be able to dip into the jungle.
This tells me that they plan on fighting. Like like anytime you see a gyro go like these extra points in the rocket barrage, it makes me feel like they want to actually start fighting with the gyrocopter pretty soon because they're gonna have call down and be able to play around that. But top lane Dragon Knight, not an easy target to bring down, especially once you have the Elder Dragon form up.
Yeah. At least they're able to prevent them from using that dragon form to really do a lot of damage on this tower. Drop the call down for it.
Whoa, Stranger actually pulled the wave here.
Okay. Huh, interesting.
Yeah, I thought they would be trying to push with the last few moments of this dragon form, but oh well. Mid lane, things spicing, getting a little spicy once again as ZC. In some trouble. They do have another Reaper Scythe, but yeah, there's your classic snowball to dodge the Epi.
Now the side connects on Rubik. It's a pretty big one. Necro still sitting inside that Sandstorm, but it doesn't matter. He's reaching up too much beyond. A couple more right clicks will do it. The Burst Strike will not change that fact. Oh, man.
Dude, there is some real hate onto this Rubik. I don't know what's going on here. Necrophos has just tipped him every single time they kill someone.
A whole lot else that Rubik could have done.
He found
there.
a stack.
Oh no. That's a triple. Yeah. You've been putting a lot more emphasis on trying to counterplay this Necrophos, but yeah, as we saw, that Epicenter would have been enough to kill him if it wasn't for the snowball save. Just dodging out a lot of those damage instances, and then the heals coming through after the scythe. It's very hard to bring down a Necrophos in those circumstances.
Yeah, you're just going first item Vessel, and it's a really good Vessel game. Into the IO, someone's got to build it.
Yep. At least the ancient stack's still there. It's gonna be a while until Gyrocopter can actually go ahead and farm it up. For this Mac Rock and Barrage build here as he did. Going for the Maelstrom, like normally what we see on these kind of Gyrocopters is the Chrysalis, just as an efficient farming item, and then go into the BKB if you need, else the Aghanim Scepter, but he's going the more old school route perhaps, the Maelstrom. Particularly awful either, I would say.
They're
in trouble up
really
top.
well top. This level 3 Tusk has honestly done so much work this game. Dragon Tail to make some space, meanwhile beyond the TP in.
Let's walk away from him now though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Are they over-rotating beyond here? He's been leaving his bottom lane. But he's not really been able to accomplish much. He's not been getting much closer to his Blink Dagger either.
He's somewhat close. I mean, he'll get it by like 12 minutes.
Yeah. I guess if you want to park him up top here, it's one of the better heroes to do it safely with.
Yeah, IO Gyro don't want to be top, right? Like, they want to be farming the jungle, trying to get this Gyro some real farm. And top lane's way too dangerous. They can just dive them, so...
Yep. That's what level 6 on IO, so I'll be able to accomplish that
safely. Put the hero up
safely.
there that's the most difficult to kill, or that you have to commit the most resources to dive, which... Diving a Sand King inside a level 4 Sandstorm is like never a good idea.
Yeah.
Alright, they are going for that Ancient stack. It's gonna take a long time. They're not getting this anytime soon.
With the
Fight
Maelstrom
top lane,
and
finally breaking out.
so those ZC joining in. The LG is actually super low already. There's a chains ready to go. Nice arrow on the Sand King. Lift back though, another burst, Sandstorm. Doing away beyond though. Oh, there we go. Goodbye, sir, ZC. Another cross. There's another safety remnant ready to go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, this Necro is becoming a real issue. And on top of it, I mean, Terrorblade is super farmed already. Like, 6,200 net worth here just at 11 minutes. He's been able to just completely free farm this bottom side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Here with a free farm. Necro.
He is
Excellent
committing
start.
heavily for this tower. He does get the Sunder off though. Last second. Sand King TP
up.
in. He's not going to make it in range. He's too fast thanks to the Moonlight Shadow.
No detection at the ready.
No
that's
detection.
Gotta hurt. If you have the dust there, you slow him down as well, but as it stands, he gets away with murder there. And I haven't touched on it just yet, but this is a 6k advantage, 12 minutes in, 7k now. This is maybe not as bad as last game, but it's not insignificant. With this Necrophos being this far ahead, like he's the type of hero that has to be that way if he wants to look good. Playing Necro from behind, or even when it's even, does not feel nearly as comfortable as he must be feeling right now. Hanging around up top. No stuff available, but okay, ZC actually remnanting back in, right as to go on the Rubik, but there could be turns around, a lot of burst damage being done, but not enough to actually punish them. And there's relocate though.
They got the missile on the Necro.
Need.
I mean, they just don't have vision of this. It's so scary.
They don't have time either. Relocate's gonna go back out. And we get rid of the Observer Ward on the way, so they got that. They won't junk
back over to the Ancients.
I guess they got as much out of that as they could have asked for, making it into 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, they ping it. They're thinking they know where this is.
Oof.
They're gonna smoke. Oh man, if they actually stop the gyro from taking this stack, it is gonna be a huge issue.
Some of the big creeps are still standing. Fire scan, they're walking right into it. They know. We'll have to let these two black dragons go, most likely.
Oh, I mean,
maybe not. Beyond has a blink
has
dagger.
this blink dagger. This is the best possible opportunity they're gonna have.
Oh,
just short. Good attempt though.
Yep. There was. Where was Tuscan at? Yeah, it was. I'm not sure it was close enough for the snowball after the epicenter. I think it might have been. But yeah, they do defend the triangle. Very crucial. They can't let that be taken away. Oh, that's not real. Oof, they realized.
Yeah, that was very close to blowing that epicenter for that. Ooh, they find the touch though.
Yep, snowball comes through. Arrow not being dodged, just being face tanked. As ZC taking a bunch of damages. So it's beyond the scythe. Not quite enough to push him off, but enough to get the kill. ZC punches to the air now. Hold on comes through, but some have enough damage. Perhaps with Ruby coming in here, this cleaving through. Triple kill though for the Necrophos. Another stun over to relocate. One back out to safety. Buybacks are coming through. Hero super low, burns down, double kill as ZC returns into the fight. IG Vitality punished heavily. It took them a lot, but they get another double for Beyond too.
Dude, that Ember buyback.
Definitely working out well.
I was so worried. As soon as that Ember died, I was like, no. Like he can't afford to die there, but he had a Remnant still. He buys back, turns this fight completely around off the back of the Sandstorm joining. Or Sandstorm, the Sand King joining, and you can see just the damage numbers that the Sand King does this early into the game. So, very well done. It's just some heroes dying bottom. I don't know. That's very weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was such a sick fight from them overall. Dandelion giving Gyro a ton of net worth too.
Gyro and ZC as well. Like even though he brought back, he walked away with a lot more money, and now LG also brought down all alone. Dandelion had a bit of turnaround fight. They regained a bunch of momentum. There was a 7k advantage. Now it's down to 2k.
It's that simple. Pick Sand King. That's it. That's all you gotta do. For the first time this game, Dandelion now have the XP advantage. They're still down a little bit in gold, but that definitely stabilized them in this game. Like they have 3 heroes at level 13 now. Meanwhile, Vitality sitting at 2 with the Dragon Knight only level 11. Oh, Necro? She's dead.
Alright. Is Vitality doing what?
Yeah, there's the tip. I'm like,
right
come
now.
on, dude.
Yeah.
This guy's tipped you 3 times this game.
He's still
How are you
tipping the
not
Rubik
tipping?
back. There's another burst strike. Tusk all alone. Snowball is available, but doesn't find a target. And it's
It's simple. You hit Blink Dagger on Sand King and you start killing heroes. It is literally as easy as that. I mean, they have hit their timings though. Like the Ember has levels. He's got his Maelstrom. You've got the Blink Sand King. He's level 14. Gyrocopter like has a BKB very soon. So like they do have items. You know, it's not like they were as much in the dumpster as they were last game.
Yeah.
The difference is like you have an offlaner who can do something, right?
Stun over on Gyrocopter. SJ interposing himself to tank up the arrow. Get down, Mr. President, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that was. He's like, all right, I see what's happening here. I'll tank this. Alright, BKB done. Moonlight Shadow comes out. This is a great rotation. If they can find a Sand King or the Gyro.
No, it might have been under this ward even. But it got very deep. One in mid, which is not being caught by the sentry. Oh well. Oh. Goodbye, Mirana.
Initiation. So this is just what Dandelion needs to keep doing. Like they actually just need to be continuously fighting with the Sand King and Ember Spirit, while Summer tries to pick up some more items. Like he has the BKB still, but obviously getting to that Eye of Scotty is massive, and they can just play around their cooldowns.
Yep. Oh man, and another one. Yeah, okay, they're just doing to Vitality what Vitality did to them in the last game. Just pick them off one by one.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely correct. This is what they have to be doing.
Yeah. The obvious counterplay to that is just group up as 5, the smoke rotation. Might give Vitality to try and establish some control again, but...
Yeah, don't get me wrong, iG.V can definitely find some big kills in this game. It's just... the difference is it's on the DK to set them up, right?
Yep.
And there it is. They get one. But Ember Spirit's out, and at the end of the day, as long as he's not, you know, dropping in all these little fights, I think they're fine.
With mana, but there's no way to really catch up to him easily. He's pretty fast on his feet as well.
They got the reflection. They can actually just go for the Ember.
I think it's
you can already see, like, Dragon Knight's waiting for him to go back to his Remnant.
Oh, right, yeah. Ooh. It's a thing though, like, to force him to use the Remnant, you have to chase him with power and not just with Terrorblade. You know? He's crazy enough to jump back and they still stick around for so long, then he deserves what he's getting.
Mid-lane. They're smoked. And Ember can rejoin, he's not too far. So they're going to aim for the Necro here. This is a great target if they can. Beyond's got to be the one to start the fight. Ward Sentry placed. Reload comes through. And there it is.
It's a huge kill. All of a sudden 5 heroes are sitting around, dodging the stun there with the Remnant across. Now call down coming through. Gyrocopters leaving through all of them. Here's Rubik. One more click, not enough actually. He gets to live. And watch as his team secures another huge victory here. And they must be out of tips at this point, otherwise there would have been one. You can just imagine it. This is more like the Dandelion that we expected, even in game 1. They can beat down, able to recover, but granted, this game they have heroes that they can actually do that with. But the carry who can fight, they have an offliner who has a reliable initiation and damage output.
They have a missile. Oh, that's gonna hit. Is it? Oh my gosh, so close.
It is, but it's gonna hit later.
Yeah.
Unless, tower hits, bringing it low. Bonk.
Bonk. Wait, did they see the smoke?
Might have.
I think they did. I think he pinged it on Rubik.
Oh no.
Very awkward. However, Summer and SJ just gonna back out of their own jungle there.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Yep. Not gonna be caught out by that. He's hiding and taking out as well. So the Necrophos up top though, so if they wanted to be crazy, they could take a fight of their own. With the numbers advantage here as Sand King, they definitely require him grouping up, ready for a smoke of their own. And this IO tower can of course be relocated in at any time.
Yep. And
Do see
I don't know if
there.
it's on the pulse there from Sen King, but
Oh,
we'll get the terror, but
going
start off
in.
the fight.
BKB comes through though, has a Sunder at the ready, use it on the IO. Summer right on top, SJ, right click, he'll die. Then walk away. The buyback though, they want to take this fight, they've already gotten the Mirana, and now chained up as the Dragon Knight up in front. They just burst down with magic damage here. The epicenter, well, Necrophos being protected from that. Beyond comes a little bit too deep into the stage, but he finds an angle to escape as the rest of the team comes in.
There's slight chains.
The life
They might dive this, honestly. I think they can. Okay, they're not going to.
Thinking about it.
The smarter play for sure. It makes a lot more sense to just get the tier 2 tower here. Okay, they're gonna back for Roche actually instead.
That's
I don't know about
smarter.
this. Their Roche is very slow.
Yeah, which is why I need to start it as quickly as possible.
Oh, I guess you have
they've got tag team.
Still.
Oh.
Never mind. Okay, well, problem solved. Just steal Tusk's ability. You're fine.
Oh, speaking of Tusk, Blink Burst Strike. Yeah, this is the way to handle that. They're scrambling. Oh shit, they're gonna come test Roche. They're gonna come in one by one, just go for the quick kills. Attack team, but there's a buyback from Tusk. He cannot TP in, but the rest of the team is ready to go. Dodgy arrow. Okay, maybe not, but did get the Aegis just before that arrow hits. So, iG Vitality. Getting anything out of that.
Now the real first gold lead of the game for Dandelion. They've had the XP lead for a little bit, but now the gold lead going their way as well. And in my opinion, a much better scaling draft here. This Gyrocopter is going to be such an issue for the side of iG.V. And Necrophos is not a hero that, like, kind of plays well from behind. Like, he is always supposed to be like a snowballing type hero.
Yeah.
But Sand King has caused so many issues for them this game, and we're going to see here once again telekinesis into the missile. He is just dead.
That's quite the chain stun right there.
Oh my god, the tips, dude! Alright, this is funny. This is very funny. I would 1000% be tipping the Necrophos every time he dies this game.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. China is not normally a region that tips, so that's why I'm very much enjoying this.
Well, they just occasionally question mark before reverse sweeping, you know.
Exactly.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Terrorblade is still pretty farm though, on his way to his Scotty, trying to get his done before the Gyro, but sad news, Gyro's is completely done, on his way to his Satanic now. Being able to hold his ground even longer.
Not the same kind of gyro build that we've been used to seeing, with the Agnum structure and the Crystal is more utility focused. Still powerful enough up against what iG Vitality has to offer.
And they're gonna smoke once again. Want to continue to playing aggressive with this Aegis, and I do not blame them. SJ's got one of my favorite IO items, the Bullwhip, dude. Just like whipping your carry, like get on in there.
Oh, that was a nice stun here into the arrow. Dragon Knight still isolated. Okay, couple of heals coming in from beyond, keeping his Sand King alive, even as they're clearing through a DK. He's supposed to be tanky, but without a BKB of his own, that is just not true.
They have so much magic damage on Dandelion. Like, it is ridiculous how much magic damage they have. You look at the death summary on these heroes, he took 500 physical damage, but he took almost he took over 1700 magic damage.
Holy shit.
So, like, the BKB is an absolute necessity this game.
Yeah.
Between the Sand King Ember and the Gyro, that's way too much.
The BKB check on who does have one is 8 seconds on Terrorblade. And 8 seconds on Necrophos as well, only used it once.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still plenty of duration left at the very least. 8 seconds
It's gonna be a
on
while before
Ember.
DK gets his.
Oh, relocate. They found the Necrophos! A lot of damage being
BKB,
done. He's not
but-
healing a lot with the Scali here. The Scythe just hold him in place with for the arrow, and That's actually a lot of damage being done.
That was
in
pretty
turn.
sick.
Body from Terrorblade coming through, but somehow now with his own BKB relocated back. As another burst strike will secure the initial kill.
I feel like he could have left your gyro there, honestly. Like, he actually could have carried that fight because he just activated BKB. Maybe it might have just been like a safe call to get the gyro out, but I think he actually cleans that whole fight up.
Let's see.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Oh,
nice
defensive thunder, definitely necessary there.
All right, that Reaper Scythe in the arrow is so sick.
Yeah. Don't always see it used that way, but
I mean, yeah, you never expect someone to get Reaper Scythed at max HP, right? So that's why he just doesn't BKB.
all right. Bit of a defense there from Vitality.
Yeah, it was great. So, I mean, the game's still pretty heavily in favor of Dandelion, in my opinion. But that was really good coordination from them and just generally a pretty well done fight.
Yep.
Zedseed now does have a gem, though, so it's going to be really important.
Necessity up against the Moonlight Shadow coming in.
I think they saw the Necro here. Yeah, they do. The question is whether or not they can actually jump in the time.
The longer this game goes, the more we have to think about what the Terrorblade can do, because this guy is actually pretty fun. Like, he has his own BKB, he's got Skadi as well. Chrysalis and Yasha, they can upgrade.
It kind of comes down to who kills the other team, like which carry kills the other team's force first, right? Like, you have Gyrocopter who has Flak, and then you have obviously just the meta from Terrorblade who just becomes this massive artillery. Overall, Terrorblade does more damage, I think, like generally, but
Does he in this game though?
There's so much control on Dandelion that can prevent him from being able to, like, once his BKB expires, he will die if the Sand King and Rubik and stuff aren't dead.
Let's also not forget that Terrorblade is an illusion hero. Like, a lot of his damage is coming from like 2 or 3 illusions that he has stacked up also with the meta buff, but those can still be cleaned up and controlled with all of this magic damage, the burst strike here and there, and the flat cannon just cleaning through. So his damage output is not going to be as insane as it would be otherwise.
He found an Elven Tunic, which is really good on this hero.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's see, they're all smoked up right now. Currently Dandelion a bit spread out. Ember Spirit down bottom. Cover remnant up though, and try, we're waiting for it. Into the arrow! Ouch.
That's a well done play, and that's his dieback time too, because he bought back in the last fight we saw, like 10 minutes ago or something, and hasn't died since. So not only do they get like 1,100 plus gold for their team, but he's on the sideline for over 100 seconds.
Fully Roche was up.
It's so funny, he instantly queues up the Lincoln Sphere. He's like, well, can't let that happen again.
Oh, strike off the mark here. Stranger finds the loop away. Look away at this tower. Yes, again, there's no Roche to take.
Dude, Rubik with this Shadow Amulet right now is hilarious. Did they steal his gem? Or did it get handed off? Oh, it's on Sand King now, okay.
At least they got that much. Can they make a play here though? Without Ember, it seems unlikely that they want to.
It's very unsafe. Like, you might be able to get a pick off or something, but the Ember does a lot of damage in these fights as well.
It's farming up towards the next item. Butterfly queued up for Gyrocopter. Satanic's already completed. Satanics always feels a bit bad when you're playing up against Skadi. But when are you not playing up against Skadi in this day and age, you know?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
He also found an Elven Tunic, so balance in all things.
Yeah. Another tier 2 taken. Equalizing that situation a little bit. Very even game numbers wise at the very least. Certainly feels like it could turn here if iG Vitality can just keep the pressure going, can maybe find 1 or 2 more picks like that.
Unlucky for Beyond here.
Sand King.
Wait a minute. Lincoln won, he has a Yules. He's not gonna make it. Yeah.
No, that's a gem. Aeon Disc will delay this a little bit further. There's Yules, another burst strike perhaps. Down to the low ground, but a blink forward. There's no help coming either. Oh, there is! Never mind! Relocate save coming in. Again, if you didn't have the gem, probably still worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it's always pretty much worth it sacrificing yourself on the IO for core.
Yeah.
Like, especially considering it has buyback as well. But yeah, Sand King going down there and losing the gem would have been pretty rough.
Alright, sort of dodging that bullet. Or like maybe someone else throw his body in front of you again.
Yeah, smoke again. I mean, iG.V, they're hungry, man. They're not letting this game get out of hand. They want to continue to fight, take the aggression to Dandelion, and it's working out for them.
Dire are scanning.
Sand King no Andas for another 40 seconds. I'll just take the outpost. Ooh,
Okay.
do they know?
Do it themselves there. The blink
it
sun
is.
onto Summer though. Glimmer Cape to the latest a little bit with the extra lift. Summer will get to live. Holding onto his BKB as well until he needs it. He is beyond in the middle. The snowball though. As that's he going in. The scythe actually kills off the Sand King. Summer still ready to go and turn things around you. The BKB Satanic. You might have to do that right here, right now. LG, a couple more right clicks will finish him off here. Lift it back as Zetzi going in deep. He doesn't have a run it back out. He has a chains. Oh, bit of a heal from SJ, but a punch, not enough. He's still alive. The snowball back. And
They're gonna get their
another
gem
slide
back
to
for that
finish
one,
him
too.
off instead. And now it's just
Necro is in
Necro.
a lot of
and
trouble.
the Terrorblade already out. Necro's gonna have a rocket on his ass. No BKB to protect him from it. Terrorblade.
Oh, Terrablade's found. He has Walrus Punch too.
What? Yeah, this is Sunland not really doing all that much. Summer was super low as well. So he just feeds his whole life alongside the Necros. What is happening? Why? How?
I mean, this is a little bit of overconfidence from that Terrorblade, thinking, you know, maybe he can make a play work with his Sunder there, but yeah, just didn't end up working. There's too much damage coming out from the Gyro, and with the IO behind him, there's no way you're going to burn through him.
Summer wasn't even full health. Like, there was not much of a percentage change there. There was no scythe to really snap him down. It was questionable.
It was so funny. Rubik actually had Tusk's Walrus Punch, so as soon as he walked up, he got telekinesis into a Walrus Punch. So he was already like super slow on being able to deal his damage as the Terrorblade.
Oh man. Let's see surviving that though. I was very scared for him for a moment. The never remnant up,
really
he just
shook
walked it
him.
away. Yeah, absolutely. SJ just barely keeping him alive even through the Tusk Punch and everything. Then turns around, gets in the slide off to get the revenge spell instead. Just like that, we're back out to a 10k advantage there for Dandelion. They're claiming another tier 2 of their own. Obviously got the Aegis and the shard for a Rubik? Question mark? Yeah, I think Psychic had it for a long time. Yeah. Rubik got the free one. Telekinesis can now target yourself or allies.
It's very good. It's very good, especially if he goes to land distance at level 20, which I think if you go the shard, you do. Like, Fade Bolt cooldown is cool and all, but dude, you could throw people so far
Yeah.
with that telekinesis. It is hilarious.
It's got lethal ends too, you know?
Yeah, it's like half the Blink Dagger range.
Yeah. Alright.
It also reduces the cooldown. Wow, I didn't realize that part was on the chart as well.
Pretty
Throw
good.
delay reduced to 0.5 seconds, and then 30% reduced cooldown if it's used on an ally.
Yeah.
Very valuable shard. Saw the Tusk for a moment. Their lane's unfortunately being cut by the Terrorblade and his illusions. So Dandelion unable to like really capture much at the moment.
Okay.
They found him. He has Blink though, right? Yeah, he's
Yep.
up.
No axe on Gyrocopter means no instant hit. YQX continuing to be a nuisance here at the moment. Lines are being drawn. LG also poised to skip another creep wave though.
They do have a wave top. So that is the good news for them. They have a wave top to work with. They can go ahead and try and get this tier 2 tower. Ember is going to go bottom and just clear up these waves and then take his remnant back top.
Yes, the Lincoln Sphere now as well, but if he gets hit by a random arrow... Ooh.
Structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Beyond Rubik, they're looking.
Tower is under attack.
They're looking.
Oh my gosh, that arrow just squeaked by bottom lane and Ember is out now. Alright, look at the tier 2 top. That's going to be the final one for the side of iG.V, so...
Real well played for Vitality though, like they're wasting a lot of this Aegis time. Deadline not going to be able to go high ground with that.
Yeah, it's honestly very smart from them to just not actually want to fight. Like, they just need to split the map, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Dragon Knight, this is what this new shard is so good at. He's such a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
KB in the works for Gyrocopter, yes, that flying out. Doesn't have to worry about that evasion from the Terrorblade. From his
They got
tunic.
vision of the Tusk again, just barely.
They make just surrounding him from all sides though.
Bottom tower.
Oh my gosh, that was so much damage. That looked like an illusion, it was so much damage.
It did, didn't it? Phew.
It's got a leveler plus overcharge. There's a lot of attack speed.
Dire's
It took like 5 auto attacks before he even realized he was being attacked by a gyro. It's like, wait a minute, where'd all my health go?
has been killed.
Top lane, ZC. Woo! Looking for the Dragon Knight, but he's not gonna get him. Nice TP out. Yeah, entire Aegis timer basically wasted. 20 seconds left. And they've only really gotten a tier 2 tower out of it. That being said, they are very heavily accelerating their gold lead inside of Dandelion as a result of this.
Yep. Are in a really good position, and then again, it's a carry matchup. Terrorblade's not too far away in terms of net worth compared to him, but he's got his own MKB perhaps. Yeah, it's also on the courier. It's really just a matter of, as you said, who kills whose team first, you know.
It's looking like the Gyrocopter at this point. Is going to be the one that kills the enemy team. He is far scarier, in my opinion, than this Terrorblade. It's mostly just because you can control the Terrorblade, right?
Yeah.
You can't really control the Gyrocopter right now.
Yeah. Gyrocopter doesn't has a much easier time just hitting everybody at once.
Yeah.
Naturally, of
Sold
course,
the
with the
boots,
flick.
buys picks up the flicker. You know, what more do you need?
Yeah. Flick is quite nice. I mean, there's no urn charges right now on Necrophos or Spirit Vessel charges.
I'll take your tribute.
Crazy amount of things to the spell.
Yeah, smoked up again on the side of iG.V, looking to find someone in the enemy triangle, but they're just not here. Like, this is being perfectly read by the side of Dandelion. They might just smoke up themselves. I just don't have any smokes.
Oh.
Dandelion, Dragon Tail.
Relocate already being channeled up as Beyond actually goes in at the same time. Dodges the arrow point flank. Scythe and Mules, not a whole lot going on there. A lot of things being wasted. Another Mules QY XY. Should end up dying to the call down here. Just ZC coming in. And now it's Vitality turn to run away. How many cooldowns he went for the 3x Talon. As it's BKB TP on Necrophos. Nothing to stop that.
Oh, he stole Reaper Scythe.
Oh wow. That's nice.
A little bit of miscommunication there is one person wanted to Reaper Scythe the Sand King and the other one wanted to Yules. He did, like, the Aeon Disc popped, and so I think the idea was like they were going to Yules him to buy the time on the Aeon Disc, but yeah, a little bit of miscast of spells there.
Yeah.
But this is the thing I worry about. Like, we saw just how easy it is for them to save the gyro. Like, they get the initiation that they want, and they just get like telekinesis back and reload out. And they managed to find the Terrorblade bottom. BKB TP though, not enough damage to kill him.
Yep. I mean, normally one way to deal with that is to just go for the two-step initiation, where you force out that relocate, but you don't commit all that much, and then you go in for the second round. But then the task is the question mark, because he's snowballed in after them, you know, and put himself in a compromising position. So it's a little bit rough, bit of miscommunication there in a number of different ways, and again, losing that scythe seems like it should be impossible for Necrophos. You know, you could just always press Q. It's a bit interesting. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Long Roche respawn, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Tier 4
It'll be a while
items
until we see
coming
that.
out for the Radiant, though.
Yep.
Some okay ones. Witchbane, pretty decent in terms of like having a dispel. But is this really the item for your Terrorblade?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's they got?
4% max mana is damage. I guess Gyro does have a lot of mana, and so does the Ember Spirit.
Yeah. They're switching things around now. Are they? No. He's got the flicker now for the dispel.
And it's like 65-ish damage onto the Gyro, like per auto. But he's gonna hold on to the flicker himself. So.
Yeah.
Makes sense as well as he's also had to drop his boots for items.
Oh yeah. We're at that point already, you know. Gotta make use of that move speed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Summer's also
Beyond has
there,
a
but
Wind Waker. Oh my god, he is fast.
oh man. Summer's actually has the same idea, you know, it doesn't have boots but does have the flicker, and obviously IO will help out. No boots on him either, by the way. That's
Radiant's bottom tower.
most like a boots I've seen in the game. As Blink's done over on Beyond, the instant lift, Burst Strike to follow. Scythe just hold him in place a little bit longer, the snowball to turn this around, but Summer's right there. BK beat up Terrorblade, not doing anything to him. His task ends up dropping somewhere else entirely. Now it's time for round 2. Beyond goes in, that Stranger trying to leap away, yields up, and well, they're still chasing him. Meanwhile in front, LG, that's a Cypher over on the Gyrocopter now with a couple of blues. What? He's still alive! He lives!
Reload out.
Relocated
He's
out!
fine.
ZC, the front lines now all by himself. BKB, he's not protected against the right clicks here.
He's
but
not that
should
far.
have-
He's coming
He
back
does, goes
in.
off to the side, LG. Someone killed this dragon as Gyrocopter, not healed up enough, he's just straight up dead. Another buyback coming through, the Sundown Illusion. Springle Q back up to speed. Task, that's a dieback for him if they get him. Snowball to the latest further. It's all down to ZC in the damage department right now. That'll be the end of that, but whew, buyback already
man.
committed by Summer. That was
A
a bit
lot
more
of
scrappy.
buybacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 buybacks come out. It's honestly a really big win for iG.V because you get the buyback on the Gyro. Terrorblade didn't die. So, like, that is
They get the
pretty
stuff,
huge, but Roshan is up and iG.V cannot contest. You don't have meta.
Yeah.
So, you will get Aegis onto the Gyrocopter. You have Refresher as well, which will probably be backpacked for him. For that extra BKB.
She's perhaps holding on to it himself or giving it over to the IO. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So that's a couple of lives for the Gyrocopter here. And just a 2, I guess, for the Terrorblade, but the thing with Terrorblade as well, he's so reliant on the Metamorphosis that having buyback is not as powerful for him as it would be for other heroes.
The thing that's so weird, like that fight was so close to being really good for Dandelion. Summer wasted his Satanic like right at the beginning of that fight, like in the top of the river. He popped Satanic and got hit by the Terrorblade and couldn't attack anybody.
Oh man.
He was just way too slow. And so when he tried to reinitiate the fight after the reload, his Satanic was like 2 seconds on cooldown. And if he had it up, they completely snowballed that fight. But
Where did they relocate to? It wasn't the base.
It was
right?
just like to where the T1 tower was there,
Okay.
like the Radiant T1 top. Like he just pulled him back like about 1,000 units.
That's normally what you want to do, because yeah, you want to still be able to have an impact in the fight and not just sit around in base for several seconds. Also meant that there was not a whole lot of extra healing coming in for the gyro.
So Gyro's actually gone back for a Gleipnir, which is not something that we see all that often. Like, I feel like this item is like very hit or miss, but the AoE root might be enough to help them out because they really, he really struggles with being able to stay on top of these heroes, it seems.
Yep. Alright. So situation a little bit evolved now. Buyback situation is alright, I guess. Necrovos needs some extra money. Ukiyo has it, but we also mentioned that not always the best for him, for that hero in particular.
I mean, Necro has picked up a Hex, so he's got the Scythe of Ice, going for his Shivas next. I think all super good. One thing you do have to worry about a lot, though, is Tusk now has Ags. So Walrus Kick is very difficult for this Gyro to play around. And this is like, if it got to this point, I was going to be really worried for Dandelion, because the only thing Tusk has to do in this fight is just kick Gyro away. That's it. Like, that is literally it. If he just kicks the Gyro out of the fight, he's not rejoining it. He doesn't have boots. He can flicker, but like that slow that comes down from the Walrus Punch, or from the Walrus Kick, is so difficult.
Yep. It's also the kick separates you from the IO. That's perhaps going to be the main goal for him. Alright, we're in it, boys and girls. A late game Dota. This is where things get very scrappy. This is where any team can still win. Especially if you end up killing these heroes that don't have buyback. You know, I might just see one team walk across the map. If they kill Gyrocopter here through Aegis, or if they wait him out and then kill him.
Yeah.
Terrorblade's still alive. Like, towers are gonna fall quickly if they can make it across.
This Ember is so farmed. Level 28. And he's got an Ags going for the Synth next, and he's gonna have it relatively soon. I wonder if he just sells the bottle at this point. Like, I don't know what the point of that is. It's just to like get runes. You could just give it to a support, I guess.
Yeah, I want to do that just to have it, just to maybe not for the haste rune, but if you have a DD rune that you can save up for the next fight, that's always useful.
Right. They're smoked up here on the side of iG.V. DEC walks in.
It is. BKB comes through, disarmed for the moment, but Burst Strike connects over on a Mirana. That should be free kill, and it is. Punch on Beyond, so they're just scrambling, trying to get away. QIXY, nope. Not gonna happen. Yields out of the TP. So 2 free kills, one of whom will not return. They know that too. Tusk ended up buying back a little bit earlier as well.
And now I can just go high ground. This is what they've pretty much been waiting for. The Tusk is the main hero they have to worry about with the Walrus Kick on high ground, right? Like, he can just like blink in, kick your Gyro to the tier 4s, and then, you know, and then you have to save him, and that's really rough. So I like the decisions here.
Yep. You commit all that much, just the BKB really for the Ember, and that's back in 20 seconds. With 2 heroes down, iG Vitality will not want to fight. They'll give up the Srax. Sandstorm, like if you don't have a BKB, with the level 25, Sandstorm slow and blind. It's so annoying to play in that.
Classic fake back here. iG.V not falling for it quite yet. They do have a good ward on the high ground though.
Let me see Ember, but obviously Ember can always return. Anyone showed there from iG Vitality, it would have been jumped on for sure. Alright. Age is about to be reclaimed.
Shadows take us.
Alright. Smoke, Moonlight, Shadow, this is it.
Yep, perfect timing. The gyro now, there's a 2-minute window where he's not gonna have buyback.
Aegis just reclaimed as well. That was the perfect timing by them, but I mean, Dandelion back off and
They
they're
know,
patient
yeah.
once again.
As much as we know what's going on, as much as IG Vitality knows, Dandelion knows as well, right? So they're not gonna expose themselves. Not that they don't know where IG Vitality is at, so. Oh. It's also where the advantage comes in of having a lane pushing in constantly. Like, it just gives you so much more information because someone's gonna have to respond to that if that's knocking down your high ground. And if they're not responding, then you know that they're just gonna be out on the map looking for something. Husk. I see him. Oh, what? Oh, what? Well, Rubik's still dead. That's not quite the way that I wanted that one to go, but it looked hilarious.
It was quite funny. I'll give you that one. Nice. It was very funny, Rubik. The 1,000 range walrus kick. No one expects it.
He's just like, why is he? That's not telekinesis. That's not that long range.
Well, I mean, that was the Ags as well on the Dragon Knights. So Black Dragon is online. You have that free pathing, which feels oh so nice.
Yeah. We can't hold on to the buyback. Gyrocopter is gonna have his back any moment as well. Then he can also probably look for his own Aghanim synth. Not sure what you would replace here. Maybe get the old moonshot, you know, even more attack speed. Yeah, I guess the Aghanim Scepter is a little bit more efficient.
Oh, sorry. Keep sneezing.
Ah, man. Are you allergic to this game?
Radiant's bottom barracks.
A little bit.
Length
A
of
little
it?
bit. Well, bottom range barracks will fall. Not the end of the world there for iG.V. I mean, melee has been gone for a while.
Dandelion knows they do not want to make a mistake. And who can blame them, you know? They've already thrown game one. He's just been caught with their pants down with this very aggressive playset from IG Vitality. And we're determined not to let that happen again here in game two, and that succeeded. But doesn't necessarily make this late game Dota any easier at the moment. They cannot afford too many mistakes here. The Blink stand over on the Rubik. Scythe, he's dead. Can buy back if there's a fight breaking out, but as it stands, doesn't have to immediately.
Yeah. I mean, these Reaper side kills do matter. Like, Necrophos is getting extra regen for each of these kills. It is a long cooldown, so, you know, 2 minutes. But now up to 36 bonus HP regen and 12 mana regen. So the longer that this keeps going, the more difficult it might be for Dandelion to actually bring down the Necro.
Yeah. There's that much more DPS that you need to bring to the table to actually kill them off. Here's a Shivas, there's a Skadi, there's there actually a third vessel on Dandelion? Don't think so. No. Yeah, between Skadi and Shivas, they have a lot of ways to just slow down this region.
Yeah. The Shiva's aura was a nice pickup for sure.
Oh, Beyond is just going in to find the burst strike over on Terrorblade. You really want to take this fight though. Without the Rubik here, the chains over on Tusk. Maybe if you can get this free kill.
You definitely go in now.
Yeah. Mukio forced to pop into the BKB very early on as well. All before Roche. Once again, rather long respawn. 10 more seconds on the clock. Give or take. Enough for Rubik to respawn naturally. Maybe into the outpost.
They force Terrorblade's BKB, they can definitely force the issue on Roshan if they know that it respawns.
Yeah, they should figure it out soon.
And obviously going to be the fourth Roach of the game, so free Aghanim Scepter plus the Refresher, of course.
Yep.
So big Ags this game options for both teams. Like, we haven't really seen the Gyro get his yet. Rubik, of course, can get the double spell steal. which is huge. And then, of course, the Burrow Strike range on that is ridiculous if Beyond can actually get his. So
Rags is coming on the courier. So the 3X will probably go the way of sacking, or I would say. Unless you really want to
they're
get
making their way into the pit.
Give the best shot here. Stun on Terrorblade. Oh, Kyo without the BKB. He's just dead. He's gone.
Well, yeah, that's all you need sometimes. Like I said, he doesn't have BKB. He can force the issue, and he walks in, gets Burrow striked. Tried to pop Satanic, but he's just standing in the blind and just dies to flak. That is unbelievable how he did 0 damage in the fight. Literally 0 damage on the Terrorblade. He popped Terror Wave and then didn't get to attack a single unit.
Yeah. At least it was Terror Wave and not Metamorphosis, so still has that for its respawn. Or the buyback fight, I guess, because is there any reason for Dandelion to just slow down here?
Oh my god, he actually got destroyed by Rocket Barrage. He dropped the homing missile, had the shard, and took the whole duration of the homing missile charge plus the rocket barrage from the gyrocopter.
Oh,
so he had like 2 full rocket barrages plus standing in Sandstorm. Oh, there it is. Kick back.
Yeah, that's a kick. That's a hex.
Oh.
Busto. Well, caught in front. Thinks we're not protecting the fall that much. He's gonna take out. Arrow tanked up by SJ. It's nice catch there, sir. But more buybacks coming through. Do they care? Well, they're just clicking through racks. They're not really impressed.
I don't think you can go for the gyro right now on the kickback. I feel like it has to be someone else.
Oh, he's gonna try this. A kickback on the IO can kill him off. As would be big indeed. As Jado with the ult protected for the moment, and now Summer, well, stunned in the back. But ZC, he's the one in front. Double burst strike coming through. Ukiyo, no time for Sunder. He's just dying so fast. GG, well played, is finally called. Another goodbye on Beyond.
The tips, dude. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, this game fell apart from iG.V. They had such a really good lead, and then one bad fight, or rather one good fight from Dandelion just spun this game completely around.
Yep, and right after that fight, our Cryptic, now we started seeing the tips, my friend. Tips on tips on tips on tips. Poor butterfly effect got tipped the hell out of this game. And unfortunately, it does lead into a loss for IG Vitality. They were this close. This close. Remember, they need this win. If they lose this series, they are guaranteed eliminated here from Division 2 of the DPC. Will have to come through the open qualifiers yet again. But this game, like you're mentioning, it was an amazing turnaround here by the side of Dandelion Esports Club. But in general, it felt like that early game, that one big fight, I think it was around 15, 16 minutes. Dragon Drop, I'm not sure if you felt the same way, but it felt like iG.V deflated after that fight. They felt good. They felt confident. But afterwards, they were like, oh, crap, Dandelion's better than us again. Oh, no, what do we do about this?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was there's already some good indication as that fight happened that, yeah, okay, this is exactly what they were also perhaps looking for in game 1, but they never got the chance. But in game 2, they had this fight, they just deleted the entire advantage that IG Vitality had. And it went on from there. They just, threw wrench in their legs, it hurt quite a bit. IG Vitality couldn't quite recover. In fact, they just bled more and more kills for a long time.
Yep. And all Cryptic, that particular fight, one of the big things that it felt like changed everything was that early buyback that we saw from the ZC Ember Spirit. Nowadays, we don't often see as many buybacks in the earlier portions of the game, but is this a game where you're like, actually, people should buy back more often, especially when you have these highly mobile heroes like your Ember Spirits that allow you to play hyper aggressively, even if you do end up falling early on, provided you still have some spell damage to spare out. I think this is the fight in question. Yeah, this is the fight in question where ZC dies super early on.
Yeah, they killed Beyond and ZC, and they both buy back right away. And you can see that, how quick this fight changes. There's communication here, guys, get back in this fight. Let's go. Call down the reload from Summer. The Sand King comes in a little bit late, but his entrance is big. It gets the triple Burrow Strike there, and then there's just nothing you can do.
Summer as well, just barely surviving. Got relocated back out towards the bottom lane just as he was about to fall.
I mean, this was literally the deciding moment, and I think part of it is I don't know how many times I have to say it, Sand King once again
Good hero?
being one of the best initiating heroes in the whole game and one of the best team fighting heroes in the whole game. Like they go to take this fight, Sand King, yeah, they blow him up right away. That's exactly what you need to do, but he has blink and buyback, so just unfortunate
was
for
right.
iG.V.
Vicky was right and black was left, is what you're saying.
I mean,
Sand
if
King,
they
honestly,
didn't
this
have
hero is so
buyback,
good.
if they didn't have buybacks on the Sand King there, there's a pretty good chance that iG.V actually win this game. Like it's that simple.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're rolling with these kind of drafts, right, with the Necrophast, Terrorblade, DK, these are drafts that can snowball very, very heavily. So the enemy team is highly incentivized to do everything in their power to try and stop that snowball effect. But the big theme here as well is that a lot of these early fights do actually include buybacks coming in from Dandelion. Literally almost all the replays have had at least one buyback from the squad. Why are so many other teams so skittish around their buybacks, whereas Dandelion was so happy to just throw them in en masse for this particular game, Dragon Drop?
Well, it's something that you have to have active in your mind, especially these early buybacks. You know, it's not something you usually do because you're kind of trained to hold on to your buyback if you can. You know, just wait and see and identify those situations where it's necessary, but those are normally later in the game. So you have to really be mindful of the possibility of doing that early on and just losing a bit of gold, potentially losing a bit of progression, which is also very important, much more important earlier on than it is perhaps later. So it's more of a risk in that sense if you don't get anything out of it, but it can be just as impactful as a buyback at the right time in the late game. And this, that's sort of the last fights there.
You know, game one that we saw the heroic prowess of the support duo on the side of iG Vitality. You know, they just did everything possible between QI, QX, and Stranger to win that game out. Game two, obviously not as easy for them, but I just want to put some highlights here onto Tianming. Our Cryptic, you're a Rubik aficionado, right? That Tianming Rubik, that was, like, he might not have gotten every single time amazing steals, but in particular his positioning, especially with the telekinesis, my god, it felt like this guy had an extra stun stolen with just a normal Q on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, he played super well. And I think part of this is like Dandelion realizes like the gyro is pretty much the only thing that matters in their team fights. If gyro dies, the fight completely falls apart for them. Like Ember Spirit did a lot of damage this game, but realistically, gyro is the one who can kill the Terrorblade. And if Gyrocopter is dead or dies early, like iG.V actually just run away with this game. And so both Rubik and the IO spent a lot of time this game making sure that, gyro was safe. And yeah, just really smart plays from both supports.
Great plays from the supports. There were a couple of relocates that I felt were a bit questionable, but it's a wild game of Dota. A lot can happen. The one thing that I have a bit of concern about before we move on is when I was watching this Dandelion game, right? They started to, obviously after the fights that we saw early on in the game, they started to show a bit more confidence. They were able to initiate the fights more reliably, taking objectives all across the map. But the one thing, though, and this has been an issue in Division 2 overall, Dragon Drop, and you've actually been in most of these Dandelion games, is that even though they're ahead, even though they're in a winning position, they can take a little bit of time to try and push up the high ground to solidify their win. Game one was a stomp, but GG was called whilst they called GG early. This game, very, very long, 55 minutes, not that far out of the normal average game time here in Division 2. So for Dandelion, if they do win this series, does it not bode a little bit badly for them that they still struggle with being able to win the game out, even when they have such a clear advantage in the game itself?
Well, I'm always one to err on the side of better safe than sorry, especially when you haven't had the best start in the game, when there's still a path back for the other team, because Terrorblade is always something that you have to reckon with as the game goes on. It's one of the best late game carries, and this game could have gone out of control, like especially in that situation where Gyrocopter's buyback was in cooldown for another 2 minutes and they didn't have the Aegis anymore. Like they rightly stayed in their base until they were sure of the enemy's positioning. So it's, especially when you're down 1-0 in the series, you don't want to make a bad mistake that can cost you the game like that. So I think Dandelion made the right decisions there. They also made the adjustment from game one, as we're talking about in the draft, to just prevent the same thing from happening again. So there's definitely tools there. The only thing that you have to consider and that you have to kind of fault them for is getting themselves into that situation in first place against perhaps one of the weakest teams in this bracket. Like that was being caught with a pants down game number 1 like that is not something that you can really get away with in Division 1, right? Because that's going to make it that much harder for you to win series, if you give away these kind of free wins. Like they should have identified that much earlier, and they should have had found ways to try and adjust it in the draft and the way they played game 1.
Well, our Cryptic, before we go into a quick break, do you think that right now IG Vitality will be able to try and undercut the side of Dandelion Esports Club yet again in Game 3? Or do you think that after this adjustment that we saw in Game 2, the better squad is in the proper mental position and game and / draft position to just take the series at the end of the day?
I mean, I think like this game showed that like iG.V are probably just a little bit behind Dandelion in terms of like I'd say like their like knowledge of the game. Like they still played super well early on, but Dandelion is, as long as they don't crumble like they did in Game 1, I think they still have the advantage.
We will see what's going to happen in game number 3 here between Dandelion Esports Club and IG Vitality. One team looking to book their ticket into Division 1, the other hoping to avoid elimination. Let us see which of these teams can fulfill their destiny once we get into Game 3. But until then, a short break as we return with some more incredible Division 2 action. Don't go anywhere. Snare, our Cryptic, and Drag and Drop. We'll be right back.
fair game.
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC as we continue with this Division 2 action and this hype that will see either Dandelion Esports Club promoted to Division 1 or iG Vitality able to maintain their slot here in Division 2. We are down to the wire, the third game of this series. Only the second time here, the second time, Drag and Drop, that Dandelion Esports Club have been pushed to a third game. Of course, they have been able to win out all of those games, and do you have confidence that they're going to be able to do so again here as we're already straight into the draft with the first pick DP for them?
Yeah, game is over. Thank you guys for watching. Death Prophet has been picked, and it's a 2-1 for Dandelion. Of course, still got to respect Ben, the Medusa, and actually also got rid of the Gyrocopter after that last game. So that did make a lasting impression, but of course it does open up the Death Prophet. IO also still in the pool now, so that's the next question. If iG Vitality want to snag that away, or they want to risk Dandelion picking that up too here. But DP, very strong hero and banned in most games for a reason, right?
Yeah, and on top of it, they respect ban the Sand King, so this leaves the Mars in the pool if any team wants to pick up the Mars. Shadow Shaman, great control. And they're gonna grab Pango, another hero that has squeaked its way into the draft thanks to these first phase bans.
Yep.
So hero that we've seen a lot. I mean, Pango arguably considered. I've talked to a few people, and they think Pangolier is actually the best mid laner of the current patch. So I'm curious. Like, we haven't been seeing it a ton in the mid lane, but in terms of like what the hero brings to the table, I've seen a lot of people consider Pango to be one of the best mid lane heroes of the patch. So I'm curious if that's where it's going to be, but. Dandelion, they do have Death Prophet. The IO is still on the table for them if they want to grab the IO again.
Oh gosh, IO, yeah, they could do it for a third time here if they have that kind of inclination. Love to see them getting this Pangolier. I mean, I've been seeing it more and more being played into the mid lane. You know that it's a strong mid player when Somnus is also deciding to roll with it, as we saw yesterday from him. So also looking forward to see where they put that hero. Of course, the Shadow Shaman, one of the best disables in the game, one of the best ways to take Roche in the entire game right now, practically for free. And whenever you see a team that has the Death Prophet, I feel like you always want to make sure that you can match, or at the very least have some degree of objective take that doesn't require you to fight and frontline yourself. And in this particular instance, the Shadow Shaman will help fulfill that. But they are going to be playing this into the Tiny now. Cryptic, you were calling for this hero in the last game or game 1? It was last game as well, where it's like there's options for this Tiny. There's no IO picked just yet, obviously, but do you still see them maybe going back for the IO to try and buttress the strength of this Tiny?
I don't think this time. I think we might be seeing a 5 DP here. Like, the Tiny Death Prophet lane is actually really, really strong. So it might be a 5 DP. They can take it off lane. They can take it mid. You don't really see it mid anymore, to be honest. But I think 5 DP Tiny is pretty dang good enough in terms of the lane. It's what makes the Death Prophet pick so good right now, is that it is flexible. So they can do whatever they want with it. Will they go back for IO? Probably not, but it is still an option.
See, there's still a lot of options left in the draft here. I would have loved to see. It's interesting to me that they ban out this Grimstroke when they have Pango. Always love to see that hero being given some of that extra juice with the Inkswell, but we'll see. What did they play last game for QIQX? They had the Tusk, right? So I doubt they'll play Tusk with Pango. But I think the idea and the notion of a advancing support would be great, but turns out that idea is not what they're going to be going for here, Drag and Drop. IO is going to emerge. We do not know what the partner is for the IO, but presumably iG Vitality are a little bit tired of having to deal with these relocates. They're like, all right, it's our turn now. You know, you get Death Prophet. At the very least, let us get IO.
Yeah, we're taking the time to think about it too, like probably debating, all right, do we want the IO ourselves or do we just ban it here? But then they decided to get rid of the Bloodseeker, which is one of the one-stop shop counters up against the Pangolier. It doesn't always work because Pango can build the Lincoln Sphere, and but on the flip side, he has to build the Lincoln Sphere, right? So otherwise he doesn't get to play its hero. So might as well just take it out and prevent the IO from helping out this Tiny. Yeah, which not the worst thing in the world right now. You have now the sustaining support, and then Shadow Shaman can provide that initiation and lockdown and pushing power. So they're covering a lot of boxes here as Dandelion. Now they're the ones getting the Tusk and Skyrath Mage. That's a bit different.
There's a lot of damage, is what it is. So it's pretty good at dealing with Shadow Shaman as well, and the Pangolo, because Pango is not a hero that like builds an early Yules or a BKB. He typically relies on his spell kit, right, for tankiness, and Skyrath Mage can just silence you. So it actually forces Pango to play a little bit differently, which is a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually kind of like the Skyrath pick here. The Tusk, I'm curious if they want to run this core, but it will probably end up just being the 4.
That could still be
Most
mid.
likely end up being the 4. Could also be mid, but the way the draft is panning out right now, I'm not sure they're going to want to expend it on a mid at the very, or on a support at the very end in the 3rd phase here. Interesting thing about the Skyrath Mage, they haven't actually played it before on the side of Dandelion in this patch, but the hero is enjoying 100% win rate here in Division 2. Obviously, they have some degree of setup with the Tusk being able to ensure that heroes cannot escape the big magical burst. But the thing I'm really concerned about is, like you mentioned, Ricky, the silence. Until Pango gets access to the Aghanim Shot and or BKB, just really annoying to try and move into the fight dealing with an insta-silence. Although, at the same time, I'm saying that they do have a little bit of issues with their initiation here. It's pretty much only this Tuskar that's going to be able to get forward until... I mean, Tiny's going to be playing the safe lane, right? I don't think he'll buy Blink Dagger. I saw a Blink Dagger Tiny yesterday in South America, but that Tiny was being played from the mid lane. Highly doubt that that's going to be the option for them. But I'm curious here, the matchup between this Tiny and the Razor. We've obviously seen Razor not have the best of times against the Tiny in that regard, but this game he has an IO. Is that going to make any kind of difference here, Dragon Drop, in his fortunes playing into these advanced heroes like the Tiny and the DP?
Well, you always have the chance for relocate save, you know. I think that's might be what saves you if the IO is not the one gone on himself. Like Tiny is one of these heroes that can be an absolute monster even without that extra help himself, just because he has so much burst damage and he transitions into a crazy amount of right click damage. You know, just get a bit of attack speed and just the natural growth that he has, literally. Just makes him into a carry to be reckoned with if he gets to right click a little bit. So it's going to be a lot on iG Vitality to try and kite him around. They have some of the tools for it, not just with the IO, but mostly the Shadow Shaman and the Pangolier. But can Dandelion in turn, they have some ways to deal with them. So it's going to be a bit rough. It's not a free game for iG Vitality by any means.
Let's see, what's still remaining? Yeah, you want to say it again?
I do think we're likely to see Pango offlane here with the Razor mid, based on the bans. Like, those are probably the things that make the most sense.
Yep.
But that means they have to pick some... Well, that being said, Dandelion have actually banned out 2 mid heroes. The TA, I guess you can flex, but the Queen of Pain ban makes me think that they're running the Razor mid, because that is like one of the worst matchups for the Razors, the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
I guess it's not great for the Pango either, so it does kind of depend. They could pick... They can flex a lot of these heroes here, which is really important. Ban the Storm Spirit makes a lot of sense.
Okay. This actually might be them setting up for something else into the mid lane, because these bans also make sense to try and protect the IO. These mid heroes that can get very quickly to the back lines, blow it up. So I could still see them running like safe lane Razor, off lane Pango, and then something else for the mid lane. Brewmaster coming out for the Dandelion Esports Club. That is pretty great. Buttresses their team fight. It's a hero that can get in for you. You will be able to toss up either Razor and or IO in the middle of the fight, prevent them from having the full combo between the two of them. And it's just more magic damage available. There's a huge heaping of it on the side of Dandelion Esports Club, but it gives you the control that you needed as well. That was a little bit lacking up until this point. So this is cool. This is nice. Is this core Brewmaster though, our Cryptic, as we see the Morphling tech emerging for the side of iG Vitality, which is presumably going to be the safe lane hero for Ukyo?
Yeah, I mean, the Brewmaster here, the reason it's so good is you needed a Vessel Builder on your team, and Brewmaster is one of the best in the patch. On top of it, he makes Shadow Shaman and IO's lives like actually miserable because he's just gonna throw one of the cores into the air and then just kill your supports. Like this is such a rough game to play as a shaman, like into this brewmaster. You have to get the jump on this hero if you want to actually win these fights. But we'll see if they can actually do it. This last pick brew is so sick.
Yeah, probably one of the best heroes that they could have gotten in this situation. Is SJ picking it up? Huh.
SJ on the brewmaster, so
okay.
support. Okay, this is going to be
Tusk then. So
Yeah.
ZC Tusk in the mid lane. All right. That means
Like
a
I
much
said,
more exciting time.
It's not impossible.
Does that
It's,
change how you all feel
quite
about the
promising.
brewmaster pick now that you know that it's a support rather than the core?
He's still going to provide the control, right? He's just going to have a much tougher time getting towards that Aghanim Scepter, unless they want to give him some
I think
space.
I think he will still go the Spirit Vessel this game. But can you get a Vessel on the 5? Like, someone needs a Vessel this game, so it's either going to be DP or Tusk maybe.
Yeah,
Tusk needs to get to like his bracers, like phase boots, like BKB, like really early.
Well, core Tusk, not something that we see every day, but we've been seeing it more and more often as the days have been going by. And we will now see whether or not Dandelion Esports Club can utilize its strength to get into Division 1, or if it's going to be the Razor on the side of Butterfly Effect and the classic Ukiyo Morphling that allows Invictus Gaming Vitality to stay in Division 2. We're going to figure it out together with Drag and Drop and Arc Cryptic. Take it away, boys. Let us know the future. Give us the destiny of these squads, and we'll see you after the game.
It's gonna be a fun one, man. I'm excited. Like the Dandelion draft, I think is still a little bit better personally, but I don't know. What do you think, Dragon Drop?
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
The tips are already out, dude. All right, let's go. This is what I like to see.
It's gonna have continuity between the games.
There's a lot of salt on the field here. I don't know.
The one question that I have is about this Morphling. You know, if he can turn into this monster where he can just operate independently for the most part, where you can just go in, just take out the Skyroth. But then again, it's not the same Morphling as it used to be. Like, E-Blade is not great on the hero anymore, is it?
Yeah, you don't
So
go
you don't
E-Blade
have
on
that
this hero
cut
anymore. No reason to. You just fight. And, I think that's, like, the correct way to play the hero. I think E-Blade being used on, like, right-clicking carries was very awkward. Shouldn't have existed. And now it's just a casting item, which I like a lot.
QIQX, slow down the shots.
That is one heck of a shard block.
And
First
he
blood goes to
claims
the
the
mid
first
laner.
blood.
That's about as good as it gets.
Well deserved too.
Stranger's got to be careful. He cannot hang out up here for this.
He is doing that though, and he's not getting the bounty though. 3 for Dandelion actually. Beyond also snagging one up on the other side. Great start for Dandelion. Pause 5 Brew up top, up against Pangolier and Io. So Pango should be fine here. Normally he's a hero that can be abused quite a bit. Doesn't have a ton of regen, but Io obviously fixes that. So should be able to sustain just well enough up here up against this Brewmaster.
I think the Brew is still going to go for the Urn. He's got the Ring of Protection already in his pocket. So it is going to be a slow Urn compared to like what you'd normally see out of like a core Brewmaster. But I imagine that's where he's headed this game. Dude, Tiny just denied 3 here creeps in that lane with the tree toss.
Damn.
Or tree grab.
Well, LG's
I guess we
gonna
have
try and
Taco lane's bottom lane, a
match
lot of aggression being dealt already just from the Skyrath Mage and the Death Prophet.
Skyrath Mage is so annoying to play against. His range is crazy, it is slow, you can't even run away.
Yeah, I lost to a scripting Skyrath Mage today. It was very cool.
Great.
That was fun.
Keo. At the very least he has the wand already. So the
Yeah,
spam
this has
will
become
keep it
the
up.
like standard build for Morphling nowadays. Just triple Iron Branch, Magic Wand, and you just send Tangos out on your first courier.
Yep.
It's quite funny. It's just basically 9 all stats when you factor in the attribute shifts, which is pretty good.
Oh, QAQX
Shadow
though.
Shaman. That might be first blood. Or I guess
Blocked by some creep. The nukes. There we go. He got him.
Nice reach there.
Second blood being drawn.
Yep. Pretty good start for Dandelion. I mean, these lanes, they're strong.
Yeah. The only one that perhaps isn't as strong is this mid lane, just because you're melee hero up against Razor, so he should be doing just fine. It doesn't mean that Tusk can't get CS, like he's doing well enough for the moment, has the bottle to sustain himself. And the thing is, like, Tusk is not the hero that can really... Like, kind of guess depends on build. Like, if you max eye shots, you can also farm jungle camps, but not nearly as fast as some of the other mid-heroes would. But what you can do is rotate to the side lanes quite effectively instead of for kills.
The Shadow Shaman has like wanted to salve up this Morphling twice, but he can't because Scarth Mage just keeps throwing spells at him, and now he has to salve himself instead, so he's gonna have to bring another one out here to the lane fairly soon. When you play against the Scarth, it just feels so bad because you like need so many. You have to spend so much money on regen, and then you have to buy raindrops as well, and you're just like, I just want to build items, but instead I'm just wasting my money.
Because raindrops are not going to last for that long, you know, they're just gone immediately. That's not an insignificant amount of gold.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's basically like 600 HP still, so like worth of healing, quote unquote. So it's a lot more efficient than like buying 4 salves, but
it is efficient, but it feels really bad if it's being triggered by an 86 mana arcane bolt.
Yeah, seriously.
Super low commitment is that by itself is not going to be enough beyond too low to really keep chasing him. But Kyo constantly being pressured.
Dude, this bottom lane is getting owned.
Yeah.
Beyond is having a great time.
Oh, the courier dies now too. Well,
yeah, this is rough. This bottom lane is not going to get much better either. Because Scarth Mage is being really careful about casting his spells from Fog, so he's not actually triggering the Magic Stick charge on the Morphling, so he's like... That's like one of the most important things when you play Scarth Mage. Like, you just have to make sure that if you're going to be dumping like Arcane Bolts, to just do it from Fog.
Yep. Well, QIQX. Not sure about this one. 2 points up at Shackles. Not really serving him well. In fact, he just gets killed. That was very obvious. It's like he wanted to die there.
I mean, if I was in this lane playing as that Shadow Shaman, I would. I'd be like, alright, get me out. I don't want to play this game anymore. This sucks.
Whoops, I died. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, I guess I have to go back to Fountain and go somewhere else, like mid lane.
Yes. Ooh. Sorry, guys.
Whoa, my gosh. Tusk actually... Like, this is the... I'm going to call small play police here. Tusk is so smart. He saw the TP coming in mid lane, he predicted it, and just shard blocked off the, like, TP location so that he couldn't refill bottle on the Razor.
Yeah. Well, that makes us play a little bit less pointful. What's the opposite of pointless? It's not pointful, I'm pretty sure.
Purposeful?
Purposeful, there we go. That's
maybe?
It's just a waste now, you know?
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Stranger
a lot of
half
vision
health
being
off of one
planted
spell.
in the Dandelion jungle here, and he actually gets a sentry that's going to get both of these wards in a moment.
Oh man.
Haste Rune top. He's going to snowball in for this. Yeah, he has to deny it.
Yeah, Stranger gets it. Nice shot block though. ZZ will still die though. Shaman coming in, but that's a lot of damage stolen with the ultimate still going in as well from Razor.
Yeah, Tusk had literally 1 damage, so that was not going to go super well for him. And now they turn their attention to trying to take these stacks. He only has 2 points Plasma Field. I don't know if he can do this yet.
They can't. They can't. They're also being watched as a defensive observer here from Dire, so let's check those stacks. Still this Radiant wards on both of those high grounds though. have to keep on as they go on
Shaman.
QIQX in mid, trying to burst him down. Not quite doing it though. Now the Shackle's in tower range. Tusk is just gonna die again. ZC.
Yeah, you can't do that. You definitely can't do that.
Are fortified.
Oh man.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You're only level 6 on the Tusk so far, so you don't have a ton of damage. It's not like you have like phase boots or like a blight zone or anything, so your Walrus Punch doesn't do that much damage yet either. Yeah, ends up
Space
dying.
bottom, I
That
guess.
being said, beyond doing Death Prophet things and taking a tower,
Off of the first level 1 Nexus is not just something that didn't used to be possible. Now it's par for the course is, well, Razor. It's level 7 now. They need to kick him out of this jungle. As damage being drained from Summer. Can't quite stop that one. The TP out. As well, can't cancel
oh,
that.
that's a good Rolling Thunder.
Really good one's gonna kill SJ. Clean up a few of these creeps. Nice silence on the follow, bit of a punch up. And that might be Pangolier dying in turn. Finds a swashbuckler, but a snowball to keep up with him. With an exchange here. Some are also getting the most of these creeps, I do believe. So, not a huge
I think a
loss
lot
on
of them
that
went to
second.
Pango, but at the end of the day, he's still pretty okay. Getting the big creeps there is not too bad. And it's not like he's having a bad game either. He's second on the net worth, just behind his offlane Death Prophet. So, still so far at this point of the game, Dandelion's pretty happy with how this is going.
Also like this DP going for the Lotus Orb. Pretty useful against the Shaman.
You need it, yeah. Need it against Shaman. This is one of like the most important items, right? Like, you just put it on your hero who's up in the front, and if Shaman doesn't have a BKB, he can't shackle. So,
Yep.
I don't know how many times I like see Shadow Shamans get like they get kind of away with way too much in a game because no one builds a Lotus Orb. Top lane Summer gonna go for the TP out, and he's fine.
No way to cancel that at this moment. Roll was still on cooldown for a few seconds, so heads up play from him there. Question is, what can Dandelion do with that? There's gonna be another exorcism in 10 seconds. They could perhaps make a play on mid. Beyond wants to rotate.
I think they're just looks like they're gonna let the tower go down here, and Brewmaster's gonna try and soak some XP maybe. That was only level 3 on this 5 position Brewmaster. He does have the urn completed, like we were talking about. Meanwhile, mid lane. Okay, looking like they're just having a little bit of fun and might regret it.
There's no signs available. It's on cooldown here, but there's some reinforcements coming in perhaps, but beyond deciding against it. ZC staying alive surprisingly long. He's going to go onto Ukio before he finally falls another right click. It's a full 5-man lineup here from iG.V to ensure this kill.
Yeah, they bring 5 mid for this. Really smart.
Hanging around though, Avalanche, bit of a toss. They don't want to try and go for the long range kill on Shadow Shaman, but quite enough nuke power. At least they do keep this tower standing. But ZC kind of struggling a little bit again, and starting to get a bit worried about that, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he's just queuing up the Ags instead of just going for like a BKB. Sometimes you like can get away with going like an early BKB on this hero if you're like kind of snowballing the lane and you can just like play aggressive with it. But looks like they really want to be able to have the kind of disjoint in the team fight that the Aghanim Scepter provides.
Yeah. Well, there's an exorcism for the tower though, so a quick clean
Really
kill
good.
on that.
Good old Death Prophet. Speaking of BKBs, Razor queues his up. He is about halfway there. A little over halfway at this point. So we'll be getting his fairly soon.
They look at Tiny and he's just going for a moonshot. Come on,
Oh
man.
my gosh, he really is.
Who's the last
Dude,
time you
this-
saw that?
This is a sick build. I don't care what anyone says. This is the sickest Tiny build I have ever seen. If he goes Moonshard, I am all for it.
Alright. They're gonna go in mid though. Pangolier blocked off. Killed. Not just yet. What? The stick charges are pretty strong as it turns out. It's a bit of tick damage from Cinnabrew, but not enough to. Oh, that last.
You have to roll. He has
Shots!
to- I was like, he has to ult for this. But yeah, he's dead. Stuck around too long. And they're going to smoke. They actually have Brew Split now, so this is a huge timing for them. They can play around this. Throwing the IO up into the air or throwing the Razor up into the air, vice versa, whatever they want to do here. But they've got plenty of damage between these heroes here to try and pick them off. And there it is. Ward for Vision. Tusk for the snowball in.
Yep, beautiful
Beautiful catch
as well.
there already.
Stranger's dead, and now no way out for Razor. He is. There are a couple of stuns being thrown, but where's the damage? Beyond coming in now, a couple more regulars with Brew Control. They'll be able to finish up the lightning person. That's LG.
Oh, nice shards. That's funny.
Well, kind of blocking them off here. Skyro staying alive for that much longer. QX was super low, but controlling up ZC all the same. It's 2 for 3, I guess, with the IO already respawning. SJ not out of the woods yet either, though. That'll equalize that more.
That was a good fight for both teams. I think a little bit favoring the side of Dandelion just because Tiny is just free farming. Yeah. He didn't have to show up for this fight, but the Morphling actually got a lot out of this. Like, he was one of the biggest benefactors, got a ton of XP, doing a lot of damage here. Question is if they can get the mid tower, because this is a big deal. They need to get this tower.
Getting up just
yet. Look like they will. Dude, he's actually going the Moon Shard. He's got it. I am so happy right now. I love this build. This is the sickest Tiny build I have ever seen.
He's hitting so fast. It's crazy.
Dude, when he has Shard, this dude is going to farm insanely fast. Summer is the innovator, dude. I don't care what anyone says. Best carry in China right now.
Oh, man.
Just treads Moon Shard. Unbelievable.
I mean, you gotta do something if you don't have an IO to overcharge you, right? If you don't want to spend 4 seconds for a right click. Alright, what about this Razor though? He's about to pick up his BKB and 500 gold, give or take. Do you see them trying to be more active with him and to relocate then?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think like the Razor's BKB is like a pretty big timing because the Tusk doesn't have like as much free reign in these fights. I don't know if it's going to make the biggest difference in the world. It's mostly just going to be like Brewmaster ults and he can like press BKB and still fight rather than just being thrown into the air. Because like the previous fight, it was the Shadow Shaman. Like he tried to run in and just gets instantly cycloned while they chase down the Razor. But now that he has BKB, if they're able to just split and throw him in the air before the BKB comes out, it's actually so easy for them to play this game.
Yep.
This Pango top. Okay, he has Rolling Thunder. Yeah, good call from him.
Just rolling on out of there. No care in the world. Tier 1 mid still standing now, 15 minutes in. Always very nice to hold on to that for as long as you possibly can.
Come on, Summer. He's got the shard coming out. This is the moment of truth. I just want to see this guy start just demolishing creeps. That's what I like to see. Mid lane? Nothing really going on here.
Let's keep looking back at Summer. Ancients, forget about it.
Who needs an Echo Saber when you just have like an extra 140 attack speed?
So the team is, though, away from him, smoked up. Now the smoke will break. Pangolier, does he have enough damage for him? Well, not quite. Does find the jump down. Someone follow him. Now the Brewmaster ult being committed. It's down to ZC to finish the kill, but it doesn't have enough damage. It's a bit awkward here. Skyroth straight up TPing out. So does ZC.
Yeah, Pango's a
We're just kidding, guys. We didn't actually want to fight you there. Don't worry about it. I needed Skyroth a little bit closer for the follow-up control damage, I think.
Dire structures are
Alright.
Tiny is such a dumb hero. There's no hero in Dota you can get away with doing this, if I'm honest. Unbelievable.
I think you're right. Smoke will break now. They get packs on the Brewmaster. As Beyond caught on the side, also to protect him a little bit.
He's got Exo.
As, yeah, they could pop that at any time. For now, they're just perfectly happy to walk away.
Dude, this Lotus Orb is such an issue for the side of iG.V. Like, there's so many times they've been able to go for like an initiation or a catch, and then he just Lotus Orbs himself and walks in, and they just can't do anything about it.
There's LG with another roll. Going for the Skyrock Mage here. He's actually pushed down to the low ground. It's
Great silence.
kind of make him alive a little bit longer, but not long enough as that's in the front. And caught out. Meanwhile, the X isn't being used. Beyond coming in to try and help and maybe trade, but no one's really low to be snagged up yet. Summer, no way into the fight really to do damage unless they want to go in. Right,
they've got to find a way to get the IO.
Cross combo. All being kept alive on his ball of light.
LG? Ah, they're fine. Yeah, Exo, not doing much of anything. I mean, they committed a lot here to try and defend this tower. Ends up not being worth it as they get the tower anyway, and they get no kills as well. So 2 for nothing, plus a tower. Really well done by iG.V.
Yep. Great intricate dance there from them.
Dire's middle tower.
Pushing just enough to threaten and do damage without really overextending. Speaking of overextending,
that's a good kill.
Skyrock going down. Tiny is going for the BKB, so that'll allow Summer to just walk in and actually bring this right click to bear on heroes and not just creeps.
Yeah, I mean, he'll just get snowballed in by Tusk, I'm sure. That'll be fine. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. Eventually he'll have, like, Silver Edge and stuff after it, but he is farming incredibly well.
Speaking of Tusk, despite Zetzi not having the best time, he's still closing in on that Agnum Scepter, and that'll also be quite the upgrade for him. I mean, you don't even have to go in on the Tiny if Tusk kicks somebody to you, right? That might be the plan going forward. Just kick somebody in, isolate them from a team into the Tiny or the Skyrock Burst. This is where Dandelion will really come into their own in the team fight department. Still gonna be a bit rough to make that happen without a Blink Dagger. That might be next on the list for the Tusk.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
iG Vitality, they don't quite have the pace that they were aiming for in the previous games. Is QX just there alone?
They are going to get the first Roach here, which is pretty important. There's not really anything you can do on the side of Dandelion to contest this. Like, you do want to get your BKB on your Tiny. Fighting into the pit, into like Rolling Thunder is just way too much, so... They got the BKBs coming out very soon from both Death Prophet and Tiny. Tusk just finished up his Agnum Scepter, now going for the Blink, so... They have plenty of stuff to protect high ground with. They're not worried about that at all. This is going to end up just kind of being a farming Aegis here, so that the Morphling can play a little bit more aggressive without getting caught or dying somewhere, as top lane Manta Style had just got delivered, so a dodge out that first damage from the Skyrock Mage.
Yeah. Just made a quick decision to TP out after he saw that. Just almost died there. So Relocate also came in to try and facilitate that. Deadline, they do not want to run headfirst into them right now. Alright, Blink Dagger also queued up for the Tiny as the BKB is on the way now. iG.V electing to threaten that top tier 2. After walls, should have dropped them. Cliff to try and keep the catapult alive. And they are actually able to.
They're getting a lot of damage onto this tier 3, or tier 2. Sorry.
Yeah, this is
Scan perfectly done on the backside.
What a fight though. Smoked up in the back. They leading the charge. The tower's dead already. The Brewmaster pit comes through, so does the roll. You find a way in. The shot doesn't actually block off. She just kicks him away.
Yeah.
Oh man, strange
the
experience of dying. Skyrock, yeah, off to the side, isolated and killed. This Brew Split, not really doing much. Apart from being a bit annoying, but this is where the fight really starts. Trying to bring down something here with a buyback from Skyrock. Silence over on Pangos. Trying to burst on QYQX. Stranger keeping him alive. Couple more spells flying. Summer trying to find a way in, but he's missing a quarter of his damage, more or less. But doesn't stop them here. Toss forward, beyond still trapped by the shots. Now, not the ideal situation, but they've already gotten 2. They're looking for more. Stranger, too slow, no way out. A kick back here on Razor. This is what they were talking about.
Oh my
1, 2,
lord.
3, 4, and okay, no way.
All right, Dandelion's hit critical mass now. Here we are.
Yeah.
This is funny. Good stuff. You know, yeah, you damage drain 170 damage off of any other hero in the game, and you'd probably be like, well, I'm going to have to back out, right? Not Tiny.
Not Tiny.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Mass disconnect. Unlucky. Yeah, Tiny's just, you know, luckily has 380 base damage, so he's able to continue fighting.
Don't think you have to disconnect on your entire team because of that fight, but...
Oh my gosh.
That's
I mean,
quite some
the
big
Tusk is just so good in these long fights too. You know, with the Walrus kick, we see that right there. Like the Pango can't actually do anything in Rolling Thunder. You just get punted away from the Tusk. And as the fight continues, you know, Razor tries to disengage. You can't actually run from Tusk.
Yeah.
It is quite funny.
It's really awkward the way that fight started, just with the Brew Split kind of being thrown in, and they were just waiting that out, being tossed into the air at the same time. Dandelion was also didn't really have an angle across this this cliff top to really take advantage of that themselves. But then ultimately, with the buyback from Skyrov as well, they just had enough of an advantage here with the cooldowns and with the angles to be able to just start killing off people one by one. The moment that's the lineup falters from iG Vitality, we saw what happens. You can't just run away.
Yeah. Not anymore. So things get a little hard for Dandelion, or I'm sorry, for iG.V. They are going to pick up either an AC or a Shiva's on the Razor. Both are really good this game. He does need it for sure. My guess would probably just be AC. And Morphling tune up the Eye of Scotty for himself. Very good at being able to try and kite around this Tiny, but that dude, if he finds you, you are so dead. Another disconnect here, unfortunately, for iG.V. Clearly having some problems.
Yeah. That also doesn't help, you know, if you start to have internet issues on top of that. Just, doesn't really help you stay focused in the game, you know, if you have to deal with these kind of things. But yeah, Tiny went back towards the Silver Edge. It's a lot more valuable item for core Tinies, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a not so, or a pretty underrated portion of Moonshard, I think, is like the bonus night vision. Unironically, pretty good on any hero, just having that extra 400 vision to play with when it is nighttime.
Yeah. Vision wins games sometimes.
It does. I keep saying that, like, you know, for no particular reason, the hero Ricky needs a buff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm so tethered to this hero. But I was thinking it would be like a really on theme, like, buff to the hero to just add night vision to his ult. Similar to like how Luna's like a lunar blessing provides night vision. Just give Ricky like 3, 6, 9 in terms of like bonus night vision on his ult. I think it'd be a cool little buff for the hero. Because he's like a stealth assassin who plays in the night, and he has like base night vision for some reason. It's very odd.
Yeah, it would make some sense lore-wise, I guess. But then again, if that would lead to more Rikis being picked, yeah. I'm not sure how many other Riki fans there are, to be quite honest.
That hero is so cool, and he has been unplayable for like 9 years. Like,
so
he hasn't been competitive in Dota for like 9 years.
Yeah.
Like, he shouldn't exist in the game at this point. Like, he's less competitive than Techies was. That's how bad this hero was. Like, I actually just don't know why. Like, they just forgot he exists.
I mean, maybe it's just one of these things where if you build a hero around invisibility, that's something that everyone knows how to counter. on the high levels.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's if you build a hero around that, then there's always going to be that disadvantage, quote unquote.
Yeah. I kept saying he needs to stop being as much like so much of a it's terrible base hero, because like he has the worst stat gain in all of Dota, and he has the worst agi gain of all agi heroes, and like the 5th lowest agi gain in the entire game, or something like that. Yeah, he has like one of the worst agi gains in the entire game, and it's all because like it's a really fine balance with the backstab multiplier having a bunch of extra agi. And I was like, just make him more of like a regular hero stat wise, so that he doesn't suck so much. Like, and then make him less like a cheese hero, similar like how Broodmother got treated over the years.
It's got 2.6 strength gain, but 1.4 agi gain. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's one of the worst in the game.
It is crazy. It's also crazy is going up the high ground with no vision, like Brewmaster's right here.
Yeah. Anyway, he's just tanking the gank, for his bottom lane cuss.
Yep. Guys, I found them.
He did get a good ward down. Actually, this is one of my favorite wards that has been getting plays pretty.
Oh, man.
I like this one a lot.
Right smack dab in the middle of the river. Yeah. No one's dewarding that one anytime soon.
No one ever deward. It's like you can't commit a sentry to deward it. It's not worth it. But it's a really good ward. Smoke did pop on the Razor here as they head up, and they've got vision of Beyond.
They know Beyond pops the
instant
BKB here, and PP's out. Okay.
Good call to just leave. Tiny's gonna do the same
as well. All right.
A little bit of a misplay on the Shaman there. Maybe he got like fogged on the tree or something for just a split second, and couldn't get the Hex off. It's hard to say.
Well, Deadline get away with it. It's again not really forced into full engagement here when the Aegis was still around. So. iG Vitality is still getting some map control off of that, farming the Dire jungle, like kind of forcing Dandelion to move away from them. Not play a bit scared here in this case of the Skyrath.
Radiant's bottom tower
Might actually get another D ward here. Just got a sentry delivered, and there's a high ground ward here that he can take care of. Yeah, that's QYQX. Ah, it's fine, guys. They have no vision in the river.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's what I'm saying.
Don't worry
It never
about it.
gets dewarded. No one ever put the sentry that covers this region.
Yeah.
It's such a fun ward to place.
Like, even if you don't put the sentry up on the high ground, you'd put it closer to the rune spot, just to cover those other high ground areas.
Very good. We can talk a little bit about the Razor. He did just buy a casual plate mail. That is it. Now he's going for the refresher here. So the double BKB, double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link, the classic Razor build here.
Yep.
Shaman. That is very scary, sir. I don't know. Instant smoke actually from Dandelion here. Wow.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Something wrong with the indicator because it says Razor has 10 armor for me.
Yeah, it bugs.
10.
It says the same thing for me. He does have the plate mail, so it's 10 plus 10.
Okay. Very
good. 20 for the math challenge people out there.
Yes. Coming from an NA person, that's actually quite a sick burn.
I'd have to clarify for Neff sometimes, honestly. Just to make sure he's aware of the numbers.
Let's pray for the best here. Both teams were smoked up, Dandelions has expired, but they're sitting on the high ground here. Not quite.
They're just out of vision on the side of Dandelion here.
The smoke will break.
They are both so close to each other, and they know it, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. They know, but they don't know precisely, not enough to initiate off.
They're just gonna go. They want to fight. They don't have the vision though, and this is gonna be very difficult for them to play around.
Yeah. Smoke will break, they'll realize, alright, vision was up there, LG can't really make it up. What the hell? Shaman!
And sometimes you get punted into the enemy team and die. It's pretty funny.
Yep.
Io caught by the tornado into the hands of the Tiny. So very cool. And he's looking for more. He's got another Cyclone ready. He can force the DKB out of the Razor maybe.
The kick on Morphling here slowed down, but there's no follow-up here. Yeah, essentially, as I said, force the BKB instead. LG silenced up to protect ZC as the ultimate. I don't see the Skyro ultimates.
Yeah, it's a spectator. It's actually not even a spectator bug. It's been just a bug in the game for like a year and a half now, where like Mystic Flare just will not show up. Like the actual animation for it is just gone. I don't
It's
know
not
what
important
caused
anyway,
it.
right? It's just tons of damage that you need to dodge.
It's just like 1,000 damage nuke or something. It's fine.
God damn it. Finding all the bugs right here in this game.
Yeah, it's been in the game for a very long time, but I don't know how it just hasn't been fixed. Oh, he's going. Do it, Tusk. Oh, he's not going. And this deep ward is paying dividends right now for the side of Dandelion, but another smoke in from Vitality. Dude, these teams just want to brawl, man.
Yep. And there's a Shaman, but silenced up immediately again. Try and burst him down. Okay, yep. Just snap him.
Ready to watch Pango get, like, removed from the game? Bonk.
Kicking around. Almost strapped him in the shots here, but there's no way out for him. Silenced up, snowball on top, couple fish punches, couple tree punches.
Good stuff.
All the punches in Worlds. Exorcism still going for a little bit. They can't quite get Roach with it because the big boy has not respawned yet.
Who
So
needs
at least,
a Grimstroke or a Bloodseeker to counter the Pango when you can just pick the Tusk?
Let's kick him around. Lol.
He was aiming for the cliff. You know, he almost got it, too. He was aiming for the cliff, but didn't quite get it.
Shaman.
My Shadow Shaman.
Three times in a row, but he just dies.
Yeah. It's just so scary now. Like, this Tiny does a ton of damage with this Silver Edge. He's on his way to a
No reason for
Satanic.
him to be that far forward if he has a blink, right?
He was gonna go try and put a ward down.
Middle tower
Like,
has
Yeah,
the ward in, like, the center of the lane there, it's always really value. They're gonna back for the Roshan. They have Exo? No, but it's still not up. It was a super long Roach. It was like 2.5 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
dire structures are fortified.
I have to hold
Tower is under attack.
Primal Split? Not really, no.
Radiant are scared.
It's Skyroth is the chosen one. Just sitting inside the
big
pit.
Rotation coming, and SJ's just here to burn it. There it is.
It's created. Roshan's respawn, they know about it instantly. So this Brew Split, not as much of a waste as you might think. Like, he can screen for IG Vitality for a little bit more.
Going
but
for
they
the
have
wraparound
yet
stance
another
catches.
LG, they see him, blinking forward into the silence. Precast, Summer finishes him off. Damage is
my
being drained.
gosh.
Doesn't matter. Stranger trying to keep himself alive beyond runs him down. Somebody's even giving them about the damage drain. The Master dead. The shots not quite blocking anything off.
He's still 182 damage. He's still got 420 to work with. No big deal. Yeah, that is unreal.
man.
I don't know how this hero is in Dota right now. Oh,
Go silence
nice
again,
BKB
but you get the X up on Summer. He's still alive though, Lotus also protect him, and now another toss. He needs to leave though to kick away from the Razor. Keep Summer safe. Stranger tries
the
to
silence
CP
caught
out.
Io.
That was never gonna work out.
You know,
Let's see, man. What a player.
this whole game, he has been kicking heroes, you know, into his team. He finally kicks the Razor away, and it's the impact, like, cannot be stated. Summer 100% was dead there if it wasn't for that. Now Summer's about to have a Satanic, so good luck killing this hero once he has it.
This one Tiny just is
This is a fun game to watch. Like at the end of the day, like this is a very enjoyable game to watch. It is hilarious.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, is there a possibility of the game not being enjoyable when there's a task with axe involved? I don't think there
Maybe.
is. He also got the shot now, which makes the eye shots very long, which also is hilarious. Can draw all new pictures with that. Yeah, deadline, fresh ages. All you need to do is just push down some lanes and probably go straight high ground here. There's a glyph available for Vitality to help them out with that, but how do they win a team fight now? LG, like, he needs to roll in.
Tiny also just like will kill your building in like 10 auto attacks, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Gotta roll in.
Whoa,
And
he
what?
canceled his
What happened?
roll.
What?
He got shard trapped and like knew he was in trouble. Was just gonna try and end it and run, like swash away, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't work out. Kind of the Skyrock, I mean, his silence as well was just pre-cast. Just a tie game on like a Kango or Shaman, whatever they blinked into. Yeah, the base not gonna last long when it's a big old tree hammering away at the buildings. It's just sitting there, not even hitting it across the cliff. There's nothing they can do about it. It's a 5% brew with just the Agnum Scepter. Didn't feel the need to go for a Spirit Vessel this game.
Yeah, I thought he would too, and instead he's just going to go for the Aeon Disc, make sure he always gets these Primal Splits off, which super valuable. I mean, Brewmaster is just a very impactful hero as long as he gets Primal Split off. So we've already seen it in the fights. It's super annoying for him to deal with, just either cycloning up like the Morphling or one of the supports, or even the Razor. But like, you have two heroes on the side of Dandelion who just remove two heroes from the team fight. Like, you have Tusk who's just gonna kick someone away, or you have like the Brewmaster who's just gonna cyclone someone, and then you just have this Tiny who can literally do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
It's a fun draft to watch.
In some ways, Tiny also just removes someone from a team fight very quickly.
Yeah, if he, you know, hits him with
just
his
kill
stick,
him.
they get deleted.
Error 404, hero not found. That's what appears on the screen at that point. That's the last lane of Rex under threat, so this is the last fight perhaps for iG Vitality. They need to pull out something out their hats here. Perhaps the Hex to start with. It's good, but the load is protecting further. LG.
Yeah, like, Zetsy's been so on point at dealing with this Pango, it's unbelievable.
Now is dead. Defensive Shaman Woods. Don't you have to really engage with those? Just jump forward. He just gets tossed out of a swashbuckle. He's dead. Shaman falls. The block.
Who cares backdoor protection, dude? Tiny's just gonna kill it anyway.
Yeah. Well, kinda low. As long as the lasers fall back on throughout all of this, they can just easily go back in. Zetsy. Alright. That lift lasted a little bit longer.
Target. He's looking. He's hungry. Yeah, the Skyrock particles just not being in the game is so bad. I can't believe it's still like this.
The sound right now, but not for long, as Kyo does back the loop. Trying to turn into Tiny, try and get his power, but that's not quite how it works. Not for this hero.
Well, they got Megas. 32,000 gold lead here, 36 minutes into the game. And there it is. There they are. That's what I'm talking about. The 4-player tip onto the mid laner. Yeah.
Keeps from IO.
Very good.
Quality entertainment right here, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing in on a 1k gold advantage per minute mark. And, universal.
This is why you don't tip in games unless you know you're gonna win. That is rule number 1.
Absolutely. Well, yeah,
They just
can't
tap
call
out.
it.
They actually just GG out. You know it's over.
Can't deal with
Wow.
Megas. They don't have heroes for it. Bit anticlimactic now, but it is inevitable.
Yeah, they like look at the state of the game. They're like, yeah, we don't know. Like, there's no answer for the Tiny at all.
Oof.
The Tusk is just such a nuisance. Like that. Like I said, like their draft is hilarious to watch, and it's ridiculous that it works in the way that it does. But yeah, I mean, Tiny had just the freest game. 8-0-6.
Oof. 806 Tiny. And the thing about said Tiny here, our Cryptic, is not only did he achieve this by having a good game with a very fun draft with the squad, he went for that first item moonshot, right? Take a guess at how much faster. It's obviously the fastest moonshot of all time, right? We all know that. Take a guess how much faster we're talking here in terms of where the average timing is going to be for the fastest ones. How fast do you think it was?
Dude, like I'm trying to think if there's ever been a hero in Dota that would go Moonshard first item, and I don't think there ever has been. So the fastest Moonshard maybe would have probably been around like 22, 23 minutes.
Okay, it's not that slow. The average time on this item in the last year has been about 22 minutes on this. This Tiny here, the fastest before this was Zitrax in 2020, getting it at 14 minutes, 24 seconds. Second fastest before that was 17:54. But today he went 13 minutes, 15 seconds into this moonshot item. Absolutely broke the game apart. And then obviously, to make it even crazier, less than 90 seconds later, he has access to the moonshot and he's going about just dominating the game. It was honestly incredible to watch coming in here from Dandelion Esports Club, and they very much deserve to get themselves into Division 1, which they have guaranteed with this here win. But at the end of the day, it's not just the Tiny. It's not just Major Farm. Everything came together like poetry, but I really want to highlight, and I hate doing this. If you've ever crossed with me, you know I hate talking about core players, but ZC Tusk, Drag and Drop, my God, just my God.
A bit of a rough start, but Tusk is the kind of hero that like he can still do his job. You know, the moment you get that Aghanim Scepter, the hero just changes. The moment you add the blink on top of that, it's just a very powerful initiation, because it's also very different, because you're not bringing yourself to the enemy, not just doing that, you're bringing the enemy to your team, where all the damage is going to come from, and we also saw the saving utility from that. Might see it in highlights going forward, and it's just so incredibly versatile.
Yeah,
and in the right hands, it looks amazing.
Yeah, he did play it super well. Like he clearly has played this matchup into the Pango before, because he made this Pango's life so miserable. Yep. But he got a little overconfident like early on in this game. Like he had a couple deaths he probably shouldn't have had, but seemed to not really matter all that much in the grand scheme of things, because like this is where the game like really kind of turns on its head here. Yep. Dandelion, they get their BKBs off, like they survive the Razor's initiation, and then suddenly it's just like, bomb. Let me introduce you to Tiny again.
This is so frustrating, right? He rolls onto you. He's like, where are you going, fam? Come back. There's still a fight for you to take. Get involved, be a part of this. This was terrifying. This fight here, honestly think that lost them the game. Yet again, we see ZC coming in super, super clutch in this situation. But the thing that really broke this particular fight apart was LG. He went in without utilizing the Rolling Thunder first and foremost. As we're going to see Summer being saved here by ZC. But our Cryptic, why didn't he use the roll? If he rolls into that Roshan pit, this entire game is very different, but the fact that he goes in first, dies immediately, and his team has to try and defend 4v5, like this Pango, it really did feel like he was a little bit off the pace with when and where he was supposed to initiate with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have like the buyback, right? That was like the big deal. Like if he goes in and dies, but he has buyback, like maybe you can say like you can still take the fight. But the fact that he goes in, dies, doesn't have buyback is pretty rough. He did blink into what he thought, because there's like a cubby right in the Roche pit, like on that top corner where you can see outside of the Roche pit, but no one can see you. There's like a few different places on the map that are like this. And that's where he tried to blink, but I think he missed it just slightly by like the couple units off. And that's the only reason he got caught. So yeah, it was just unfortunate for him. He was trying to make a cheeky play and then go for like a Rolling Thunder out probably, but gets caught on the silence. And this is the one thing I was talking about in the draft. Like the silence from Skyrath Mage makes Pango's life so miserable because he doesn't want to build a Yules, he doesn't want to build a BKB, and you can't use Roll Up or Rolling Thunder, right? If the Skyrath catches you. So, yeah, I mean, Pango just had a terrible game. Like, it's not like he played bad. It's just he's playing against Tusk Skyrath. Like, he can't do anything.
I mean, just as an indication of how bad the game ended up being for him, look at these damage numbers. He got out damaged, of course, by the said Skyrath Mage. And just all over the map, it just felt like Dandelion was getting what they needed. This Morphling as well here, Drag and Drop. I know that they wait for this as the last overall pick of the draft. They were depending on Ukyo making this work for the squad, but it just did it? This Morphling just felt so underwhelming practically the entire game here. Never really felt like he actually got a chance to play Dota or actually even look like a carry at all in this particular series.
Yeah, without the E-Blade, just a normal carry, quote unquote, right? We're just like, oh yeah, we gotta build right click. You're gonna have that advantage of being survivable, but none of that matters if your entire team dies around you, and if you don't have a way to really get on top of people and take them out of the fight quickly. That was never really a given. In the way that the draft was shaping up for Dandelion. So it's a pretty rough game for him. Like, he needed to be super far ahead to be a threat up against all the health points here, all of the utility and control. And he just never got to that point.
Well, they never got to that point in the game for IG Vitality, but Dandelion did grab the victory, and they have gotten themselves not just pole position, as you can see on the leaderboard, but they have guaranteed themselves entry into Division 1. So congratulations to Dandelion Esports Club for being able to achieve this feat. Unfortunately, though, we do have to say goodbye to IG Vitality. They have to go back and try and compete once more in the open qualifiers, return and see if they fare better in the upcoming season. Of course, though, it's been a very rough road for them coming to this point. They have been getting slowly but surely slightly better game on game. And our Cryptic, if the form they'd shown in this series against what's arguably, not even arguably, guaranteed the best team in the division, if they'd started the season like this, would they still be staring down the barrel at relegation, or would things look a little bit different for iG.V?
I mean, I saw there was a couple games with like iG.V where I didn't feel like they were actually, that far off of getting a couple more wins. But yeah, there's some things that need to be fine-tuned here, that we might see some roster changes, but for the most part, I think this was probably one of the strongest showings we've had on this team yet.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, we've actually had a slight roster change already. CSJ, the original offlaner for the squad, hasn't been playing the last few series with them, so that could be a situation where they've already decided to make some kind of replacement. Definitely, it has helped them look a little bit stronger, but unfortunately, not strong enough. So they'll be having to make their trek through the open qualifiers yet again. But we're not done with the day of Dota. Dandelion is going up into Div 1. IG Vitality down into the open qualifiers, eliminated from Div 2. However, Shenzhen and Phoenix Gaming, for Shenzhen, their fate is already sealed. We know that come hell or high water, they will be a part of Division 2 next season. For Phoenix Gaming, they unfortunately have a similar predicament to IG Vitality, whereas today is the last time they have to demonstrate that they can still hang with the big boys and stay in the DPC. Drag and Drop, do you think they've got this? Phoenix Gaming hasn't been the easiest road for them, but they've taken some surprising wins. Can they bring this out? Can they stay in the division, or will they be joining iG.V, looking in from outside the club?
Yeah, it's a tough question. I want to believe, because I kind of like the Phoenix boys, but it's going to be rough. Like, if they don't do it now, then it's going to be very hard up against SAG later on down the line. In my heart, I want to believe in them, but my brain says probably not. I want to rate. I want to rank YBB just a little bit higher.
Well, unfortunately as well, Cryptic, Phoenix Gaming do have the unfortunate scenario where they had a default loss already afforded against them, so they necessarily have to win all their remaining games and still hope that YBB drop a series down the line here or there. Do you think that this is possible for them, or are the circumstances just a little bit too difficult for them to combat at this stage?
Excuse me. Great timing. Oh, God. All right. Take the question. I can't speak right now.
Oh, lol. All cryptic busy sneezing. You see that? This is how you know he's a professional broadcaster, right? Instead of being forced to answer a question he doesn't want to, he's like, let's have a young sneezing fit. That way I get to still remain the good guy. He doesn't have to play bad cop. Shout out all cryptic. This is why this man's immortal here. Because he understands how to play the game both in and out of Dota. What a legend, what a guy.
Okay, now that my eyes are sufficiently watering, hit me with that question one more time.
Basically, despite the fact that Phoenix have that default loss against them, is there hope, effectively, for them to be able to make something happen today?
Yeah, I mean, if Shenzhen's not like unbeatable, you know, they're definitely like middle of the pack. So if Shenzhen has like a bad day, you know, Phoenix could pull this one out. Absolutely.
Alrighty, let us see in that upcoming series whether or not that is going to be taking place. But for now, we are going to be taking a short break here. Dandelion Esports Club, first team to go into Division 1. However, stick around for the rest of the week to see who will be joining them and unfortunately who will be joining IG Vitality at the other side of the table in the relegation zone. For now, Snare, All Cryptic, and Dragon Drop will be signing off. Short break, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes and we'll be continuing with the Div 2 hype, continuing with the Spring Tour, and continuing with some more Dota 2 action.
I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Those who wanna play by the rules hand a blast with nothing to obtain. So let's level up to remain. 'Cause I'm done with the waiting. Done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? 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 I'm riding the wave tonight. Gonna try it while the world's bright. Got room for one if that's alright. That's alright. Do you wanna go? 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 Do you wanna go?
wants to play a game.
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent, such sorcery. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the DPC Spring Tour. We're in the Chinese region, still in Division 2, and we're going to be continuing the day's action and the day's hype. We have come now into the second series of the day. We have Shenzhen against Phoenix Gaming, and of course, we've swapped out our casters as well. We've got B-Cop, we've got Nomad, and gentlemen, Nomad, I'm going to start with you. Were you watching the last series by any chance?
I tuned into the last game. Yeah, I was sleeping. You know, it's still early days, but yeah. I mean,
That's weak.
that last game. You know, I'm kind of wondering how iG.V took a game off DEC of Dandelion, because they look pretty damn good on Dandelion for that last game.
Yep. Dandelion really, really good. And Dandelion, because they won, they found themselves getting promoted into Division 1. But B-Cup, on the other side of things, iG.V, sadly, because they lost, found themselves in a relegation spot. And unfortunately, they're not the only ones today who have to be fighting against that particular win. Shenzhen will have at least secured themselves a at least comfortable and decent mid-table finish, you know, doing a young Brentford here. But unfortunately, Phoenix Gaming might be going the way of like a Norwich City, looking like if they lose this game, definitely going to be relegated. So do you think it's going to be playing on their minds, the fact that this might be their last chance to stay in the division?
Definitely. You know, they're also dealing with that penalty of a series loss without playing a series. So it's been tough for them coming out here, getting a little bit of that Sheffield Wednesday treatment when you lose points for no reason. And yeah, they're kind of just struggling to stay up for air. But they've got the Norwich situation, Shenzhen. They're my boys as Brighton, you know, middle of the pack. Don't disturb anybody. Just do your thing. And yeah, you know, this is a win to end the season that could put you even ahead of IG potentially. If you end 4-3 and IG end 4-3, all of a sudden you're like, yeah, we're as good as IG. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Why not?
What are you guys doing,
Justice
guys? Like, I come here to escape from football talk. I live in the football country, and I hate it. And now I come here, and you guys are making all these references. Give me a break, please.
There is no escape from football lingo. Listen, if me and B-Cup are on this together, the weeb talk, the football talk, you're going to get all of it, my G. There's no avoiding it. There's no dodging it. But for Phoenix Gaming, if they do lose today, there's also no dodging relegation for them. So they need to come up with something as special to keep themselves in the division. Fortunately, playing against a Shenzhen squad who don't really have a horse in this race might be a little bit easier if Shenzhen don't care as much about the outcome of the game. But that'll all come down and depend on how they decide to make the game work out. And draft is where a lot of this is going to be centered here, Nomad. So before we go into the draft in a second, tell me, are we expecting any surprises, any out-of-pocket picks here for Phoenix Gaming?
I mean, this has been a very, very safe Division 2, you know, when it comes to picking things which are off the wall, when it comes for doing things differently, that hasn't really been the case down here. You know, we don't have many niches coming out, so, you know, we might see them going back towards their favorites, but there's nothing for them which they pick which is particularly different than anyone else. Maybe some anti-mage, you know, maybe some of that Weaver, was it Weaver mid they pulled against YBB or something like that? I think it was maybe Weaver offlane. I don't know. They played Weaver somewhere weird. So, you know, they are capable of doing things a little bit differently, but in terms of anything like absolutely crazy, probably not. We'll probably just see like a standard draft. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix do like to do things a little bit differently to other teams. You know, they had that Dawnbreaker game as well. I'd love to see that coming out from them as well, actually. If they can pull out Dawnbreaker, then I'd be a happy man.
I would love to see the Dawnbreaker as well, but we do have a draft on our hands, so these answers or these questions will be answered fairly shortly. Shenzhen, they had themselves the second pick, responding to the first pick Coddle from the side of Phoenix by going in for the Bane Sand King opener. So obviously this is a Division 2 in China where there's a lot of safety in Bane, but Bane just a safe hero overall. Sand King now emerging for the third time today, but Phoenix here, B-Corp, they are not messing about, my friend. Straight up, Coddle, Medusa. Medusa's only lost like what, twice in the lower division, so they're like, you know what, bank on the one that's been winning all of these games. We're gonna go back for the big hero, and we have the Coddle backup as well to make the hero even stronger than she normally is in these games.
Yeah, you know, Medusa, I'm strong because I play Medusa. Well, you know, you still gotta play pretty well. You gotta farm your lane, as we saw yesterday with who was it who had the stand in the safe lane? Oh yeah, it's RNG. They were playing with Flyby, safe lane, Medusa. Yeah, that's cool. You pick an OP hero. Well, now you got to win with it. It's only lost, I believe, 3 times throughout the Chinese DPC, which has coincidentally come every time on the Dire. So it's on the Radiant this time. So my analysis ends at Phoenix winning this game. Cool.
Phoenix win the game easy. All right, you know, man, that's some good analysis. Nice and easy. We already know exactly what's going to happen. Shenzhen, though, now it's up to them here, Nomad, to try and figure out a way to deal with this Medusa. As Bcop was mentioning, it has very rarely lost across both divisions here in China, and there has not been a reliable answer against the hero either. What do you think that Shenzhen are going to try and pivot towards to try and make sure they can deal with this Medusa? Is this going to be a situation where they try and challenge it into the late game, or are we going to see a juggernaut like PSG did yesterday to try and push the tempo faster than the Medusa can?
Pushing. I mean, if you're going to push tempo against Medusa, you need to make sure she loses her lane. That is the fundamental idea there, because Medusa can still be a really strong hero in the early game if she has a decent time in lane. So first you need to shut her down, then you need to push the tempo. And I don't think you can do that with Sand King. So you're only in a bit of trouble here where this lane is just very, very easy for the Medusa if she's in the safe lane. Yeah, so I think you can't really try that idea too much. What I would like to see coming out from Shenzhen instead is just kind of waiting and getting yourself some really good catch. I think the best thing you can do to play against a Medusa is skirmish, rather than committing to like full-on team fights and trying to like play the game in Phoenix's way and just kind of let her slug her way over to objectives. Play faster around the map. I don't mean play faster as in push the tempo really fast, but like play faster around the map, go for objectives, split off into like groups of 2 and 3 and make plays like that. And I think that's why we see the hero do so well as well, because the hero excels in kind of team fights, and you know, we don't see teams going for these smaller plays. We don't see them splitting off and going for 2 or 3 man ganks as much, especially in Division 2. It just doesn't happen so much. So I feel like Phoenix are kind of, you know, they're definitely on something first phase in this Medusa, and I think it's a great idea. Yeah, let's see what Shenzhen can do. I mean, I just want to see. I already don't like their support duo too much. Bane Phoenix, it's okay. It's not bad. It's okay. But I would have liked to see something more like maybe the Clockwork for them instead, or go for something like, I don't know, just something which can make more things happen is what I would like to see.
We'll see. They'll probably have to like pivot towards trying to get some of that activity out of the mid lane that you're mentioning. Phoenix here going for the puck right after the Clockwork. One thing I do like about this Phoenix is just being able to have percent-based damage against Medusa is really, really nice, and just Fire Spirit's also quite effective against the hero. They right now don't have the best egg hitters in the world on Phoenix, but they are capable of getting to the egg to try and deal with it. The curious question though here, Bcop, we heard Nomad mention that they want to be able to do more stuff on the Shenzhen draft. Probably they're going to be waiting for the last pick before they decide what Kaikyo is going to play. So I'm expecting the mid hero to come out here. The spirits have been mostly banned out with the sole exception of Void Spirit. We saw Tusk middle being played earlier today. And I think Tusk is a really good hero against these positioning-based heroes like Park, Clockwork. Is there any chance that Shenzhen also go for that weird pocket pick of a hero? Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. It's the other spirit. Never mind.
I was gonna say no anyway. Tusk mid is more just a dandelion thing. At least specifically from what we've been seeing, ZC kind of likes it, and I actually don't even like that he plays it mid. I mean, I like when that hero does get farm and does a lot of things, but we have seen like they're not gonna get away with that in Division 1, and I'll warn them now. When your mid doesn't get a lot of farm, and yes, he does a lot with that early game and damage and that level 6 and the Tusk and all that, but like when he starts to fall behind at the 22-minute mark, they're just not going to get away with a Tusk mid come Division 1 when they end up doing that. I like the Void Spirit. It's all right. I mean, it moves, it gets locked down, it's kind of checking some boxes, but you're still going up against a Puck. Like right now, Shenzhen, they've got their Initiator, they've got Team Fight, they have Singular Lockdown. I think they are checking boxes, but they definitely need a way to make sure they can work and kill this Medusa.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't seem to
gonna
have a win
say
con just yet, right?
I'm not a big fan. They don't have that carry hero yet. No, I'm not a big fan of this Void Spirit pickup though. I think its laning versus Puck is okay. It's not fantastic. It's okay. They ban the other two spirits and pick up the Void Spirit themselves. So I also want to point out that this is an underpicked hero in China for sure. Across the DPC regions, Void Spirit has a like 23% pick rate, which is it's reasonable. It's definitely in the bulk where most heroes are. In China, though, it goes down to 13%, so about half as contested in China compared to the DPC as a whole, which really suggests that they don't like this hero over here. And I think that's for good reason as well. I think the hero is a little bit weaker, especially when you compare it to the other spirits right now, and I think Puck is just the hero I'd much rather have, honestly. I'd much rather have the Puck. You get to level 6 and this Void Spirit's just not going to have a good time.
It is kind of peculiar that they did decide to pick the Void Spirit into the Puck, despite knowing that they already have roots available. Now suddenly as the Void Spirit, you're thinking, all right, I still want the early Aghanim Scepter. It's sort of a requirement for me to play my game properly, but I have to start thinking about Yules and the like to deal with the silence, maybe a BKB a little bit later on. It's a bit peculiar, but they must have a plan for this, getting it right after the Puck into the Clockwork as well. Or rather, I hope they have a plan for this. Still have to see what those last pick for themselves. Phoenix, what's left for banning out? They take out this Life Stealer, so that will not be available for Kaikyo. The other Kaikyo hero that's still left in the game here is the Wraith King, something that he's played a ton of. Doesn't seem like necessarily the best game for it, but with this Doom ban, they might be angling towards that direction anyway, but maybe not anymore. Playing into Underlord, percent-based damage reduction, a way to be able to move around the map, a way to be able to ensure that you can't really get to the Medusa easily. Another route for the Void Spirit. Man, Phoenix have made sure that they close out this draft in a way that makes this game a lot more difficult for Shenzhen than it was just one pick ago.
All right. I mean, I like this. This is the biggest thing they were missing in this draft for Phoenix was a large AoE lockdown ability. Pit, it's okay. It does the job. It's what you needed. Would have preferred something like the Mars, but obviously that was banned out first phase. Tidehunter would have been great as well, but that was banned out in the most recent phase. So, I'll take it.
You'll allow it.
And that's the jug.
Look at this. This is the hero we were speaking about a little bit earlier on, Bcop, about whether or not Shenzhen will go for this Juggernaut to contest into the Medusa. So, stealing strats from PSG LGD, and they decide that this is the direction that we want to go. Great kind of hero pickup to get, but the thing I'm confused about, Nomad, when I see this Juggernaut hero emerging at the very end of the draft is whether or not Shenzhen know how to play this hero fast enough and know how to itemize him in a way that's going to enable him to flourish. Yesterday, we saw, of course, coming in from Ame that he went like early Battle Fury, but he got it at like 13 minutes. I doubt that's happening for Shenzhen all that much. So what are you expecting here out of the Kaikyo Juggernaut? And do you think it's going to be good enough? Is it a decent enough answer to address the CDR Medusa?
I mean, it is, right? Like, it's kind of that tempo hero, which you mentioned before. You know, he can play fast, but I think more importantly, you know, he can take objectives and he offers a lot of staying power on the map with that healing ward as well. Those two things make him a pretty strong adversary for the Medusa, and I think it's what they needed. But again, as you say, you know, making this Juggernaut work into the Medusa, that's kind of the tricky thing. Would have been nice for them to be able to pick up something like the Anti-Mage or something, but I'm fairly sure it was banned out earlier on, so we won't be seeing that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's kind of just enables them to play the game they need to play. But again, I'll go back to this point as I made previously. I still don't think they've got the killing power, you know, between them to. Well, they do have the killing power. I just don't think they're going to be able to execute that killing power in Shenzhen to be able to really take this game. So I'm going to go for Phoenix in this one. It's an easy bet, I would say.
All right, easy bet for Phoenix. A confident bet as well coming in from no bet there. All right, I will say I believe in Sand King, man. This hero's really good, I feel. So I'm gonna put my faith in Sand King. Let's see what's gonna be happening here in game number 1. An important game for Phoenix Gaming, not so much for the side of Shenzhen. Where do you fall on this, Nomad? How do you feel about like the mentality of players when games literally don't matter? Do you think it affects the performance in the game?
Depends on the team entirely. Some teams, you know, LGD have this mentality where if it's a DPC game, they will play it to 100% of their ability. They're not going to clown around. They're not going to mess around. They're going to take the win and they're going to play for everything. Other teams don't have that same mentality. But I think, you know, this being the China region, everyone is influenced by the top. So I reckon we're going to see a pretty sweaty performance coming out for Shenzhen here. They don't want to drop a game. They want to be able to put the heat onto Phoenix Gaming.
The heat onto Phoenix Gaming with the Phoenix. I see what you did there.
Absolutely. You know, it's early, but we're still sharp enough. Pushing forward for the bounty here. Kaiko, it's always so tempting when you're playing Juggernauts. You got that spin and you're like, oh yeah, so much damage, but then at the same time, often you just end up getting yourself killed. And yeah, Kaiko is a smarter man than me, so he's not going to go for that bounty or anything like that. They'll trade 2 for 2, so that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, double up on the bounty runes there. Safety first. And none of these teams are going to be doing any bizarre shenanigans. So now we will get a decent start to this game. Going to be quite a fun time. Well, a fun time for us seeing this game. Not so much a fun time for this Void Spirit in the mid lane going up against the Puck. He'll do fine, he'll do okay, but we generally expect Puck to be able to win out this matchup. Where are you expecting action to be happening on this map here, Nomad? Any place that we should be looking for major like clashes, some fireworks on this map in the early game?
I mean, yeah, I think these lanes probably less so top, but definitely bottom has a ton of kill potential. I mean, if the Clockwork's able to catch some of the battery assault, then they can maybe have a little bit of issues, but they don't really have much damage follow-up from the Medusa, so yeah, I'd say bottom lane most likely. I mean, mid is very killable as well. If someone gets a little bit too ambitious, you know, rotation could make all the difference in the mid lane.
What about you, B-Cop? Where do you see action happening on this map here as we welcome you back into it at the very beginning? It might be zone dying middle, but Ash won't be able to get the jump onto him. But yeah, tell us what you're expecting to happen in this early game here, B-Cop.
They ended up picking Underworld. I actually really like this pick. I think it's very underutilized in China, as we've seen it a lot in Western Europe, getting picked up by like Amar and OG. I'd like to see this hero do something up against this Jug. There is a little bit of control that they can offer, and Kaiko picking up the Jug, which we're seeing more on. I'm thinking Shenzhen, this top lane will be okay for them, but as the Firestorm, I think gets stronger, it might get a little bit tougher for Kaiko. They might have to move these supports over mid, make it so Void Spirit can succeed and start moving around the map. I'm not too sure how the Jug is going to do, but I hope he does well. I like seeing Kaiko play well.
Yeah, I'm always keen for a nice Juggernaut game. Heroes, I mean, he's going to have a tough lane there, right? Because Underlord's just got like these fat right clicks, which means that spinning on someone is just not as tempting an option. That's what sucks. You like to feel invincible when you're going for that spin, and some games you just don't, and Underlord definitely makes you feel like you're still a piece of butter.
Oh, butter.
He's a nice hot knife.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I want to cut through my butter.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I love when I struggle, when I take it right out of the fridge and I try to chop down on the butter, but it just can't, slip off the edge, and it's a mess.
Yeah, then sometimes the knife is too hot, and then like the butter's slipping around on it, not sticking to the knife, and you're like, it becomes a challenge. It becomes a challenge.
Yeah, definitely can be. And I've noticed this a lot in the Chinese games. I don't know if you're noticing the same thing as me, Nomad, but kills-wise, like I feel like the early parts of these games, like while China has the fastest game times, it does feel like these early games start off super slow compared to what we used to see. Especially, I think you've been covering or seeing China long enough too with me, where YP,
yeah, he's dead.
not gonna deny the neutrals. You remember the days of 3v3 mids,
yeah,
and having fun and partying and having these fast starts. Even last year when we were working together, just like the insane tempos these teams were taking, like the Division 2 teams especially, it feels very scared, I guess might even be the words. I have no idea, or like not formulated on how they want to go about these early games and get kills to take the advantage.
Yeah, maybe it's down to the heroes they're picking. I mean, you look at this game and it's like, yeah, you've got Clockwork who's a killing hero, but then you're pairing it with Medusa who doesn't really kill stuff. You got Sand King who could maybe kill someone, but then you got Phoenix who kind of struggles, the heroes aren't really dissolved. Sand King go for the stun to LWW, but the cogs are going to come out on him. It might be Sand King going down. No Fairy Fire for Euster as LWW pops his, and that's going to result in a kill onto the offlaner. So beautifully done in the bottom lane there as the aggression from Shenzhen is punished by LWW.
Yeah, trying to make that lane a little bit more difficult for the Medusa, because we talked about it during the draft that like you have to make Medusa's game a little bit more difficult. You can't allow Medusa to not only lane well, but back off into the jungle freely and get stacks if they end up being made with Coddle. You usually do see a lot of stacks to get made with the Illuminate over to the triangle. So we'll have to see how that ends up going for both these teams. They want to go for Shining, and they'll get the kill. He kind of stood there like he thought he could just take the brunt of that damage, surprisingly, from a great name, Drink, getting the kill.
Good old Drink. That's some cool names in China Age.
so-
Oh my goodness, what the? Ash just diving in the middle lane and solo killing the puck. Okay, that wasn't in the script.
Certainly wasn't, and we talked about that matchup where it felt like Puck might have the advantage in that one, but Void Spirit right now, especially with a solo kill over mid and sitting top of the net worth, we were worried about Shenzhen and if they were going to get their movements, if the Void Spirit could feel confident enough to get that kill. I could definitely see him starting to come and maybe move around the side lanes and pick up some of these kills over there and continue their aggression.
Yeah, so one of the crazy things about the China region is that, as you mentioned, like the fastest average match time for Division 1, I'm pretty sure it's China. 32 minutes and 30 seconds is the average match time. I mean, that is insanely quick. And then over in Division 2, the average match time is 40 minutes and 37 seconds, which seems like insanely slow. So two sides of the coin here in the China region, but yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty action-packed laning phase from these guys so far. They're kind of going at it, getting into it a little bit. Later on in the season, the sleeves come up, the belts get undone, the trousers come down. I'm here for it.
Certainly could, and I may be a little bit biased saying that Division 2 is way slower just because I've had a lot of YBB games, and their average match time, I swear, is about 65 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the Division 2 is extremely slow. Like, it's 40 minutes is a very, very slow game time, so yeah, thanks YPP.
Although back in the day, when I was covering like older China, games used to be like 60 minutes each.
Good old days, the golden years.
Like, wow. 60 minutes, I don't know if everybody would call that the golden years.
If you're into it, a
I'll
60-minute
take your
game
word
is
for it.
great.
Yeah.
If you're like really enjoying the game, but yeah, it's also watching them farm is you got to get good at filling time as a broadcaster in those kinds of games.
Doing it, talking to myself, like everybody who was outside the room had no idea who I was talking to. They just knew I was crazy.
Oh, dude, like when you get a solo cast and it goes like 70 minutes, you discover new areas of yourself. You dive into your unconscious. I think it's an excellent form of therapy. You know, you really start to experience yourself in a new way.
Now I'm at a minute 85. I'm talking about how my mom yelled at me because I spilled coffee or something like that. Like, it's just the therapy sessions of solo casting 85-minute China games.
90 minutes, you're like, and that was my first sexual awakening as a child. You know, it's really kind of came to light back then.
Oh, man.
Zone on the lookout, trying to grab Drink here. Drink gonna snap that coil, ripping off the band-aid, but nothing really gonna save him from the wrath of Puck, I believe. Oh, yeah,
oh my god.
Nah, he's got it.
Nightmare? Oh my gosh,
Just came off
Drink.
cooldown. Whew.
That was amazing, because he like avoided the Illuminate as well as the Illusory Orb. Tried his hardest to survive. That was really rough for a second.
Also, raindrops coming in clutch there. Kids, buy your raindrops.
I don't think that's an item I've ever purchased.
Raindrops are great. Dude, raindrops and fairy fire, and it's just the outplay kit. If you get those two items, like you're just gonna like you're gonna make the enemy feel like idiots every single time.
I try to do that. Then me myself, I look like an idiot. It's outplay central though. Like I got it sometimes. Bottom lane, looking for the epicenter on LWW.
All right, they don't like this
solo
plus
epi.
5. Yeah, but
yeah, they hate LWW.
Now they're in the
That
tower.
one was for him specifically.
It really was. It's fine. It's fine. Luckily, Underlord with this level 1 pit isn't too much of a threat. Not much sticking power on this boy.
Not going into the Fiend's Gate at all yet.
Boo.
I kind of like the Fiend's Gate. Especially the way I was watching Amar play with it, where it was like, oh, okay, go bottom, be in a fight, firestorm it, go back top. Now he's got it. Okay. Like that way more now?
Yeah. So, Void Spirit coming out of this laning phase seems to have done very, very well for himself. I mean, well, he was doing very well for himself. He was way ahead of what his last hits should have been at 10 minutes. And then he kind of decided to go and... I don't know what he was doing, really. He tried to make some rotations. It didn't really work. He spent some time in the jungle. So, yeah, I mean, average last hits for Void Spirit at 10 minutes, though, is 48 CS. So he's, like, very far above that. So he's still done very well, but he had a, like, huge start to the lane, way better than he should have, and then he kind of fell off a lot. Going for the gank here onto LWW, though, and that's going to work out pretty damn nicely. Double damage rune going to secure that kill. So, again, you know, just a clockwork, but a kill's a kill. Meanwhile, though, in the triangle, there's shenanigans afoot as CDR is trying to get this farm uncontested, and they're going to chase away this Bane, who dares come over and see what they're up to.
Yeah, contest in quotes there for him, Drink, unfortunately. But this is what I was talking about. You can't just allow these stacks to be had for free. And not only that, you didn't just allow them to be there for free. You gave up a Bane's life and added even more gold to the equation. As bottom lane, they go out onto Shining, but Malice will make sure that they aren't too keen on pushing forward. They also have Zone coming in with the 2-man Dream Coil, and they'll go into the Omni Slash to avoid any upcoming damage. LWW goes down to Kaiko. They'll go after Shining afterwards. Supernova with the Aether Remnant, and they'll get both. So Shenzhen bring 4 heroes here.
Well, they are right on the money here. Wow.
Doing quite well for themselves, and they're right on the zone. They have found this puck, and it should be a third, and will be. And once they got all 5 heroes around, it made it easier for Shenzhen, and it was really well done there by Kaiko, going into the Omni Slash, killing off the Clockwork. Then their attention is immediately on Shining.
Dude, Ash pinged him exactly where he was. I mean, admins, well, let's check this guy out. You know, it's the AC time. Right on the puck.
That is what we all like to call vac hacking.
Yeah.
I mean, being good. Sorry.
Sorry. Great call there, though. Great kill on the puck. Kind of foolhardy from Phoenix Gaming, I would say. I mean, 12 minutes of this game, it's nice to try and defend this tower, but like, you have a Medusa. She's going to want to AFK in the triangle.
Right.
Shenzhen, they want to play fast tempo, and if you try and contest objectives, which you can't reasonably contest, then you're kind of just playing into their hands and giving them an upper kind of hand in this one. So, want to avoid that one.
They might have found LWW again. Yeah, Aether Remnants there, and they've caught him. Ash with another kill. I think they could have made the defense of that tier 1 bottom better. I think that they just overestimated maybe the damage that Shining was going to be able to do in that situation, because it felt like a lot of that was like Underlord trying to frontline after the Pit of Malice and output something, but trying to output something he didn't really have at the moment. Maybe not expecting 5 heroes to come bot as well.
Yep. Well, it's a big reaction from Shenzhen, but again, they should be doing that, right? You should expect them to want to do that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, so they want to be thinking about mid on Shenzhen, and once they take this tower, it becomes much easier to get in on this Medusa and start to, ruffle her jimmies a little bit. Doing that, easier said than done, especially when you're going for this Aghanims of the Void Spirit. That's going to be a very long timing, so I think he's kind of at his peak now. He's going to be as strong as he's going to be for maybe like 5-6 minutes or so until he has that Aghanim. So I want to see them making a play, but it's YP down at bottom, yeah.
Fiend's Grip expanded, not sure if that was entirely necessary, but that might also be the feeling of the game plan. It's like anybody we use Fiend's Grip and get a kill on is going to be fine for us. We bolster some farm here until we're finally able to make that play onto the Medusa. LWW is looking for a hook shot top, yeah.
Yeah.
In some trouble.
Oh no, he's trying to bang the drums, but not going to be able to get it off, but is able to get the Burrow Strike away, so he's okay for the time being. And now, Haystream pop from Ash. He wants to jump in on this one, going to find Shining. Shining taking the heavy hits, but CVR comes in with that Stone Gaze to scare the Moss. Shenzhen scattering, trying to get themselves away. Yules, is it on the money? No, it's not quite. Doesn't break the coil, so we'll just have to chill under the light of the Supernova for now. Very awkward fight so far from Shenzhen, I would say. Struggling to get into it. They have wasted coil, but they've also wasted Supernova on the side of SZ. So I think I would probably consider that a win for Phoenix, honestly. Any fight which doesn't go clearly in one direction, I'm just going to say Phoenix are going to be happy about it.
I guess so. I think it's a one fight unless Shenzhen do something now that Stone Gaze is down. Like, I think if with Fiend's Grip coming back up, if Shenzhen are able to go and get the Medusa now that there's no Stone Gaze, that fight is now technically retroactively a win for Shenzhen, but I think if nothing happens, then Phoenix are okay with an exchange like that.
Yeah, true.
Medusa survives and they get the Supernova out, and that's exactly what they want to do. They want to move. They know that the Stone Gaze is done. They know that they're going to try and go for this and make something happen. Instead, though, they'll find LWW. Like, the idea was there, right? Like, you got Stone Gaze out, we have our big ults, we still have Epicenter, we have Omni Slash, we want to make a move. They end up finding the Clockwork instead, so it's just like, oh, darn.
The crash test dummy Clockwork, who's now on death number 5, is more than willing to just kind of place his body down and let the truck smash into him at 100 miles an hour and say, oh yeah, it did damage. Definitely did damage. And the Medusa survives because of it, so yeah, this is how you can use your body as a kind of glorified ward.
Shining just kind of TPing in mid, but they've got the hook shot on the other side of this one onto Drink, trying to make sure that they don't have a Fiend's Grip. They've already lost the Underlord.
Jug's in trouble. He tried to jump in on this.
Silence.
Oh, he's going to get taken down. That is a huge problem there. Tried to go in with the ultimate, but gets himself killed off. Now it's Shenzhen on the retreat here. Ash, though, jumping in onto the puck, getting some revenge. The grip comes down, and the kill is in. They managed to get that big kill, but the Medusa, she's still large and she's still healthy. Because of that, there will be no tier 1 tower in the middle lane for Shenzhen. So it looked really good at the start when they cock up that ulti onto the Underlord. Like, that's exactly the target you want to bring down. He is so much of their tower defense on the side of Phoenix. They can just kill him and kind of turn it into a siege. There's no way, really, that Phoenix can defend that tower. But obviously, they have their ultimates. They just throw them down, chase off the side of Shenzhen, and yeah, got themselves a kill on the Juggernaut there with that huge play, just stacking up the silences beautifully.
Yeah, silences are a big deal there. He doesn't have his Manta yet. He's unable to get an Omni Slash off to avoid anything coming in, but they still want to go. It looks like they still want to keep the pressure on, and again, that's something we talked about in the draft, how quickly this team wants to move on Shenzhen to make sure that Medusa doesn't have enough time to do anything, but is got the Manta and is keeping up with Kaiko anyway.
Yeah, Puck needs to go in and kill this healing ward, but without Blink daggers, that's very, very difficult, so there's nothing they can do. The firestorms will not be enough to out-sustain the Jug. Alright, so they take the mid tower. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do on SZ. And that's going to open up the map a lot more for them and allow them to put more pressure onto this Medusa, perhaps. Which they need to do. She's getting going. She is having a good game at the moment.
And Medusa top the net worth. Oof. That's not where Shenzhen want to be. Not that they've missed their timing yet or anything, because obviously Jug can still output a lot of damage come the later ends of this game, but Shining's dying quickly right now. If Shining gets his pipe, starts getting tankier and tankier, it might not be so easy to deal with him in the later parts of this game, even that including Puck too, who has that Blink Witchblade, so I'm a little worried for Shenzhen's timing at the moment.
Yeah.
But that was always the case, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think they're doing well. They're doing well. I'm not massively concerned. I mean, it's just moments like this when they're all spread across the map, they're all farming up. Like, it can work, but you just need to make sure that the next engagement is a very good one. As LWW once again gonna be dropped. That's a casual kill for Shenzhen.
Being the fodder,
he really is. Crash test dummy clock, and meanwhile
now they've got drink.
Yeah. Ooh,
Dream
cool.
Coil. Really? I guess Nightmare multiple times. Okay.
All right. Worth in the ult chat, I'd say. Okay, so I mean, so basically this is like Phoenix basically saying like we don't really care. We don't need to save our ultimates because we don't particularly want to fight at the moment. But what that does allow you to do, it gives Shenzhen an opening now where you don't have coil for the next engagement. And that coil is extremely important. In terms of enabling Medusa, you need those abilities which keep her still. And Pit on its own is not enough. You need the +1. So they do have Pit, they do have coil, they do have the cogs as well. So between a bunch of heroes here, they do have enough abilities to kind of enable their Medusa in that way, which is why I like their draft so much. But with coil down, that is the biggest one. However, Shenzhen, again, a little bit slow on the uptake, but they are moving in.
I want to go again. I'm down here bottom once more. It's like, oh, Bane just died here. Let me go back to where I died.
This is my grave. Would you attend your own funeral if you could?
That's always like a classic cartoon show, or like, I feel like teenage show episode.
Yeah.
Or it's like, I always wanted to see my own funeral. It's like, did you really? Eighth Remnant down, and well, they'll go for your LWW again, who had the Lotus Orb on him from the Underworld, so that bounced back the Enfeeble. Still get the kill there, though.
Oh no, I enfeebled myself as a Bane. What else should I do?
He's just sitting here in the Shadow Amulet.
He's living his best life.
He's living his chappy life.
He is indeed. Yeah, I'm so sad they changed the Enfeeble from 30% reduction in cast time to 30% reduction in cast range. It does make the ability better, but I like the cast time reduction. I found it really funny against like Pangolier and stuff like that when they just spend ages trying to get off their Rolling Thunder or something. Like a Shadow Fiend, he jumps in, he just can't get off the ulti. I want to see someone have like 100% increase to cast time. That would be so good. Imagine that.
that I would love for that to be a talent. If it was like plus 30% extra cast time.
That'd be so good.
To enfeeble.
What would be the funniest area for that to happen to? Probably Pudge and Mirana. Like, you just can't land your skill shots anymore. It takes so long to cast them.
You'd have to... See, I don't know if you've ever seen the show, The $6 Billion Man, but anytime they showed him doing, like, amazing things, it was, like, shot in slow motion, and it would look ridiculous, because it's, like, it's only shot in slow motion to show him, like, jumping great distances and like,
yeah, and, like, the really low FPS
cameras
of the 80s.
Like, that's what I want to see with, like, oh, Mirana's throwing the arrow, throwing it with such strength that it has to be in slow motion.
Yeah. And then also get the 80s trope of, like, taking it from, like, 10 different angles and replaying it over and over again. We need that in Dead.
Yeah. Cinematic mode.
I can actually go into cinematic
CDR.
mode in live games. I figured it out a while ago. I don't do it because it's absolutely pointless, but Shenzhen coming on this one. They found Shining on the backlines. This would actually be a good target, but they're throwing a lot his way. Grip is used to secure this kill, but secure it they absolutely will. One hero down, they move to the next. It's Ash leading the charge. Spur strikes through. LWW will fall as well, and that's probably going to be it for now. Everyone else is just scattering to the tree lines, TPing themselves out. So, 2 heroes dead. I think losing the Underlord may be a bit of a mistake there from Phoenix.
Still not Medusa. As long as those heroes are not named Medusa, the game is fine.
Yeah. The Jug is still doing very well, though. I'm impressed at how well Kaiko's been able to just kind of farm up and also keep up the tempo this game.
He's doing a good job. 6-1 and 4, level 21. He's already got that Blade Fury DPS talent. Whereas Medusa's only level 18, but does have a Scotty, Manta, and a Dragonlance. Working with the double damage too. Like, they have a 6k lead, and Phoenix has actually gotten a lot of farm as well.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, no, I mean, 6k I think is kind of starting to get worrying territory maybe for Phoenix, but I'm still, I don't know, I still just feel like until this Medusa dies, I'm not overly concerned. Can the Medusa die? Is that, I guess, the question we should be asking ourselves? Unfortunately, we're not very smart. I mean, obviously the Medusa can die if she gets like 5 heroes on her, but I just think it's so difficult. Like, they've got so much protection, they've got all these abilities which can kind of help her out. You know, Pit of Malice, Coil, they've got a Lotus Orb as well. How doth Medusa die? You know what I want to see? I want to see a Omni slashing Medusa with split shot going, just running around the fight, split shot everyone. I'm here for that. Get the Lotus on him.
I'm worried about Shining. I can't believe he's got such a little farm on a hero like Underlord.
Yeah, kind of impressive not to be found on Underlord, isn't it? But
like, I hate to continue to compare Underlord performances so heavily, but like Amar, when he had this Underlord, he was like never under 150 on the Atrophy Aura additional bonus, and then like he was top of the net worth practically the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, different playstyles from different teams though. You know, obviously OG, they like to prioritize Amar a lot. They like to give him a lot of respect in the draft. They give him last pick a lot of the time as well. So LWW, trying to run himself away, but I'm not sure he's getting out of this one. Though Phoenix are actually turning up to defend this one. CTR is here as well. Burst Strike's going to come through. They're going to look for the Medusa, but Stonegate's going to come down now. They run themselves away. That's a BKB on a Sand King, interestingly. That's not going to achieve a whole lot for the moment, but now the Stone Gaze is done. Ash jumps in from the side here, gets off the heels onto the Underlord to lock him down. Meanwhile, the backlines, LWW does get popped. CDR trying to get the attacks in, but just realizing this fight isn't really going to go their way. They lose the Underlord on Phoenix, they'll buy back on the Clockwork and the Bane, and everyone's calling it quits at the moment. Now Roshan is up, and this might be a pretty tense few moments now for Phoenix. They have to defend without their coil, without their gaze. Kaiko immediately running to the backlines here. She wants to find this Medusa and get off the Omni Slasher. Potter, the grip is there. Omni down, Medusa, the whole kitchen sink thrown away. Medusa is dead. Your queen is dead, Phoenix, and they can't really stick around and fight anymore. Shining is going to get run down once again. That is going to be death number 6 for him. And into the pit we shall go on Shenzhen. All right, that was huge. That was a moment they've been looking for. Zone. Getting very, very cheeky here, trying to get the kill onto the Sand King.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, no.
You ever hook shot into a Blayfier with extra damage and just die?
Like a hamster into a blender.
That is what just happened.
Good lord.
Dude, I love Drink's commitment to making sure that they could get this Medusa. Dude dies so quickly in the fight the first time as the Stone Gaze coming on. Then he buys back, chases with Kaiko to try and get the Medusa again. He's getting hit by this split shot so hard, has one more shot left in him, throws up the Fiend's Grip for 0.2 seconds and dies immediately. He's like, at least I got the Fiend's Grip off. And they did kill the Medusa, so it all was worth it in the end.
Got him. That's all you need.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
But what did it cost you?
His life twice, at least, on the main.
Ash, he's looking. Respectfully, he is looking. And that Remnant is going to connect, but yeah, he's kind of made a mess of this in this one.
Oh, fake back.
He split a spaghetti on the floor, so maybe a fake back? No, they don't want to take risks. Play around your Juggernaut. Even if you do have an Aegis.
Our scoreline right now, by the way, very funny. You know, because 9-22, but 9 is divisible by 3, thus making...
yes, we did it.
Any way to get there.
It counts.
Ooh, Epicenter?
It counts. Yeah, he's doing it, isn't he? that's the thing that's happening. Now they might still get the puck from it. Alright.
Oh.
Okay, wait up. Oh!
Fiend's Grip. Oh my gosh.
Go to work. Sorry, the orb only lasted like it didn't go anywhere because he was enfeebled, so the orb barely travels because of the cast range reduction. I don't think I've seen that one before. That's hilarious. Puck looking.
Folks, you wonder why Miposhka picks Bane all the time? It's the enfeeble.
Absolutely. Making these pucks
We share
orbs go like 20 centimeters. Oh, really?
Yeah.
You gonna go and have a joint birthday party together at like Chuck E. Cheese?
No, I'm not good enough at Dota for us to have a joint birthday party.
Are you good enough at Chuck E. Cheese? That's all that matters.
Skee ball, hit me up. They were in Roche. They bailed.
Yeah, the fact that this tier 1 tower in the middle lane is still alive at 30 minutes into the game kind of is, I don't know, is there such a thing as being too Medusa'd up? I think there is. And now they're going for this play at a kind of awkward moment on Phoenix here.
Feels like a last-ditch effort, like they know that Medusa's vulnerable.
Oh my god, they just unleashed everything onto LWW straight off the bat, and YP getting so low in the process. Medusa, she does get off the Stone Gaze. Is it going to make a difference, though? I'm not sure. Get themselves back. BKB from Ash is about to run out as BKB from CDR is popped. He kind of needs to either turn or leave, and he's going to leave. TP out, get himself away from there, but 3 members of his team are already dead. It is a disaster for Phoenix here as they'll move themselves onto the pit on Shenzhen.
That CDR making me really nervous because he popped that BKB and waited like 3 or 4 seconds to TP out. I was like, dude, you gotta go. Like, you choose either. I even clicked and made sure he didn't have his TP on cooldown.
Yep. There was the egg crashing down whilst he was TPing as well, and he's just like, I know this timing. It's fine. It's okay, Medusa. You go when you want to go.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All right, little bit danger territory now. As Juggernaut now has himself an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh boy.
But at least with the Medusa in the game, you've always got the copium going. You're always like, oh, don't worry, guys, we've got great tower defense. And you can be like, oh, guys, don't worry, we've got great high ground defense. Oh, guys, don't worry, we've got great ancient defense. Guys, don't worry, we've got great fountain defense.
Guys, we have glyph. For just the fountain, we'll be okay.
Yeah, let
them farm us in the fountain, and then they'll back up.
That's one of my special moves, actually, is dying somewhere on the map at a really critical time, and I just be like, guys, don't worry, we have glyph, it's fine, what are you worried about? Stop flaming me, it's okay. I checked that we had glyph before I suicided for this wave itself. I didn't. YP. Oh, okay, hookshot gonna miss. Ash getting very busy on this cuddle right now. The BKP bots from Dolme as well. They want YP and well, they're gonna get him. Now they move across, look towards a clockwork. The sacrificial lamb led to slaughter once more by the side of Shenzhen.
Oh, Fiend's Gate.
Oh, they're moving. They do be moving.
Wait. Where was that Fiend's Gate that allowed Kaiko to go?
It's a kill from this.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
that put him like in the same lane as the Medusa. I was super worried for CDR all of a sudden.
Dude, the rest of the team did not commit there. They just let their Juggernaut Aegis go through the gate alone, and they were like, okay, good luck, buddy. I mean, it was running out. I don't know, maybe they tried to come through and it ran out or something. It was just a solo Jug just chasing the Underlord across the map. I'm so sad he didn't get that kill. That would have been hilarious. Just comes out from the tier 2 tower, just like, alright.
Who left the Fiend's Gate open?
Yeah, come on, guys.
Close the door.
Who let the Jug? God damn, someone get the Jug out. Gonna come in and throw up on the carpet.
It's got fleas.
Jumping onto LWW here. I think he's gonna be okay though. He's got himself a 4-staff now as well. That's his Rod of Safety. Rod of get me the hell away from this Juggernaut.
They're TPing back top.
Gotta deal with it.
Getting pressured, but like, do you? I feel like you could have just pushed in their bottom. You have the Aegis, and they just stop committing.
Yeah, I think this is where our kind of lack of ability shows when we're both like, I mean, it's only a top wave, Everyone seems so obsessed with pushing waves and everything. Who cares? Just take building. Top. Oh,
just win the game.
This is a dead Coddle. All right, we've got a new sacrificial lamb on the side of Phoenix now that Clockwork's got his 4-star. Oh my god, they're going for more here, but the force from the clock gonna get Shining out of danger.
Double damage. Bye-bye tower.
Barely even tell he's got double down with the Mjolnir, with the Arcana. Guy's looking jacked.
Which, oh, he's got that sword. Okay, I thought he had something else. I thought he had the Sakura blade.
Oh yeah, the lovely blossom petals. That one's very cool. It does kind of look like he's got it, doesn't it? But when you inspect him, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It shows that he doesn't. How weird. And it doesn't have
Jug
the animation.
has some really great cosmetics.
He's got so many cosmetics as well. Like, he is the best dress-up simulator hero.
Yeah, definitely. I like the what was that? That was like that $12 legendary sword set that he's got.
Which one?
I forget what it's called.
Uh-oh, Shining. He tried to go for that lovely, tasty little camp, but I'm not sure he's going to make it. Can they get the 4-staff upon him? No, he cannot. LWW tries, but no cigar. That is the biggest fake camp as well. And they've even got the Observer down here, which I love. On the side of Shenzhen, they know how tempted teams get. I'll just go and grab that one little camp. Just go and get that. Get that one tiny little camp. No one will mind. In and out. 10-second job.
God, Sand King's even outfarming the puck now.
Yeah, this is... They're just letting them sweat. They're letting Phoenix sit on their high ground and wait. But Aegis is gone, and the smoke comes out from Phoenix, so They want to make some plays. Obviously, the underdog can join them with that Fiend's Gate. So they're not too worried. But immediately,
in trouble though.
Yeah, they're jumping onto zone in the backlines of this fight. Ash looking for the target here onto the puck, but I think the puck's able to get himself out. Meanwhile, Domi popping the BKB to try and help himself survive this one. So the gank a little bit disconnected here from Phoenix to start this off. Coil comes out from the puck as he's able to bring down Dome, wiping down the backlines to Ash, however. Jug is in. He's looking for a target. Is he going to find one? They got the Hex out onto the Medusa. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad. The TP away from CDR will be successful once again. But still, it's, I mean, this one isn't too bad, actually. It's a Sand King being traded for the both supports. I mean, at this point in the game, you're going to be happy enough with that one. Delaying things out a little bit longer for the side of Phoenix Gaming. And
I was half hoping Fiend's Gate would still be open because it was right where that fight was taking place. Obviously, Underlord wanted to get in, but like Medusa TP to the tier 4, and all of a sudden it's just like, oh, well, I'm in your base. I used your Fiend's Gate.
That would have been very funny, but going through that Fiend's Gate's always, it's always a risky move. Speaking from experience. I can never resist, dude. I can never resist. I see a portal, it looks so cool, it's glowing, it's like, come into me. I'm like, okay, let's see where we're going. Where we dropping, boys?
I can't name a place to drop at the moment, but I would have, I should have had one on the call.
Yeah, dank Fortnite reference. Well, 13-year-olds got wild in the chat. Yeah, there we go.
Fiend's Grip onto the puck. Hook shot though. LWW going into the backlines, going for a drink. Burrow Strike follows it up, and Dome trying to help get a kill here. And the Blade Fury damage from Kaiko, more than enough damage with the help of the Brain Sap from Drink. Dome, I'd appreciate if you kept your name Dome because it was Dilem, and I look at your name and it still says Dilem to my eyes, but it's still
Oh, Burrow Strike onto 2 reflected though. That's actually not bad for the side of Phoenix. They're the ones getting the damage off. CDR tearing them apart, but Kaiko, he is on top of CDR right now, but CDR says, actually, you know what? I've grown up. I'm not the same Medusa I was 10 minutes ago. Come here, Juggernaut. I wish to slap you in the face. And Kaiko is definitely receiving so much damage. Is Shining. Use the Fiend's Gate to come around the back. They kill off the Juggernaut. It is the fight going the way of Phoenix. It took a while, but they finally came online. CDR taking down 4 heroes in that engagement. Oh no, it just went really, really wrong for the side of Shenzhen. I mean, all starting from that Lotus Orb on Shining there, the reflected Burrow Strike bouncing through 2 heroes and just setting up Medusa for an easy double kill to get herself into this one.
Shining, bottom 3 of the net worth, but he does have that lone Lotus Orb. This is my Lotus Orb. There are no others like it. Burrow Strike into my Lotus Orbed ally, and, well, you will feel thine wrath. 3 heroes don't have buyback, by the way, so the first set of racks is going the way of the Radiant.
As we cruise over the average game time for Div 2, they will be taking this first lane of barracks. One lane down. They're going for the second. 30 seconds still on the Jug. How did this happen? My goodness.
Wow.
Dota 2 is a video game, friends. It really, really is.
No, this is life. What are you talking about?
Barracks down. Melee barracks in the top lane. Entirety of the middle barracks going the way of Phoenix Gaming. This is such a turnaround, a U-bend in this game. And now they look towards Roche as well. They want everything. The greedy, greedy Medusa, she does not stop feeding. Her jaw is unhinged, and she's just gobbling up everything that comes her way. The greedy guzzler that she is.
Ooh, this is timing potentially right.
Let's see. I mean, they're just throwing bodies. They're just throwing bodies into Shenzhen to slow them down. They want this agent. Can they get it? No, CDR's going to be the one to grab it. But Kaiko's getting that Butterfury off the side of the pit. The Omni Slash takes down 2. And now the Medusa's respawning. She's got no friends. She's like me on a Saturday night. She's completely alone. And now she's going to get chopped down by the Juggernaut. They bit off way more than they can chew. The greed from Phoenix Gaming knows no bounds, and they find the coddle as well. Bye-bye, Granddad. He's in the grave. Oh, no. This was not how it was supposed to go.
Clockwork tried so hard to be like, ha, hook shot you. Now you're not going to get into the pit. Oh, I'm dead in 0.3 seconds, so it doesn't matter, I guess.
Hamster in the blender, baby.
Oh my god, he went right into the blender.
Buyback on the Medusa. We went from Aegis to now having to use buyback. No Divine Rapier incites the CDR either. That's what he wants. He wanted that Aegis and he wanted the Divine to try and close out this game, but that feels like a pipe dream now. Shenzhen, they're coming for their barracks. They want some revenge. You know, a snake's at its most vulnerable when it's digesting its prey. When it's finished the hunt, it unhinges its jaw and it tries to like digest like a, you know, a caribou or something. And it just
I've
sits there.
unhinged my jaw before.
Oh, really? That sounds horrible. That's like my nightmare.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay.
I do, when I open my mouth, it does make this crack and it sound like I have unhinged my jaw, but...
My jaw cracks because I got punched in the jaw when I was in a martial arts class once, so...
By the teacher?
Yeah. It's very, very weird. I'll tell you the story one day, but...
You told me the story.
Oh, I have, yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing was wild.
Yeah. It was a good time. No, it wasn't. 18k gold advantage now for Shenzhen. They equalize the barracks somewhat. Yeah, back to 18k. What are you humming about, my friend?
I just gonna have to fight. I don't know. You know what? I mean, if you're Phoenix, I think you gotta wait for this Divine Rapier, or hope that you can wait for this Divine Rapier, which you can.
Yeah.
You do lead in the barracks wars, so innately Top's gonna be pushing in, and you still have a range racks mid. So
yeah, I don't want to see them make a move without this Rapier. Mostly because I want to see a Rapier, not because I'm thinking of strategy or anything smart like that. I just want to see a Rapier because I'm a pleb. Big damage numbers make me go hee hee.
yeah, they make me go Pog or Komodo hype.
Alright, smoke unsuccessful from Shenzhen then. They do get this ward down. 5-man smoke for a ward. And it's gone. Thanks, Gem. Kaiko was trying to threaten that one, but that's not happening. Now has the Abyssal Blade, by the way, so no more TPs out from the Medusa. That ain't gonna be happening anymore. You must commit. It's do or die time. It has been for a while for Phoenix, to be honest.
They were doing, but now they might be dying.
Dying for a long time, then doing a bit of doing. And now back to the dying.
Back to dying.
Normal services resumed. Problem is, Medusa, she wants this Rapier, but she can't really farm anything. She's just taken the Ancients twice, and she's like, well...
There you
guess
go.
I'll do middle tower. There we go. Oh, yeah, she sent the illusions to middle wave. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. It's Rapier time. It's Rapier... Oh, never mind, it glided straight past. There we go.
There we go.
I was really worried.
320 movement speed now without those boots.
Yep. It is the slug.
Really slithering.
The slug
Yeah.
Medusa. The danger slug.
Somebody put some salt out there. Dome? Oh, I think every caster should be required to acknowledge every single time a Sand King slaps their tail in Epicenter.
Epicenter.
Just like,
Epicenter.
oh,
Epicenter.
Dome? Oh,
Nope.
Dome?
Epicenter.
You know, because you're always expecting like, oh, blink in, Epicenter, oh, Dome?
Yeah, especially with Sand King, because, you know, he's that big dude. He used to not have the ability to cancel it, so it's kind of ingrained in your mind where it's like, oh, he's Epicenter. Wait, no, he's not. At least for me, anyway. Old habits die hard. Like with Pangolier, I don't care. I'm just like, shut up, Pangolier. But with Sand King, I'm always just like, ooh, is he? They're looking. They're finding. Oh, huge target here on the Juggernaut. Can they bring him down? The Medusa with the Divine Rapier just plowing into the Jug. Sand King trying to just body them on the front lines, but the spins come out from Kaiko, but he still needs to get himself away, but he will do exactly that. Ash on the sidelines, meanwhile, this is a really split fight right now, but he's going to run himself away with that BKB. He's got the Yules as well, but not much else. He's going to have to use the Yules. Oh, dear, he'd already used it. Yikes. See you later, buddy. And now they're just TPing in. They're just going for this right now. Oh, no, that's the enemy. My bad. I thought they had boots of travel. Trying to finish this one up. Getting a little too excited there, B-Kill.
Yeah. We're defending the top set of racks going down. Or the top range racks?
Yep, yeah. That's it. That was the one remaining. Staying upright, but huge fight there. Shame they couldn't get the kill on Jug, but we'll take it.
Almost, though, and it was him kind of soloed out. I think they really needed to get that kill. They've got Pyvex available on Shenzhen. Well, they've got Pyvex available on everybody but the Medusa and the Coddle, so I think... honestly, the game's pretty even. I don't think the net worth is really a big decisive factor at the moment. Just feels like with that Divine Rapier, Medusa's always just kind of like, I can do this myself. Especially, double damage. Great, this is great.
Okay. 850 damage Medusa coming down your middle lane. What to do?
With Hurricane Pike now, I can get some distance.
Yep. Surprised she hasn't got this ninja gear.
Kind
of like budget boots, but... Here she comes. The Danger Slug has entered the high ground. Good lord, look at that tower fall. My goodness.
This fight is going to end 5 heroes dead on Phoenix, 3 heroes dead on Shenzhen, calling it out.
Okay.
Very specific.
I respect that. I respect the confidence play.
Alright, I respect the confidence too. They backed up. No fights. I nailed it.
Perfect.
They're going to fight a Roche, I think.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Medusa, if she gets his Aegis, is gonna feel much more. I mean, actually, I don't know. It kind of makes me wonder if they should give it to her, because, like, if you're killing the Medusa, her team is dead anyway, right? So, what you gonna do? I almost want to see them put it on like Shining or something. I know that sounds crazy, like don't put the Aegis on the Rapier Medusa, but at this point in the game, like, it's not her keeping herself alive, it's her team. She also doesn't have any lifesteal, I've just kind of recently noticed. That's why she's keeping the Paladin Sword rather than the Ninja Gear. So that makes a lot of sense. That free Satanic. Very cool.
Oh, long Roche.
A free non-activatable Satanic, but smoke up from Shenzhen. They're going for the wraparound.
I honestly thought they should have just pushed down the racks, or at least tried to, right? You force that fight, you've got a double damage as well. I think that's such a big opportunity.
They've got so many creeps in their base from Shenzhen, but they feel like they can't leave it because this Roche is respawning any minute now. But yeah, this is pretty awkward. They know this is going on, and they jump immediately onto the high ground, just unleashing everything right now. Supernova is down, and it's pretty damn good. They've got the lockdown. CDR, he manages to get off that Stone Gaze just in the last second there, but they don't care. They're running at her. Another egg just placed straight on her head. Medusa turning around, trying to fight, but she's out of mana, and now she's out of life as well. Rapier on the deck immediately picked up by the Juggernaut. Oh my goodness. Medusa dead for 120 seconds and no buyback. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Yeah, and they're going to get YP.
This could be game.
Oh, dear.
This could very much be game.
It should be, theoretically.
What did she buy for buyback? Was that Hurricane Pike? Really?
No, that was...
Pike and Sharp?
It could have been at the end of the day, but I feel like Pike's spawned so long ago.
Dude, this is over. This is over. They're just jumping onto Shining. Shining's dead as well. No buyback available. How do you defend your tier 4s against this? Spoiler, you don't. And they'll throw some bodies into the mix. They'll try and throw a little bit of bait their way, but they will just chop up anything that comes their way. And in the end, the game will go to Shenzhen. There is no chance anymore. Goodness. I mean, all right. I mean, I guess you lose that rapier and the game's pretty much over anyway. They felt like so. It's like rapier, buyback, schmieback, whatever. Incredible casting. The game goes to Shenzhen as it should have. But yeah, no, without a few twists and turns, this game turned into a bit of a roller coaster.
Well, a little bit of a roller coaster. It was very close. Sure, yeah, that's the word I'll use. At the end, it got close-ish, but I really did feel like Shenzhen kind of had a hold on it until like one fight got out of their hands. You can't win every fight. It's just the way Dota works. Can't win them all. But they did win game one.
That fight that you're mentioning, though, B-Cop, it came close to them actually losing the entirety of the game. And if there was a little bit more consistency coming out here from the side of Phoenix Gaming, we could have easily seen Shenzhen dropping that initial game. But ultimately, they do rally, and they are able to take it at the end of the day. Came very close. 2 lanes of racks down. 1 lucky Roshan fight is all it took to break the game wide open. But that's the nature of Dota. Game of margins, and sometimes those margins are very, very favorable to you. And Shenzhen, very happy with this victory on the Juggernaut. Unfortunately, this is also the 6th loss for Park here in Division 2. Not a single victory has come in for the Fairy Dragon. In this game, though, there were times where it looked kind of decent, especially in terms of allowing the Medusa to throw in the damage in the midst of all these fights. But what happened? It felt like Zone, slowly but surely as the game was going on, B-Cup, just stopped being able to be that effective in these fights.
Yeah, they started having the control ready for him. It was Ash doing a really good job, and his net worth kind of fell off a cliff. It felt like he just never was really getting much out of the game at a certain point. But I guess that's like to be expected, right? You're trying to get all your resources into the Medusa, so the rest of your team takes a major hit. I know there were people in chat who are just like, I'm gonna guess saying like, oh, Underlord, he's just giving up farm priority, but it's like it's also him not farming anywhere, but then at a certain point it is him putting all the resources into the Medusa. I don't know, it was weird. I think they should have put a little bit more into the Puck and the Underlord and not just straight all into the Medusa.
Yeah, this did become a very much Medusa-centric situation as the game started to extend longer and longer. And Nomad, you mentioned it at some point in the game where the Medusa, they started at some point realizing on Shenzhen that, wait a second, this is actually the only hero to worry about. Provided we can zone everybody back, just pick heroes off one by one, isolate her, leave her alone like it's a Saturday night. And the Medusa, no matter how strong she gets, there's only a limited amount of strength you can have, right? Especially when you're playing into a Juggernaut who can spend 5 seconds hurting you with you having 0 possibility of hurting him back.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing into Medusa draft. Either you pile in on her and just try and kill her off before she gets up that stone gaze. That's usually a pretty tricky option. Or you kill her team, which is usually the more preferable approach. But of course, you know, it's can you kill her team before she kills your team? That's kind of the gamble you take when you play against Medusa every time, and it's about how you approach that, which really makes a difference. Yeah, I mean, a great Medusa draft from Phoenix though here. That's the issue. You know, they had all these spells they could use, just kind of throwing her head, and a lot of jumping, a lot of dancing, and of course there's Juggernaut, which we've seen before, answer this Medusa very, very well.
Oh, this fight, man. This was just heartbreaking, honestly. Phoenix Gaming, 2 lanes of racks up, so close to being able to bring this game back. But one bad fight when several heroes involved in said fight do not have buyback. After that happens, it's like, yeah, you can't really do this anymore. And unfortunately, it does seem to be the case that Shenzhen just have that better clarity of purpose of how to play out the draft. B-Cop, like Nomad is mentioning, it's not like it's the worst Medusa draft we've ever seen. And we've certainly did see them being able to buttress her strength several times throughout the game itself. Going into Game 2, is it still an option for them to first to the Medusa? Do you feel that Shenzhen have a necessary and certified answer to this? Or could Phoenix Gaming actually make this draft work if they just play a little bit more clean here in Game 1?
I mean, Medusa can always work, right? Like, I feel like even the lower end teams can make a Medusa work. It only has now 4 losses. It's just, I think things got really sloppy from them. They weren't securing net worth for their offlaner, so you're really playing with 3 supports on this team. Like, yeah, Fiend's Gate does great, or the Pit of Malice does okay, but really the Underlord, what he was really doing best was putting Lotus Orbs on people. And like, it just was not going to be enough. You need more from your offlaner, not just a Lotus Orb, which came in clutch, by the way. Let me just say that 2-man Burrow Strike on the back end of that reflection was pretty cool.
Yeah, the only fight they won.
Yeah, and I think that Medusa can work. It's gotta be cleaner. It cannot play that way where you're just struggling with like a majority of your team to get farm at all.
Yeah, I think I disagree with you, Snow, when you said it was heartbreaking when they lost that rush. You know, when they got the Aegis and they just died twice. To me, that wasn't heartbreak. To me, that was just greedy. It was so greedy for Phoenix to try and go. They already had 2 racks, right? Just chill, okay? Just take the fact that you've got 2 racks and you've reclaimed a lot of the map for yourself, okay? You can go for Roshan, you know, when later on maybe get the Rapier and go for it. To go for the Aegis there, I mean, I get it, okay? You want to get Aegis and Rapier. It's the dream combination, you know? In the late game, that is just like, that's a sweet spot. But it was so bad to go for that, man. Like, come on, Phoenix. Like, they knew as well, I can tell you. They were like, there must have been some discussion like, should we take this Roche? And then someone was probably like, yeah. And then they're like, guys, though, should we take this Roche? And the Medusa was probably like, yeah, don't worry, guys, don't worry. Like, I've been the Medusa in this situation. You know, it takes a captain to come through and say, guys, you know, let's chill. Let's chill. We know what we should and shouldn't do.
I mean, somebody in the team at the time, Medusa was holding a rapier, right? So Medusa should have been the one like, hey, y'all, we're already winning the game right now. There's no need to go for this additional risk. It would have been better maybe if they try to hold the area around the Roshan pit, try to force a fight to happen, but not once they're all caught inside of it. Super easy for a Juggernaut Omni Slash to catch absolutely everybody. Just pain and suffering at the end there. And, you know, if they were a little bit more clean, we might be staring down a different game. I also think that some of the itemization that we saw from Shenzhen was way better than the itemization that we saw coming in from Phoenix Gaming. And regrettably, much to your chagrin, B-Corp, this is why a lot of these games go so long. The team that gets in an advantageous position doesn't know how to keep that position, end up throwing it away, and then the game just extends longer. But Shenzhen today will be the ones that claim this initial opening game. Game 2, it's going to be very scary. B-Corp, yes, no? Can Phoenix do it?
No.
Oof.
You can't win with Medusa, you can't win with anything. No, they're done. They're done. This was a mental defeat as well. This had it all. You know, it wasn't just a stomp. It was a stomp where they had the opportunity to come back, and then they themselves, through that advantage they were given. You know, they managed to take a clutch team fight. Well done. Really well played. You get 2 racks from it as well. Well done. You know, you didn't just sit there and do nothing with that small glimpse. You know, they saw that window, and they jumped through it, and then they didn't quite fit. So they just started wriggling around, desperately thrashing to try and get through the window. And in the end, they just, I don't know where I'm going with it now. They chopped themselves in half. The window slammed shut. And and now they're dead. So
they're wriggling just like that, you know, just trying to get through.
Yeah, but they didn't have any oil on them. So they just got stuck, you know, too much friction, couldn't get through the window. Yeah, exactly. You know, you try too hard, you get so far. But yeah, and then Shenzhen just come and kill your Medusa twice in the Roche pit and win the game. So there you go. That's how it be sometimes.
Let's hope that in Game 2, Phoenix Gaming will be going to the shops during the break to buy some WD-40 so they can lubricate themselves through that little window. But to see how that's going to pan out, we're going to be taking a short break. When we return, Phoenix Gaming still fighting for their lives here against Shenzhen. Let's see what they can bring to the table. This is Division 2 of the Spring Tour of the China DPC, and we'll be right back in just a flash.
play a game.
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back here to the spring tour of the China DPC as we continue with the Division 2 action for the day, seeing whether or not Phoenix Gaming can keep themselves inside this here Division 2 league, and also seeing just how far B-Cup and Nomad are willing to go voguing on screen here. We are back for Game 2. Going to be an exciting time, and the reason it's going to be exciting, gentlemen, is because, well, it's exciting for everybody except Phoenix Gaming. Phoenix Gaming, this is their last opportunity. If they cannot make this Medusa draft work, B-Cup, then it's done. Then there's no chance for them to stay in Div 2. The next game they play is just for the sake of relegation. They do not have themselves access to the Coddle. A Shadow Demon is the save better than their mana prop on the Medusa hero.
I don't know. Can we start, like, you know what my favorite part is? When patches evolve and we start seeing different heroes. I love that. Like, wasn't there that patch where at the back end of it they found out that OD was like a killer?
Yeah.
Like, can we find some new heroes here? Like, stop picking Medusa, the most boring hero in the game. And I say that hating on a hero like DK, who's super boring.
Who comes through this last game? Who comes through this last like 60-minute struggle versus Phoenix? Comes out the other side and goes, you know what, guys? Let's pick Medusa again. That was super fun, everyone. Round 2, baby.
Let me not lie to you, boys.
Good.
Let me not lie to y'all. If I was the coach right now of the drafter for Phoenix, I would 100% have first to the Dusa. I think the Dusa is actually the only reason the game went as long as it did. CDR did a lot more. Like, the team looked better because of the Dusa than they would have with any other carry, I think. So I'm not unhappy to see it. What I think where they really need to try and fix things up a little bit more is especially in the off lane. The Underlord didn't really work out for them. Of course, Sand King was phenomenal for Shenzhen. It's still in the game here. If Phoenix don't ban it, I really hope that they find a way to pick it for themselves. Not that great into the anti-mage. Of course, the lane is kind of sucky. Overall, the game state versus AM is, generally awful. But, man, they just need better initiation from Phoenix. It can't always be that their best stuns come from Lotus Orb into the enemy team, right?
But it can. You just lose those games.
Okay, they can't do that and stay in Div 2, Can't do that and stay here, but we do have on the other side, like you're mentioning, B-Cup, we got this anti-mage coming out. Nomad was clamoring for the Mars in the previous game before it got banned out. What do you boys think about this particular opener? We don't necessarily see off-lane into carry as the opening duo. We don't see that often at all, so what do you make of the way Shenzhen has opened the draft?
I think they just want to make going up against this Medusa easier. Why not? And now they've picked something that can totally deal with it, and Phoenix have to play around that. So I like it. I'm fine with it. I think it's okay. They just have to protect the anti-mage in these bans.
So interestingly, this is data from pub games. So we've got like about around 2,500 games to go off here. Medusa versus Mars is a 54% win rate for Medusa, which is pretty statistically significant when we consider those two heroes in a matchup against each other. However, Anti-Mage versus Medusa is a 54% win rate for the Anti-Mage. So balances each other out, I guess. It does surprise me that Medusa is so bad against Mars. So good against Mars, because I do consider the arena to be quite a nice answer to the split shot. But yeah, guess not.
Just hard to reach Medusa. Like, you get to these game states where no matter what you do to her, provided she's alive, you feel like you've wasted an ultimate, and you're like, well, can't do much with this. And speaking of statistically significant things, anti-mage, this is not just any anti-mage here, gentlemen. This is the Chinese anti-mage. Always been a specialty hero within the region. Currently sitting at 80% win rates in Div 2, 75% in Div 1. Unfortunately, the team that would need such a strong hero to win with is on the other side. But fortunately, they do have the Dusa, who still enjoys a fairly high win rate. I do think one of the things that's interesting about Anti-Mage is most of the times that we've seen him win are in games where he emerges in the third phase. This is, I believe, how many time? The second time only that we've seen Anti-Mage emerging in the first phase here. This is, what do you think, Bcop? Is this just confidence from Shenzhen that they're like, whatever, we're just going to pick AM before you ban it? Or is it more fear about banning it? Or are they, let me ask that question. Are they more afraid of banning or the anti-mage being banned such that you have to pick it early? Or is it confidence that they don't care when and where they get the AM? Just get it now, secure the win condition, and let the rest of the draft fall where it may?
I think it's got to be more confidence, right? Like, they just beat a Medusa without an anti-mage. No, like, why not? Why not go for the anti-mage? Why not just do it? It makes you, like I said before, it makes it easier to handle this Medusa. Maybe they don't want to fall into a similar situation where at a certain point in the game it gets a little bit difficult for them. I think at all points it should be pretty easy with the AM. So we'll see. I don't know. They just beat a Medusa without it, so it's got to be more so confidence in my eyes.
Let's see where the rest of the draw's going to go here for Phoenix. They have options for Spirit Heroes if that is where they want to go. And indeed, Ember Spirit will be the first one to come out. Shenzhen last game did end up winning with the Void Spirit. Very unlikely that that's going to be the option for them now into both Ember as well as this year's Shadow Demon. What is available mid for them? We have actually seen Mars being played middle in other regions. Have we seen I know you also have a very large library of stats there, Nomad. Have we seen a mid Mars just yet in China?
Yeah, we definitely have. I mean, I've cast a mid Mars game, that's for sure. I think. Don't ask me which team though. Don't ask me which team. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, if you give me a minute, I can find the specific games.
I could see them going mid-Mars here, like challenging this into the Ember Spirit lane. It could also be similar to what we saw last series where they played Necro mid, ended up losing the game to the Ember Spirit, but it crushed it in lane. So maybe Shenzhen just going to be looking for more lane domination, start the game off in such a fast state that Ember Spirit can't really catch up. This helps in that regard. Well, they still go back for this here Void Spirit, but they claim the Shadow Shaman, quick way to be able to take down this Roshan, insta disable for the Ember Spirit, and crucially some decent laning prowess as well for the side of Shenzhen. I like this. I'm fine with this. Speak up. You enjoy this? You fine with the Shasta?
Yeah, I like this a lot. It gives them more lockdown. It gives them mobility. It gives them a decent lane with the Shadow Shaman. Insert my favorite stat, second highest base damage of the game. Yeah, I don't know. I like where this draft is at. Shenzhen, for the most part, they have things that can really work together. They have a lot of lockdown. They have a lot of single target lockdown, and I think that if the saves aren't on point, Phoenix are going to struggle.
All right, so very quickly, Mars has been played 3 times in the mid lane, twice of which, in the China region DPC, twice of which was actually by Ashe on Shenzhen. So it's definitely a flex pick for them, and that's why they're taking up in the first phase, because they know they can flex it to off lane and mid. And this Void Spirit does reveal that it's more than likely going to be a off lane Mars and a mid lane Void Spirit. But you never know. They might be willing to flex that one out a little bit. Even further, the possible Void Spirit like we used to see, but I highly doubt that. It's probably just going to be the Mars in the offlane and Void mid. But yeah, Slardar. I mean, this is a hero we don't see a lot of. Bcop, you're asking for something new and fresh. Is this fresh enough for you? Does this give you that minty freshness you're looking for?
Yeah, I think he does. I mean, he's a fish, so maybe not fresh smelling, but
yeah, fish smells disgusting.
I think so.
Oh, lol. Only the second Slaughter pick in the Chinese region writ large, or one of very few Slaughter picks in the entire world. I don't actually think we've seen this hero win anywhere. There might be like one win in some random region. But the interesting thing about this is how good this lanes into the anti-mage. There was a point in time when AM was being picked all the time, and in China you'd often see people preempt this, just get Slaughter, make sure that there's no option for the AM to emerge. In this game, he's not just great into the AM lane, but later on, man, I'm already worried about some of these heroes like the Shadow Shaman. If you get Corrosive Haze and Medusa hits you like twice, you just die. There's like nothing you can do about it. That's just gonna suck so much. So the damage amplification from Phoenix is looking fairly scary right now, and it doesn't seem like they have any armor carriers either on the side of Shenzhen to help them out against the Slaughter. So whatever they get here in the last pick, I think might either need to have a save or some kind of way to exploit the Slaughter in lane to make sure he doesn't actually have a game at all.
Well, I think Phoenix are going to last pick Wisp.
Ooh. How's Io gotten through the second most contested hero of the region? Just quick.
And now it's gonna be there with a Slardar.
Yeah, exactly. That combo which Liquid used to like win majors with. That was pretty sick. Oh, the online event, sorry. Just quickly on the Slardar, by the way, been picked 8 times across the whole of the DPC, and he is 3-5, so not a good win rate at all.
Ooh, gentlemen, Sand King still in the game as well. Can Shenzhen decide to flex either Mars or Sand King into 4 position and have that like a really obnoxious Mars Sand King lane to go challenge into the Medusa, try and make her life, I mean, not necessarily difficult, but just give her a little bit to think about in the early game and make sure they have like double down on initiation for later.
Is Mars Sand King a thing?
Yeah, seen it before. To be fair, I've seen a lot in South America, so make of that what you will.
Yeah, that region really determines a lot of metas.
Behave.
sorry.
Listen, man, didn't you? We all learned the K1 Radiance build. Radiance Wraith King. We all learned from South America, fam. We all came from there. This was the proving ground.
They're the primordial-oos.
We'll rather go and be a little bit more cookie cutter and a bit more boring, getting the Enchantress for the laning phase, and getting our favorite creep available in the game, gentlemen. We're gonna have a Harpy. Yay! Woo! Yay!
Great.
Get me up.
Woo. Enthusiasm.
Pretend to be a bit more excited, boys.
Lion, you have IO available to you. What are you doing?
Nah.
I'm so upset. I thought I was finally so goddamn smart with that IO prediction. Can I have something in my life?
95% contest rate for IO, and they go for the Lion instead. That is, I mean, I like it, honestly. I really do like it. I think it's better than the IO because it gives them some playmaking from their support. Support duo of Shadow Demon and IO, even though you do have the Medusa on your team and it can work, I'm still saying, like, you just don't want to kind of kneecap yourself in that way. You don't want to be all on the Medusa. As we just saw from the last game, the game gets pretty sad when you can't make any plays on any hero except your Medusa. So, but then again, the IO Slardar also enables the Slardar to be an absolute beast in the early mid. So, Asco, B-Cup was right. They should have picked the IO, but whatever. I still like the Lion. I'm giving you that one. But either way, I think for this one, I like what Phoenix has put down here, but I think they might be mentally defeated after that last game. Also, they've got good answers for the anti-mage as well. Actually, all right, Phoenix's draft is good. I'm going Phoenix. Screw it. Actually, I like that draft a lot.
B-Cup, how about you? You seem
There's a lot of flip-flopping,
right?
I know.
Pull out the knife from your back right quick, and then let us know how you feel about the draft at the end here.
I feel like I went on a journey, and Nomad's prediction took a little M. Night Shyamalan turn on me, and was just like, it's not gonna. They're mentally defeated. This. I'm going Phoenix. It's just like not definitely going Phoenix. I'm going Shenzhen. I think it's a 2-0. I think they know that I have a bedtime to hit, and they're gonna let me go to bed.
This is a young blast from the past, though, because 1, both teams have mid heroes that are spirits, and 2, both teams have hexes to try and deal with those mid spirit heroes. Is this 2018? I do not know, but I do know that I prefer the Phoenix draft, and I'm hoping that they will give us that deciding game 3 before this first start starts off. B-Cup, Nomad, take it away for game number 2 of Shenzhen.
3-man stun! The Ravage! Ash in trouble! He's going down! That'll be first blood going the way of Shining! And they are not done. They're going for more. They get Dome as well. Wow. Phoenix just clapping them here.
That was some stonks.
That really was. Those stun timings are out of the window at the moment. The triple stun from a Lion, the Slardar with the 3-man Slithering Crush as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Shenzhen just got they just got humbled.
They just got crushed in that fight. I guess you could say their chances of getting first blood were impaled, but it's not. Well, I think it used to be called impale, but it's a respect these days. So
yeah, I think their chance of getting first blood were crushed. Would have been.
Yeah,
wanna go for
that was where my good lines ended.
See, this is my new prediction strategy. What I'm going to do every game now is just like flip-flop like 20 times when I'm making my prediction, and then whichever team wins, I can just be like, yeah, I said that. That's what I said. Come on.
Quote
Are you
yourself
listening?
in chat. Oh, Nomad couldn't even get the prediction right. Well, actually, what I said was this, and then you just cut out like the specific
Yeah.
quote where you said the other team was going to win.
Exactly. I've always got that concrete evidence needed to back myself up. Oh no, remember what you were saying about Shaman having the highest, second highest base damage in the game?
Yeah.
Well, it's turned against him now. He's got the disruption out. Now he's hitting himself. What a twist. Doesn't really matter though. He's still just clapping,
Oh,
folks.
they're both just, yeah. Oh my gosh. This is the best feeling about Shadow Shaman. Although if your lane goes really poorly and your like experience, your XPM is really low, I feel like Shadow Shamans tend to struggle. It's just like, oh, well, I'm still level 2 and I have no items, I have no experience, my life sucks. And you don't recover that well.
This is some prime Shadow Shaman gameplay right here, though. Just hitting him under the tower. Just giving him the odd one, too. Beating him up. Love to see it. How's our mid lane going, B-Cup?
It's going away. Oh, it's going okay. I tried to mute myself to sneeze, but
No,
it went away.
No. All right.
I had to scramble back because I'm on one monitor right now to
No squeezing.
tab in, tab out. Good spear, and they might have this kill on LWW, but he gets away. Okay, walks it out.
Just walk it off. Walk it off.
Things quieted down though. Like even though they got first blood, Ashe got killed early. Things do seem kind of even. Actually, they're like even across the board. Look at the CS.
Yeah.
It's just like
Welcome to the
very
10
on top
CS
of each other.
Club. All the cool kids. Yeah, I mean, so basically this bottom lane should be the one we pay quite a lot of attention to, honestly, because in the early levels, the Enchantress, she's just going to be the boss. But later on, when the Slardar gets some levels, this anti-mage could really start to struggle. Slardar does just body out anti-mage in many different ways. You know, early on in the lanes, he's okay. Then later on, of course, when you get all that physical damage coming through, it's really difficult. I don't know how you see anti-mage just taking heavy hits here from YP and Shining, showing exactly why you must fear the Slardar as this AM.
So I was watching, or actually I wasn't watching, I was covering an NA game, and Hunglo had gone on the Enchantress.
Nice TP up from Hara at top. Continue.
He actually ended up going heavy into the Nature's Attendance and Enchant and didn't put a point in Impetus for the longest time. And he would just pop Nature's Attendance and buy so much time for his team to follow up and like get to him after he was just out healing all the damage coming his way.
Yeah.
And he was just making so much space. It was so wild.
Yeah, so many interesting ways to play these heroes. Like that's the thing with Dota, you know, like you can change up the ability builds, you can change up the item builds. Your hero can do something completely different. And if you're smart enough to spot what it can do, then you gons win some games. That's what you gons do.
And the scaling on Enchant's really good too, right? So from level 1 to 2, you get double the duration, which is always nice. You get triple the attack damage bonus. Oh, gosh, Kaiko getting taken out. But they want to go and turn for Shining. Drink. He will get the trade. Not great, because they lose the anti-mage. I guess Enchantress having the solo experience and solo farm isn't exactly what you want, unless Drink is planning on playing a little bit more like Jinkyu and going into heavy hitting items.
The old imposter Jinkyu. Yeah, sure. I'm a pos 4, guys. Just gonna be, you know, constantly above my pos 3 in net worth all the time.
Ember's starting to pull away a little bit over mid. Over Ashe.
Drink. It's gotta go down again. The combo Shining and YP really starting to dominate this bottom lane.
He went to the level 2 in the Impetus. I'm a little bit surprised about that. Now Hara actually has to be careful. 3 stacks of that Shadow Poison. Doesn't hit the 4th. But now he'll have the 4th with the disruption. LWW, though, taking a lot of damage. Ether shock off the 5th stack. Almost.
Bow down.
All chat, bow down.
All right, LWW.
Oh, Kaiko again. He's dead.
I guess when you go like 0-20 in your last game, you know, you got a bit of anger to get out. I respect it. I respect it. Shadow Demon's such a hero at the moment. You can just body people by yourself. It's pretty insane. But yeah, this anti-mage is he's not having a good time, is he? He's not having a good time. The Slardar counter absolutely doing what it should, and beating him up pretty hard.
This anti-mage really needs to find a way back into the game, and I know at some point it's going to end up being Battle Fury, but it feels like it will end up being slow. With how much Kaiko has struggled in this lane. Just trying to mess with Shining here too, down bottom. Not really outputting a lot of impetus shots, maybe not wanting to push Shining off the lane because they've got Ashe coming in. Keeping him without mana, so his life is certainly difficult. Do they give the last hit to the anti-mage? No, of course Drink gets it.
Sorry, I need this.
A level 5 Ench. 6-7 minutes into the game. Oh my god. Yeah, they'll bring Slardar back over with the Lion. Kaiko needs to blink out immediately because we've seen how much the damage and the stuns can stack down on him.
Yeah, so
level 3 on the enchant.
Anti-Mage is known as a pretty strong laner, right? Like, when you look at his stats for the amount of times he wins his lanes, it's very, very good, like way over the 50% mark, usually around like 60, 65 against most heroes. And then against Slardar, he's got a 47% lane win rate across Immortal pubs, which is pretty bad for this hero. Like, he likes to win his lane, he likes to accelerate, he is a safe lane hero, of course.
Ooh, so good rotation. Dolme coming down bot, but the Earth Spike maybe saving Shining's life for a second, not enough to keep him all the way alive. And I wonder if that signals, is Kaiko gonna TP top? No, they're just bringing the Mars bottom.
Well, securing his lane, absolutely. This is a crazy play, but I think it's pretty damn worthwhile. I mean, they want their anti-mage to be a hero this game. Shockingly.
Unnecessary. If he dies here, though, this feels really bad because you've TP'd the Mars down bottom. He's not going to be able to react to this. Maybe they could get Ashe in, but they need to be very careful on the side of Shenzhen.
I honestly don't know what this rotation is from Zone. I don't know why he's down here. Maybe
if they were going to go for it, fine. I think they can get that kill. They do have lockdown in the Hex and the Earth Spike, but they didn't have Searing Chains at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very tricky one. I think without the Slardar, very, very hard, but yeah, don't really know. I mean, maybe he's just dodging out the Mars rotations. They knew he was just going to walk back through the map again, so didn't want to give him the opportunity to do something silly like that. Yeah, Dolme kind of just running around the map, just kind of scaring all the heroes away from him. Pretty good, I guess.
Guess it ends up working.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he drops the lead he had in his lane. I mean, he didn't lead in CS, but he was doing pretty damn well at it. But of course, the Medusa pulling a little further ahead. But now CDR's just going to retreat to the jungle and just have a good time. She's Medusa, and she's absolutely fine just sitting in the jungle, especially with her build at the moment, which is very efficient stats-wise. LWW dodging out the Remnant. Hexed up now, though, and his time shall come to an end. This will be a death, which he's probably was expecting to happen for a while now. He's actually going to disrupt himself just to try and make things last as long as possible. But Centaur doesn't stomp, unfortunately, there. I think that's what he was hoping for as he huddles into it. But, yeah.
CDR are going to take these stacks, I believe, or heading towards that part of the map. Maybe just take this big camp over here.
Oh, yeah.
They'll start to switch out away on everything, though. And they have this ward from the Dire, but it doesn't really see enough of anything to make sure that they could contest that. Although I like what they're doing with Hara, keeping him top, getting him his level 6. Now he's on that. And I wonder if there's a chance. I was going to say he just drops the Serpent Wards down on that tier 2.
If any carry player
here.
needs to go to sleep at night, by the way, just get on like a 10-hour loop, reduce farming stacks in triangles, get on some lo-fi beats, and you know you'll be out in seconds. Yeah, it's just bliss, transcendent.
Get those lo-fi beats to get lo-fi to.
Yep. Chilled out beats to relax and farm to. That's what CDL's listening to right now. Just taking away. This ancient stack. It's so good to watch. It's so good to watch.
I kind of wish I had those playlists on YouTube when I was in high school and stuff like that. Playlist to do your homework to. Could use that. Playlist to do well on tests to. Could use that.
Yeah, I just had one of those super dodgy like download sites where I think it was called Bear
LimeWire.
Share. No, the one I used was called Bear Share. It was awful. It was so sketchy. Like peer-to-peer streaming. Half the time you download a song and it would just be something else entirely. Like a executable file. Oh well.
Somehow it's Champagne Supernova.
Yep. And a new toolbar popped up on your browser somehow. You're just like, oh, okay. Guess this is here now. Sure, that's not an issue. Hey mom, why's the computer so slow? Who knows? It's a mystery. We should probably talk about the fact they just took Roche at 11 minutes with a team which absolutely should not be doing Roche at 11 minutes, but because it's got a Shadow Shaman.
They have Shadow Shaman?
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
It's now possible. So, wow. I mean, whatever, guys. Whatever. That's insane.
Balanced. Totally balanced. Zone, by the way, fighting Ashe. That won't turn into a kill for either of them. I was just gonna, the last thing on that whole thing, when you use the LimeWire, there was like a pro version that wanted like $30 a month, but you could just use LimeWire to download LimeWire Pro, and then you just have the pro version for free.
Goddamn, dude. It's like WinRAR, you know? No one's ever gonna pay for it, but some people think that that's like the true test for getting into heaven is if you actually pay for WinRAR. Are you a good enough person to just be like, actually, you know what? I use this every day. This is pretty good software. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pay you the money you ask for every time, even though you can use it absolutely for free without any issues at all. Anyway, why is Anti-Mage running around with an Aegis at 12 minutes? Like I don't think I've seen an Anti-Mage get Aegis before Battle Fury before.
Honestly, I don't hate it if they don't make a move with this Aegis. I feel like it's just a form of protection, right? Like, obviously you get the gold, but dying isn't going to be him slowing down, right? Because he'll have the Aegis to get that life up and he doesn't lose the gold. And I think getting the Battle Fury and then being able to play aggressively in your farming might allow you to catch up to this Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, Aegis is a very good farming tool. Yeah, it sounds like a weird thing to say, but it does just allow you to play in those dangerous but very profitable parts of the map without too much worry. Bottom lane now, Phoenix are going for something. They've got the corrosion out onto the Shadow Shaman, and they're going to be able to take him down very damn quickly. He does get off those snakes, though, so they might be looking to play around this. Shenzhen moving in with Ashe with a double damage rune as well. They have a lot of ingredients. Is it going to come together and make a pie, though? Not too sure. They're just going to back themselves away, I think, and let Phoenix take this area. They're happy. Their Anti-Mage is just elsewhere doing Anti-Mage things. You lose a tier 1
Forgot
tower.
the flower.
Oh damn, they're looking for more. Oh no!
Great stun timing.
Yeah, that
There
was.
it is.
That was phenomenal, actually. Really, really hard to land that one onto a Void Spirit who does just have that instant disappearing act.
Thing is, too, like that fight there puts more gold into the bank of CDR. They're trying to push the bottom tier 1. Like, if Shenzhen, once they botch that go with the Serpent Wards down, I think they should have just bailed.
Yeah, and it is interesting now when we think about it. You know, if the Void Spirit had this Aegis, would they have been able to defend this bottom tier 1 tower? Well, it looks like they're defending it anyway, actually. They've just kind of given up on the side of Phoenix, so shut up, stupid caster, I guess. Don't worry, I'll say it, so you don't have to. Don't waste your time typing it out, everyone. I got you.
Oh, sorry, hold on. I just have to type everything out that I need to in chat. Shut up, 2K Caster.
There you go.
Talking about you, B-Cup.
Anti-Mage now has the Battle Fury finished up, so his farm is going to start to accelerate at a very alarming rate. And he will start to catch up this with Medusa if nothing is done about him. I still think Medusa can keep the edge up when it comes to farming speed, at least for a while. But of course, you know, the Anti-Mage with that blink ability does just eventually go pretty insane. And his team's smoked up, looking to deal with whoever comes up to the top side here. Not sure they're going to find anyone, at least just yet. Phoenix have proven themselves to be very reluctant to really move up to the top side of their own map here. They'd rather put pressure, finish off as tier 1, and move into the enemy jungle. But they're dropping snakes for this. Shenzhen are...
Yeah.
They want this tower.
Okay, here. I guess he does have the Aegis for 25 seconds. Does he
got the
purposely get
Aegis.
himself low to force TPs to come in? Oh, okay. Aether Remnant lands on CDR. I thought he was going to use the bait of I have Aegis for a short amount of time and I let myself get low to the tower. But instead the Serpent Wards are dropped and they don't do a lot of damage after they back off.
What an awkward series of events. Alright. Kaiko is just going to be able to use this Aegis to heal himself up then, so whatever, I guess. And just go back to farming. Everyone's just going back to farming. False alarm. You thought there was going to be action. You're wrong. We're back to playing Farmville. Though I say that. Phoenix are not done. They're moving on forwards here. What will they find? Take a look inside the triangle. Who knows what you might see.
They are looking to go. But again, like you said, Farmville. Benjamin has invited Jared to help plant tomatoes in the garden.
I can't plant turnips instead.
Yeah, well, if you want to play Animal Crossing, you go for the turnips.
True. Ah, the turnip stock market. Wow. What gameplay that was. Although I did rage quit Farmville and Animal Crossing when I accidentally forgot about my turnips and wasted like all my money. I was like, well, I'm never gonna financially recover from this. I'm done.
I saw your post on Turnip Street Bets.
Yeah.
Hara in some trouble as he is hit with the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. There's also Shiny here. But still, though, I mean, the net worth stays close. That's for sure. The one struggling the most, though, it feels like Ash. Not having nearly as good of a game as he did in the last one.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I was expecting good things from his Void Spirit, you know? He seems so confident on this hero, willing to pick it into just about any matchup, it seems. And no one else is really playing it a whole lot, so this does seem like a comfort thing for them. And that's the thing, like, Shenzhen do have a few things they like to do a little differently, which is mostly coming from Ash, to be honest, which is the reason why I like this team a bit. I think they've got a lot of potential, but... yeah, this game doesn't seem to be really achieving a whole lot. You know, that death down at bottom was really unfortunate. And yeah, I think maybe they should have put the Aegis on. I'm not sure, because obviously the Anti-Mage wouldn't have been able to farm up as much as he can. Oh, they're setting up onto Ash again here, jumping with the Hex. The instant stun is there, and now the Finger comes through as well. They've got the damage, they've got the kill. Mega kill now for YP as he's 5-0-3, by the way.
Jesus, he's got 3 stacks as well on the Finger. Yeah, it's a little bit worrying here for Shenzhen. I don't know if they're going to get the same opportunities as they have in the last game. They do have a Blink Dagger now coming out for Hara, which is good. Having that Blink instant initiation with their Hex now should be quite nice, because they're doing the same thing on Phoenix with YP.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obviously working out for him. Kaiko, once he gets to this Manta, should feel pretty confident. Although, multiple BKBs hitting for Phoenix. They've got the Ember, they've got the Sardar. And what do you do if you're the side of Shenzhen when these BKBs are piling up?
Yeah, the Smart's going to feel very, very useless with his arena. He basically has to jump in and get that spear off on someone before that BKB comes through, which is pretty damn difficult. They've got a lot on their plate at the moment. I think Shenzhen are definitely on the back foot, so they're the ones who are going to be the mouse in this situation. And Phoenix, the cat, looking to pounce on the potato salad, which is what my cat did last night.
Jumped on the salad.
He jumped in the potato salad and just grabbed the potato and ran away with it.
Nice.
Yeah, Lord.
I like the confidence. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Give him some potatoes or give him some lettuce, and he just goes absolutely mad for it. Cabbage leaves, you know, just... It's very health conscious, apparently.
Serpent Ward's again on a tier 2.
Yep.
With Roche being up soon, I'm a little bit surprised about that.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. That first Roche was pretty damn key, actually, because it stops the side of Phoenix getting it. They can take it really easily as well. They've got Slardar. So, yeah, I mean, very, very interesting that they'll choose to pop Snakes for this bottom tier 2 tower. But, you know, objectives, very important. Aegis is temporary. Towers are permanent. Does that work? Does that sound smart, Beakup? Did I do an
It sounds like the beginning of a Valentine's Day card, honestly.
Aegis is temporary.
Here is
Towers
Roche.
are permanent.
So take my love as it is also permanent.
I don't understand the concept of rhyming. Alright, Shard as well. Oh, we've got some fiery fire remnants now. Nice.
They let that go pretty easily on Shenzhen, which is a little bit surprising. Both Roches have kind of fallen uncontested.
Well, that would mean we'd have to have a team fight. And apparently this game is all about just avoiding that at all available cost.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of ganks, a lot of rotations, but in terms of actual team fights, I think we've had one at minute 0, and then it's been chill time.
Wondering where the next fight, if a fight, will happen.
I think it's going to be in the top lane B Cup.
No, they're gonna bail.
I don't think.
Pacifist game.
I don't think Shenzhen are actually going to fight. That's why they're just going to let their tier 2 drop.
Not have that option. 4-man smoke. Broken.
Woo! Ah, yes. Kill the Enchantress. Delicious venison for everybody. Nice gear burgers.
I really dislike on a Enchantress venison where it goes half venison, half human meat. It's gamey.
Is that cannibalism?
I guess, at some point.
If someone served you a centaur, would you eat it?
No.
Or would you be like, is this a top half or a bottom half? Bottom half? Fine, that's game. Top half? No thank you. What about a mermaid? Would you eat a mermaid?
No. You think centaurs like sugar cubes? Is that like a thing for
well,
them?
yeah, humans like sugar and horses love sugar, so they're definitely like sugar cubes.
3-man smoke on bottom if they can catch Kaiko, but he is well aware. His spidey senses, they are tingling. CDR is left alone. What?
She's away from home. I mean, Shining's going to come in with the stun here, but that is a very dead Medusa. Team, time to get out the sirens.
Where is my team? I'm out of... What? What?
I do not quite understand what we just witnessed. However, I'm willing to accept it and move on.
What?
I don't know. He was just like, I've got an Aegis. This tier 2 tower is mine. Let's go, baby.
I'm like about to channel my inner rage from Black when a team makes a poor play like that. And now they've got the Sardar.
Yeah, it's
got the BKB off.
Ooh, he's turning around.
Split second from the shackles to the Aether Remnant. That was really impressive.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff in the Nature's Attendants keeping her alive at the same time as well. The heal coming out from those things is pretty ridiculous.
And with the Holy Locket going Shard next, so give you even more Nature's Attendants. Oh, Hara. He is hit by the finger in horror. Horror.
Yeah, that works. It works. We'll take it. That's a win.
Shoehorn that one in there. The thing too, which we saw about the Medusa last game as well, was like experience-wise wasn't keeping up with the other carry, right? Like Anti-Mage is level 20.
Wow, that's yeah, that's that's a lot of levels. What's his XPM at the moment? What letter is that? There we go.
It is 731.
Wow. He's also picked up this Assault Cuirass, which is quite interesting as well. I mean, that's kind of an answer to the Slardar for that anti-armor coming out. Also very good at protecting your team from the Medusa, so I'm a very big fan of this pickup.
Would you rather him get the Butterfly or the Satanic next? Because he's got both queued.
I think you go Butterfly for sure. I don't think...
Do you pick up the Morbid Mask, you think, though? And then go Butterfly?
Yeah, that'd be the way to do it, but I have a feeling he might just go straight for the Butterfly, because... you know, he's a carry player. He wants to record that timing on a Butterfly in his diary and say, "Dear diary, today I got my Butterfly at 31 minutes and it was really cool. And everyone in Twitch chat said I was really good at the game."
Oh, no way. Wait. Does the Lion have... No, he doesn't. I was going to say, does he have full Ags?
Is he just queuing up the point booster to bait people?
He got me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I saw that. I was like, wait, what? Where'd he pull this thing from? Let's going for the Wraith Pact, which we saw last game. Oh, speak up. I don't wish to tease you here, but it does look like we might have a team fight coming. I'm just saying.
Stop it.
I'm just saying.
It looks like Shenzhen are kind of like waiting for them.
Oh, big time.
Hoping they can get this right.
Here we go. Shining Scene.
Oh.
Hex comes down, but YP immediately counter-hexing the Shaman right now as the Anti-Mage jumping in immediately looking for the target, but they're all frozen up by the Medusa. But, I mean, at the moment, it's just a dire team fight win by the looks of it. They are doing way too much damage. The Anti-Mage is trying to chase down CDR, though. He's sticking on this Medusa, and that Mana Void does a huge amount of work, but is it enough? CDR actually trying to turn around and fight into the Anti-Mage, and he lives! Oh my goodness. 5-man team wipe from the side of Phoenix. Good lord, that was close to a dead Medusa. But even if it was a dead Medusa, you know, the Anti-Mage would have died afterwards anyway. So, yeah, I mean, goodness me, that was so quick as well. That fight just powder keg.
Everything was so close. Like, Enchantress was healing up through the damage for a while. Mars was surviving it for a bit. They lost Void Spirit a little bit early on that. And then, of course, Anti-Mage almost killing the Medusa, which is massive because Medusa farms very quickly. The time that you're off the map as the Anti-Mage feels really bad. And, I don't know, Roche up in a minute 15 still lines up for Shenzhen to be able to take a fight.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed they didn't target down that Slardar enough. They got the Hex out on him and then they tried to jump back. Like, the Anti-Mage only had eyes for Medusa, which I understand, but at the same time, I'm not sure I agree with it. Whoa, what's going on here? They're trying to walk up the high ground here on Shenzhen? That's not cricket. That's not even Dota. CDR just taking down hero after hero. It's going to be another full team. What the... The Anti-Mage wasn't even alive again yet. Okay.
They just threw to try and get a Sardar.
Alright, sometimes you do a thing, and that thing maybe wasn't the thing you should have done, and you don't realize that until after the thing, and then your Rex gets destroyed. Right, B-Cup.
Potentially more than the racks. Yeah. Top set?
This is a DD Doosa. The DDD. She don't mess around.
And they're not looking to defend because Kaiko's just looking to farm.
These fights weren't fun for me. I didn't enjoy this. I'm gonna go hit some creeps, guys. Have fun. Classic anti-mage.
Minute 20 till Roche.
Also love
Like,
this Silver Edge pickup on the Medusa, by the way. Dealing with the Enchantress, dealing with the Anti-Mage. It's cute. I like it. Gives her a way to escape the Anti-Mage in the fights as well. Like, it doesn't matter how farmed you get, really. You still can't just sit on the Anti-Mage when he pops a Manta Style upon you. So she just went for Shadow Blade and just said, alright, peace, bye. Reposition. Come back in. Really, really smart pickup choice from CDR. I love it.
I'm wondering if this game is still even winnable for Shenzhen.
I think Shenzhen are wondering that as well.
Like if they get Roche, yeah, but I think that has to happen for them to win this game.
Nah, I mean, Anti-Mage versus Medusa is always winnable for the Anti-Mage, just due to how the hero matchup works, I guess.
He's going Satanic though first before the Butterfly.
Yeah.
I think wants that little bit more of survivability.
Spooked. It allows you to stay on map a little bit more as well. You know, that purge you get from the Satanic, along with the Manta Style, just makes you super, super elusive.
Who do you focus first though if you're Shenzhen?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. It's whoever you get the Hex off on, because everyone else is going to get off the BKB, which makes him way too hard to bring them down. So, I mean, last fight, they should have killed the Slardar. They didn't, and, you know, at the same time, the Anti-Mages always need to drop the Medusa, though, and they really don't have enough damage to kill off the target by themselves. But it looks like this fight is going to take place here with the Harpy going on over the top as well. Lion up on the cliff, though, just looking down upon everyone, but they've already taken down LWW, but the Hex is out onto the Anti-Mage, but he is going to come out the other side, get off the counterspell, and blink himself away, and Stone Gaze also being wasted. Oh, not wasted, as Dolme tried to jump in the sidelines for the arena there. That's not good. No Mars, no big team fighter for this fight as I look over towards the Enchantress as well. She is going to get herself taken down as well. CDR gets a double kill. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage still trying to do Anti-Mage things on the back lines, but he gets hexed up again. YP just staying on the cakes, and they're going to be able to take down the AM. Keiko will fall, and it's GG's for Shenzhen. They say there is no longer a chance for them in this game. They'll tap it out, and we'll be going to game number 3. Phoenix showing that they do still have some life on them. They don't want to be eliminated from the tournament like this.
Yeah, I don't know. That last fight, I don't know what Anti-Mage is doing over there. I don't know why he's in the back lines. I don't understand why he's by himself going for the Shadow Demon of all heroes. It's so like lacking coordination. Multiple fights there. Like you said, go for the one who's hexed. They spear the Slardar. What do? Blink over him and go for another hero. It's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now you've got the Shadow Demon. What else can you do?
I mean, you can't let the Medusa just sit there and attack you. And also, I think the Shadow Shaman might have gotten the disruption off onto the Hex Slardar. I'm not too sure. It was such a quick fight. It was hard to tell what's happening. But, you know, I'm sure we've got a cool guy in Shades here to break it down for us.
It was all according to Keikaku, boys. I told y'all the Slaughter would be able to grab this dub. But ultimately, though, what this really came down to was the fact that Phoenix Gaming were just a lot more solid in the draft. Basically, more things had to happen, it felt like, from Shenzhen to succeed than from Phoenix Gaming. And a lot of interesting things happened in this game, though. Initially, it did seem like it was going to be Shenzhen being able to walk away with it. I mean, they took an 11-minute, 20-second Roshan with 2 support heroes and Rasta inside the Roshan pit. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. Nomad, you were asking about, have you ever seen an anti-mage get Aegis before Battle Fury? It's happened exactly once before. Back in 2016, when Illidan Stormrage got a 14-minute Aegis into a 16-minute Battle Fury. But of course, in this game, the anti-mage was able to accelerate both of those timings, getting a faster Aegis, faster Battle Fury, but still losing the game. Don't pick Anti-Mage into the Medusa, at least not first 2, unless you have everybody else set up to be able to deal with this. But really did feel like at the end of the day here, Shenzhen, what went wrong, B-Cup? How did this all change around? Because it looked so good for them early on, but then where did it start to fall apart for this team?
I don't think it was their drafting. I think it was their decision-making. I think a lot of the decision-making was pretty bad. That fight up towards top, the one that really completely changed the game when they got fully team-wiped. It's not knowing to go on the same heroes. It's not coordinating who you're jumping after. And then while the anti-mage is then dead from that fight, they try to fight again to get a solo pick off on a Slardar with everybody there from Phoenix. So now instead of it being a 6k deficit, you're now at a 12k deficit. And then again in that last fight, they stun up the Slardar and they go for something. It's like, look at this. It's like just so everybody's going for somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's going for the same person in this fight. And Drink is just running, trying to heal, get Zone's attention, but you've already lost Hara and Ash. Just okay. Yeah. And Kaiko is on his own game schedule.
Yeah.
He's just playing his own game. This made no sense to me.
I think
this fight is
was very
so
bizarre.
just go from bad to worse. Let us like if you're gonna do that, anti-mage should buy back.
Definitely should in that situation. You know what I think this comes down to here, Nomad? We were talking about it earlier on about whether or not the fact that this game legitimately has no bearing on Shenzhen's fate, will this affect how they actually play the game out? And you were saying that it depends on the team that's playing. The way that we've seen them play in this particular game, right? Because it did feel a little bit more devil may care than game one. Do you feel like it's starting to get to them, the fact that this game legitimately doesn't matter at this point and they're practically playing for fun?
I mean, that doesn't sound like something which would get to a lot of teams, you know, that kind of feels like a freeing factor. Like, you can say, oh yeah, they're playing sloppier because, you know, they're not as worried and they're just kind of having fun with it, but I wouldn't say that's what Shenzhen are kind of doing here. I think these guys are still taking this game and series very seriously. So, no, I wouldn't say that is a factor. I think it just comes down to, I mean, I kind of disagree with because I think it is a lot to do with draft because this anti-mage is just kind of countered out by a lot of what Phoenix were kind of offering. Lion is a great answer to the anti-mage, and the Slardar is an excellent answer to the anti-mage. And yeah, you know, he had a good game, he really did, and his team were kind of the one which crumbled around him. And a lot of that just comes down to the choice which Shenzhen made in the kind of mid game, especially with. I still think they should have given the Aegis to Void Spirit. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's nice to give your anti-mage the ability to just farm anywhere he wants, but at the same time, wouldn't it be nicer to give the Void Spirit the ability to fight anywhere he wants?
Yeah, at that point in the game, it was also like he hadn't yet gotten his fighting items. So, you know, there was not really any safety for him to actually try and make aggressive movement. So Ash did find himself pretty much gimped the entire game. We see that reflected in his scoreline right now, 1-5-5 on the Void Spirit. Not necessarily what we want to see, especially when countenanced by his brother, the Ember Spirit, going 4-0-17. We were talking about this in the draft before we came into it, because the fact that they already have the Ember Spirit. Hell, even last game, like we were talking about how Void Spirit is one of the weaker of the three brothers, but nonetheless, they pick it into the Ember Spirit. Is this a situation where, was this overconfidence from the side of Shenzhen being able to do that with the Void Spirit? Or was it just like Nomad said, where if they played a little bit better, made some better decisions about where to utilize the Void Spirit, they could still have gotten a positive result?
Yeah, they definitely could have gotten a positive result. I think that Ash was playing well enough where he could have made things happen. Like, that fight bottom, I think if he has Aegis, like I really did agree with Nomad there. If he has the Aegis in that fight over bottom, they probably hold that, and the game looks a bit different coming into the later parts of that early mid-stage part of the game. But like, you can get it done as Void Spirit. He may be weaker, but he could still get it done. Like, he brings some good mobility. He brings some decent lockdown. Like, there's a reason all the spirits are really well liked and picked up quite often.
Yeah, does feel like mobility and lockdown is actually the name of this game, right? Outside of the Medusa on the side of Phoenix, practically every other hero had some degree of mobility and lockdown, and they utilized it quite well at the end of the day to get a positive result out of this. The question is, though, for Shenzhen, going into this third and deciding game, they don't need this game, but obviously they want to perform for their last game here in Division 2. For Phoenix Gaming, they are still fighting for their lives, and I'm glad we get a Game 3. I'm glad we get to see more of them. Unfortunately, it make you sad, Nomad, but we're probably going to be seeing more Medusa at the end here as well. So before we cut into a quick break, final quick question. Last time, both of you were a little bit sus on this one. How do you feel about game number 3? Phoenix, Nomad, have they been able to recover from the mental damage inflicted from game number 1?
I mean, obviously, yes. This was a good performance. You know, they pulled out the victory. They turned it around. I think, you know, if they can get the draft into this favorable position again, that would be great. And I think this will kind of give them a lot of hope as well. Coming back in a best of 3 series is a great feeling. Dropping first game and winning game number 2. I don't know the stats for it, but I'm going to make something up. 65% of the time, that win goes to the team which won game 2. So yeah, I don't know. That might be right. It sounds right. It sounds like something smart. Someone smart would say. So let's go with that. Yeah, I believe in Phoenix. They can go all the way.
Lol, the smart made up stat will probably come true once we get into game number 3. But to get that going, we still need to take a short break. And then when we return, potentially the last game for Phoenix in Division 2 or the beginning of their salvation. We'll be finding out which path they take once that game does kick off. But until then, short break as Snare, B-Cop, and Nomad sign off for a little bit. We'll see you in a moment to continue the hype. Don't go anywhere as we will be back with the DPC. We'll be right back.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the spring tour of the China DPC for the last game of the day. Here in Division 2, we are witnessing Phoenix Gaming taking on the side here of Shenzhen. One game away from either Phoenix Gaming being completely eliminated or Shenzhen being able to just stay there. So let's see what happens. We have B-Cop, we have Nomad, we have the prayers for the Medusa ban. Will these prayers be answered? Let us find out with the first and third and final draft.
Yeah!
Let's go. All right.
Woo! Let's go!
All right.
All right.
I'm unneeded now. That's cool. No Medusa. It's fine.
Feels good. Feels good.
How many of you who came to watch this series knew that you'd actually be able to confirm that God does actually exist because Medusa has now been banned? Thank you, Nomad and B-Cop, for answering a centuries, millennia-old question, in fact. But boys, why don't you want to see more Medusa? What's the issue?
Because it gets picked all the time, and I'm so tired of the same gameplay every single game. I am so tired of it. Ice Frog, I beg you. Get this hero, get some of these heroes, switch it up a little bit. Like, I don't want to see just Farmfest Medusa every game. Like, hit me up with something different. Hit me up with, like, Meepo being back into the blend. Hit me up with, like,
boy. I want to see
Ancient
Arc
Apparition doing something.
Arc Warden's a cool hero, and we don't see enough of it. And it's one of the two heroes which has not been picked through the entirety of the DPC in all regions.
Good.
Do you know who the other one is?
I hate that hero.
Oh, okay.
I really want to make a good guess, an educated guess, but I'm so stupid. No, wait, I've got it. Is it a support?
Right? Yeah, it is.
Does it rhyme with Dazzle?
No, it rhymes with Shuttlecock.
What?
Rhymes with Shuttlecock.
Rhymes with shuttlecock. That's a word we hear all that often. Now I'm trying to like rack my mind to think which heroes will have that particular rhyming scheme. Grimstroke doesn't rhyme with shuttlecock. I don't know.
I thought it was basically telling you guys. Well, I'm not telling you.
Oh my god, what rhymes with
can't get it
shuttlecock
from
in this
that?
game?
Chat
you're gonna have to be.
Chat's smart.
We'll see if Chat can figure this out. Is it Warlock potentially?
Hey, there we go.
Hey,
That was
okay, cool.
wait, that doesn't rhyme.
What do you mean it
I was
doesn't
about to say that's a forced rhyme, my friend. But
That's fine.
The word you tried to rhyme it with is 2 words.
So? No, shuttlecock is one word. Shuttlecock is one word.
It's a hyphenated word, maybe. I don't know.
I'm Googling
Dude,
this
it's
right now.
7 a.m.
It is
Alright,
one word.
alright.
It is one word.
back
I
on
will
track, boys.
Die on this
back
one.
on track.
Sorry.
You know, Phoenix. Right. So Phoenix here, they are fighting for their tournament lives. Let's not forget everybody who might have just tuned in right now. Phoenix, if they lose this game, it is guaranteed that they'll have to play in open qualifiers to come back into Division 2. If they win, it's still not a guarantee they remain, but it gives them a chance at the very least. If you're going to have a chance to stay in a particular division, does it help going back for your premier Storm Spirit being backed up by this Coddle? I mean, Coddle, of course, wasn't able to really help out the Medusa, but it didn't necessarily feel like the Coddle was the issue there. However, here, B-Cop, the problem is that between Coddle and the Shadow Demon, the activity that you wanted from one of these two supports is certainly going to be lacking in this game relative to game number 2.
These supports offer you Disruption Lockdown together. That doesn't sound good. I feel like their support duo lacks a lot of things, and it worries me a lot.
Preach. Yeah.
Wait, preach or reaching?
No, preach.
preach.
I'm with you.
Okay,
Don't
yeah,
worry.
yeah. Okay, cool.
You know me.
These
I love. Just give me a defensive support and give me an aggressive support. I think if
Yeah.
every team stuck to that mantra in Div 2, you'd be nice and juicy. But I mean, I hate to be that guy, but they need like some really hard carry on Phoenix to make the support duo work now, because or something very aggressive. Maybe give me a CK actually. I think I'm on board for a CK.
Ooh.
Never mind. Screw CK. Do not pick
This
CK.
is quite entertaining. Hoodwink Brewmaster coming in for Shenzhen, so this is most likely going to be their support duo. Decent amount of magical burst available from the Hoodwink, of course. Great scouting from the tree lines, and I think that one of the big things that we haven't really seen in Division 2, but what we see all the time in Division 1, the priority on making sure you have at least one hero in the draft that can help you get and furnish some easy vision out on about onto the map. Of course, we see this Brewmaster again. It's quite interesting though, because Brewmaster, as you're all talking about what carries for Phoenix they could pick to be ultra big, I was thinking through the list of what hyper carries are left. Obviously, Medusa's banned out. Morphling simply not the same hyper carry that we used to see. So the only thing that it felt like they could really go for was going to be this Terror Blade for Phoenix. However, it seems like Shenzhen might have noted this year, Nomad, because they already have the Brewmaster to deal with this TB in advance.
I don't know what they're doing, man. Picking TB when they've already got a brew. That's slightly worrying for me. They've got Tiny as well for like this magical burst. I don't understand this pickup at all. And I said they needed a hard carry, right? You've got this Shadow Demon, you've got this Coddle, right? Two very expensive defensive supports, which means you're clearly looking for something which is going to take you into the late game, but you picked an Illusion Hero versus Brewmaster, and you picked this very high armor, low health hero versus Tiny. These guys are... I'm flabbergasted. I'm befuzzled. I don't know what's going on. This seems like a crazy move.
Bcop, you are a China aficionado. Do you remember the days when we'd always see Shadow Demon picked with, what was the three? It was Luna, TB, and there was another one. It wasn't PR, but some other agi carry. It might have been Morph. You remember those days? Didn't you have fun with those like 70, 80-minute long games? Wasn't it enjoyable times?
Naga Siren and like
Yeah!
Luna.
Yeah!
Yeah, where a majority of my casting was, all right, they're going to use Disruption, try and go up the hill. That didn't work. They're going to back up for a second. All right, here we go. Disruption once again. Luna not getting close to the fight because you're using the illusions. All right, so they're going to back up for a second, wait for Roche. They go back for the bottom. It was the same. Why? I'm upset.
It's okay, baby.
Well, Bcop's
We're here
mind
for
is
you.
busy resetting here, Nomad. What do we see emerging
You're
from
putting
the
me
mid
into
lane?
the PTSD right there. Like the 80-minute games, man. Like there was a point. I swear DPL's average times. I know I joke about it in this Div 2, but like I swear DPL used to like a BO3 took 5 hours, and there was like 4 a night, which doesn't add up. But like you know what I mean.
You live there. Like part of your
Oh, they
mind
were
is still
POTs,
trapped
never
in
mind.
those games. Like you're still trapped in those games. You're like, oh my god, game 17
Forever.
is about to
mentally
start.
never
Shadow
left.
Realm.
I'm in the Shadow Realm. I'm Yugi's grandfather, except my Shadow Realm is just 80-minute games.
Lol.
All right.
Nomad, you remember earlier you were telling us about the presence of these mid Marses and especially the fact that they would often emerge with Shenzhen playing them. Seems like we're going to be getting it here again because the last pick Bane emerging for Shenzhen does mean that we're going to be consigning the Mars into the mid role. Unless you think they're going to do something like Game and Gladiators and put the tiny middle and safe lane Mars instead.
Nah.
Safe lane Bane.
Nah. Shenzhen with the mid-Mars, Kaiko, Tiny Carry, Dolme, Brewmaster off. Yeah, this looks great from Shenzhen, honestly. This looks really great. Phoenix somehow managed to get away with a San King last pick.
What?
This here is very strong. In China, it doesn't look as strong in some of the other regions, but still boasting a pretty good win rate. So yeah, don't know how they've gotten away with that one, but they have. So well, there we go. Either way, though, I'm still very much in favor of Shenzhen for this game. Again, this Terrorblade pick, it just does not butter my crumpet at all, Snow.
Bcop, what do you think of this? What do you make of this TB? I mean, this is the China classic. When you're in a back against the wall situation, you whip out the TB and hope it carries you to victory. Is this the kind of game where we're going to be seeing that glorious history being honored once again?
I don't know. I'm really lost in the whole buttered crumpet thing. But honestly, I do want Shenzhen to win. I don't want to see Shadow Demons getting back into the mix either. I hate that. I just don't want Illusion Heroes to start sieging the high ground. You know what? You want to give me Illusion Heroes sieging the high ground? Give me back the 5 shrines to heal myself out.
Because
we need to make the games 100 minutes.
You hate. So you hate Shadow Demon, you hate Medusa, you hate long games. I think you
this
just
guy
need
a China caster. What the hell is this?
What are you doing
Oh
in this
my God.
region?
I
What
hope
you guys are talking about?
I hope that in this third and deciding game, Bcop wants Shenzhen to win. He doesn't want Shadow Demon back into the mix. I want to see Phoenix Gaming still keeping their hopes and dreams alive. And I'll be honest, I actually do want to see more Illusion meta returning to Chinese Dota. So let us all give our hopes,
Out of your
dreams,
mind.
and power to Phoenix Gaming as Bcop and Nomad take it away for the third and deciding game. It's Shenzhen, it's Phoenix Gaming, it's the tournament lives on the line for Phoenix. Let's see what they got. Take it away, boys. We'll see you after the game.
Dude, I will trade you Arc Warden back in the meta to trade away Illusion meta. Stop that. That Illusion meta was almost as bad as Troll Sniper.
Troll Sniper was insane. Troll Sniper was so insane. That was a trippy meta. Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, by the way, I'm pretty sure that even if they lose this game on Phoenix, they still stand a chance of being able to stay in the region, because if there's a tie across a relegation zone line, then you still have to play the tiebreaker for it. So YBB could still lose their games and have to play a tiebreaker against them. It isn't likely because YBB still have to play against iG Vitality though.
Phoenix also have to play against SAG because they have that added loss, so they could technically end 1-7.
Yeah, but so could YBB, right? So,
well, no, because YBB can only end at max 1-6.
Oh, because Phoenix got the extra loss, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's. I love that extra loss. It just came out of nowhere.
It's a weird one, that's for sure.
It is. All right, let's get into this game, Mr. B Cop. I'm hoping for a nice 90-minute slog with as little kills as possible, just as it feels like how it should end. But yeah, I mean, so basically the reason we've talked so much about Terrorblade and why at least we're not super sold on it is mostly down to this Brewmaster hero. When he uses this split, he gets an ability which can just clear through illusions. It does something like 2,500 damage to illusions. It's an AoE as well, so multiple illusions will be killed off by that. I mean, TB not as badly affected by it as certain other heroes, but still a big problem for him, as those conjure images are pretty damn important. Pretty long cooldown spell as well, so getting them back isn't that easy. Yeah, so it's a little bit concerning. So he's not really going to be that big illusion hero this game, but more the kind of, big beast in the Metamorphosis trying to control the team fights by himself.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to do that. I find if he's without his illusions on the TB, he's destined for a Fiend's Grip.
Definitely true, yeah, definitely true. And that might be the reason why they picked up this Bane, because they just saw a great opening for it. That was their final pickup. I was expecting them to go for one of the Hex heroes, but no, instead they move in for the Bane instead, which, I also appreciate. But yeah, both Lion and Shaman were still in the pool, by the way. They decided to go for the Bane. Do you find that interesting, especially considering they're playing against a Storm?
Yeah, I guess the Storm definitely makes that a little bit interesting. I wonder if they're just confident with the Bane overall. There is quite a bit here, though, to potentially stop a Fiend's Grip, like Burrow Strike to the backline, falling in with the Vortex, Disruption. I guess Bane, I like the Fiend's Grip on the TB 1-1, but I think with the rest of the lineup from Phoenix, I feel like Bane might struggle.
Yeah.
So Shadow Shaman might have been the better choice.
Yeah, a lot of catch and also the save as well with the Shaman, so... with the Shadow Demon, so yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from there. Weird, strange last pick in my I just feel like it would have been way safer to go for a Hex hero, but... Shenzhen, they love comfort. That's something we know about them. They love comfort over anything else. They'd rather pick comfortable heroes than counter-pick heroes. That's something which has been their identity for a while now. And Ash back at it again in the middle lane on this Mars. He's done it twice before. Both games were a win, and he's looking for the third victory here on this hero, which he loves so much.
Yeah, I like seeing Mars kind of diversify. It is usually your standard offlaner, but early arenas, early spears. I feel like Mars also potentially with a different build could feel like a much stronger hero. Not just your typical offlane build. I know at some point some Mars players were getting Deso a little later on.
Well, Spear is out onto the Storm Spirit to secure those CS there and make sure he can grab himself the water, and they actually take both water runes away from the Storm, who's now sitting with an empty bottle. No sadder sight than an empty bottle at 4 minutes, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely don't want to lose advantage in this lane, and that might just come from not being able to secure the runes in the lane.
Yep, nicely done from the Hoodwink, making that movement down, utilizing her abilities to go ahead and grab that rune off the Storm. Very nice. So Hara Silo, mid going great for Ash, and it will continue to do so, especially now that the runes have gone their way. Kaiko doing very, very well on the Mars and Tiny in the bottom lane as well.
He was pressured for a second, but then he was okay. Looked like it was going to get potentially dangerous. As CDR now getting that first blood onto Hara. Runs him down with the, I believe, second metamorphosis of the game. And, Brew just kind of stayed in lane. Didn't really care that Hara was being pressured and taken out of the game for that first blood.
Brew's chilling. He's doesn't really have much in terms of like catch. A Cinder Brew level 1, not going to help out a whole lot, and they're not going to let him get range for Thunder claps, so decide to try and regain a little bit of gold in the lane. He is not doing great up here in the top lane, has to be said. Both the carriers are having a pretty good time to start this one off.
Yeah, 30-9 there for the TB, but 36-3. And we've seen how quickly Tiny can kind of get the ball rolling. That early Echo Saber into a Blink Dagger or a Shadow Blade. Have that shard as well.
What's your favorite shard?
In the laning phase, what's my favorite shard? I was actually giving that a thought yesterday, I want to say. But I couldn't really come to like a definitive answer of what I was enjoying the most. I do appreciate a nicely placed spear with Mars having his shard. But I'm trying to think of what my favorite overall would be.
Yeah, there's a couple of good ones. I mean, there's like the ones which feel like good to play as, like the fact that DK now has a farming tool is really nice. It changes the hero completely. Tiny, his shard literally gives him the ability to become a carry hero. He would not be one without it. But then they're also pretty boring concept-wise, so hard to think.
Like, I do like Ancient Apparition's shard.
Yeah,
but I feel like his Ags and his shard are kind of centered around him being a core.
Yeah.
Which makes little to no sense to me.
Absolutely. I'm going to go Luna's shard, actually.
Always been a 5.
That's an underrated one.
Whose shard?
Luna's. Just the ability to spam that thing in the trees, to hunt people out, those like little ranged glaives coming out. It's multifaceted, I would say.
That'd be center bottom? No, he stopped it. Never mind. Fake out. Kaiku's not getting pressure much anymore. He's top of the CS as well. Wow, he's doing really well bottom. That makes me scared for Phoenix. Arena top. LWW. In some trouble and will eventually fall here. It will be to Dome.
Yeah, tried to give it to Ash, but unfortunately the Cinder Brew getting triggered there gives him the DPS to give him the kill. Ah well, he'll take it.
Especially when he's building Ags first, big item here.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't mind the extra influx in gold.
Dude, this Ags is honestly one of the craziest Ags in Dota. It's so nuts. It's the only reason the hero is good. Like, I think the hero, like, Brewmaster's skill set is pretty rubbish, I would say. Like, Thunderclap is fine. Cinder Brew is kind of meh. Drunken Brawler is, I don't know, I haven't really played it, but it looks pretty meh. And Primal Split is just nuts. Like, Primal Split is just a crazy-ass ability. Like, and the Ags is just, like, what? 2 charges plus you can just come back. Like, I feel like the ability to come back anywhere at any time should be the shard, maybe.
I don't know, because then I guess how do you include the Void Bear?
Yeah, just include him anyway. It's fine.
Or make him a talent.
Ooh, yeah. Or maybe make the comeback anywhere, anytime the talent at 25 or something. I don't know. These are just ideas. Either way, I just don't think it should be there. But that's just me. Storm, meanwhile, he's racking up the 3 null talismans. So that suggests to me... Ooh.
There you go. Might end up going down if he's not too careful, but lands a decent avalanche. They just need to find him some help. Burrow strike, toss, and the bushwhack. Kaiko finally dies. Epicenter comes out. Dolme, he's got himself the primal split. Not looking like it's going to be needed here up against Shining.
Oh, nice solo kill from Ash
Get
there.
a trade.
Great team fight contribution there from Ash.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Spear. That was all me. Look at my kill score. I'm so much better than you.
Yep. Looking like my mid laners.
别杀我，别杀我。
But no, I mean, that was really sad for the Sanking there, honestly. He didn't need to die in that, but the fact is, he kind of started charging up the epicenter in range of Avalanche, which meant that they couldn't get the kill very quickly, and therefore he ends up being really slow on the epicenter and goes down. It's a bit awkward, but overall, I'll be happy about that. Killing the Tiny is definitely what you want to be doing, and yeah. Good stuff from Phoenix.
Just didn't need to be a trade, in my opinion.
No, it didn't. You're right. But they played around him pretty well. Smoke up into the triangle now. They sense something is going on here, and they're actually going to look for the play onto LWW. The split comes out from Dolme, wanting to make use of this early on. And they're just going to get this clean, tidy kill onto the Shadow Demon. Not too much difficulty. What the?
Whoa.
All right. Dota just doing Dota things there as Shining finds himself on the outside of the arena somehow. He's not sure how he got here. We're not sure how he got there, but he's going to go down regardless. Meanwhile, Zone jumping through the fight, looking for Ash. Ash does too much magical damage coming out onto him as Stormthrower gets the kill onto his enemy mid laner. And, well, a little bit over aggression there from the side of Shenzhen. Punished appropriately by Phoenix Gaming.
I wonder if that would have been proportionately punished if that Burrow Strike Spear interaction didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. Because that guy would have just been straight up dead, and then he can change your focus to another target rather than have to split it. I think the fight would have looked very, very different. So, I don't know, sometimes you just burrow yourself out of the arena like that.
And still get hit by a spear.
And still get hit, yeah. And stunned by the spear. Even though you're not intent. I don't... There's many confusing things about this game so far.
For the moment, though, Tiny's still pretty significant lead over the top of the net worth.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is no surprise.
He's done very well for himself. There's no doubting that. Kaiko in control of the game so far. And this is scary for the TB as well. Like, you know, this Tiny, he's just going to get... I mean, he's not actually got a blink queued up at the moment, which I'm kind of worried about. He's going for the Shadow Blade instead. Not sure I like that, honestly. I kind of just want to... I know he's a carry, and you always want to go for this, you know, Echo Saber Shadow Blade build, but... I feel like a Blink Dagger would be so beneficial just for closing the gap on top of this TB and just blowing him up straight away. Even the Storm Spirit as well, you know, it's not a given that he's just going to be able to easily kill the Storm inside every fight, so Storm gets himself another kill onto Drink.
Killing off Drink. Getting a little bit of gold influx. Dolme, though, he's getting closer to the Ags. 1,600 gold away. I'd like to see them give him a lot of priority. I think this Ag's going to be pretty important to the way Shenzhen fight these mid-game fights. Right now he does have priority over in the top lane too, which I think is the wise decision.
Interesting. So Storm goes for the 3 nulls and then moves in for a Kaya, which is not something we see that often. Usually if you're going for the Kaya and Sanj build, then you only get 2 nulls because you're going to fill up the rest of the slots with the other items, but... Oh no, never mind. This is the right thing. I was thinking of 4 nulls. It's very confusing. The null meta is confusing.
It's all about 6 null talismans.
6 nulls? Yeah, that's the way to do it, isn't it?
And then quick swapping, Refresher or Lincolns or something of the sort.
Sounds like you've seen this one before.
It's a BZM. Very fun to watch.
Indeed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hoodwink in the tree line. Being very, very cautious here. Not wanting to get caught out by this Storm, which is hunting. But they might have found something else on the map. Storm actually jump in on the backlines of Tahara, but on the front lines, they're trying to take down Ashe, and Ashe is absolutely not surviving through this one. Too much damage coming out from CDR as they move across. They'll throw the TB up in the air and try and deal with everyone else, but the Air Panda's actually been taken out really, really quickly. They don't have that disciple available. Now they look for more. They want to try and kill off this tiny burst strike through onto 2. CDR just healing up the Storm, keeping him nice and healthy, and topped up. Nebula going to bring down Kaiko as well. It's a huge fight for Phoenix here in the enemy jungle.
I don't know if Tiny really needed to get involved in that late in the fight, but he still chose to. I felt like that fight was lost pretty early on once they killed the Mars and the Bane.
Yeah, I feel like Tiny he thought he saw an opportunity and tried to take it, and unfortunately just ended up adding another log to the fire. Easily done on Tiny. If you can just jump in the sidelines, get yourself a kill and get yourself out, then it's really the ideal way to play the hero. But this isn't really a draft which you can get out from. They've got Storm, they've got Sand King, that catch potential is there. Even the disruption from the Shadow Demon can be problematic for you as well, so yeah, definitely agree that was a mighty questionable decision. Jump in on that one as Ashe goes for another kill here. This time the burst strike will not work out for Shining as he has taken a ton of damage from this Mars. Shenzhen looking for some revenge here. They'll take down one. They'll move across towards LWW. He will fall as well after a brief disruption. Spear to follow, and LWW falls as well, and they'll take this tier 1 tower from the top side.
I believe now Dome has bought out on his Ag Scepter. So now they'll have the 2 charges on that. That might make things a little bit easier. Tiny, even despite dying, still holding the top of the net worth lead. Desperately wants to get to that shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
You'd love to see it, wouldn't you? Shining
the shard.
Fire strike up onto the high ground just to get the kill onto Drink there, but Hara comes in. Oh, they've got the shack shot onto the Storm Spirit there. Bushwhack doing work, catching him with his pants down. Zone gets killed out under the tower.
Dome getting more and more catches. Landed the spear with it. Thinking about Epicenter?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been ambitious, I think would be the word for it.
Oh, LWW now dead.
Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, Shenzhen are starting to hit their stride. They've got a big item in the Ags on Brew. They have the Blink Dagger on Ashe. Things are coming up Millhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. This change in pace from Shenzhen has been neck-breaking, honestly. Getting whiplash from this. I mean, they just went from losing a fight in the enemy jungle, just running around the map, taking a fight, getting tier 1 tower at top, taking a fight, getting tier 1 tower mid. Their timings are terrifying, actually. Mars, Blink, Brew, Ags, Tiny Shadow Blade. I mean, it all came together at the right time, and they knew that. They weren't going to let a little bit of an attack to their confidence down in the bottom jungle affect how they knew they had to play this game.
They still have to keep this pace, though. I think that they need to be the team that has the lead come 20 minutes. I think playing this close is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, this Tiny can still be like a decent carrier for sure. Like, I'm not too worried. And they have a lot of answers to TB as well, so he's not like going to be able to completely solo carry out this game, I would say. They need to have a full team behind him as they just jump in and kill off Drink here. They're very close to catching the Tiny though, so honestly, it's not a bad situation at all that Shenzhen were in here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tiny just TPs away.
Radiant's
Yep,
structures are
great stuff.
fortified.
So it's starting to look like it would be one of those games where we're looking at Roche as to be the major indicator of how this one's going to end up going through the next few minutes.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's not very easy for Shenzhen to actually take Roche down. They don't have the heroes to do it very easily. Phoenix, meanwhile, you know, they've got the TB. They definitely can. Heals in the daytime from the Coddle as well.
Bottom lane.
Oof. Ashe.
Quick kill on to Ashe.
Yeah, that's not good. He needs his BKB, and he's actually very, very behind where he should be in a mid-Mars. Zone, though, might get caught out again. Another bushwhack coming on through, but they don't have the lockdown or the damage to punish Zone for this. So nice little catch there from the Hoodwink, but the follow-up, unfortunately, not available. And everyone's going back to their respective sides of the map. Tiny continuing to farm up the enemy jungle, as he should.
Yeah, he just overtook the TB again.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you've got a 1,400 gold Battle Fury.
Definitely. The truth is now they'll find Drink again. Arena down, Spear lands. It's out onto the Shadow, or onto the Sand King with the Shadow Demon getting the save. Shining at least getting killed there. If you're a Shenzhen fan, that's giving them potentially some team fight advantage, but he buys back into the fray, and they're going to go to the BKBs and look to get the kill here out on Ash. Zone focuses him, but doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. BKB running out onto the TB, and buyback getting used. However, Shenzhen disengage.
So now they're into the Roche pit, and they don't need to worry too much about this one being tricky for them because it's daytime, so the Coddle Heals are going to come through and keep them nice and topped off. So, yeah. This is going to be a pretty free Roshan. Can they do anything about it on the side of Shenzhen? No, probably not. Dolmei does have that Axe, of course, but unfortunately used both of his charges, so Primal Split not available, and the Aegis goes to CDR. Things going very, very nicely. Although I do want to say, why on earth have they given the Aegis to CDR? It should be on Zone. I don't think that's the right decision, but whatever.
Yeah, TB, not the greatest of Aegis carriers.
No, I mean, obviously it's because they just want him to be able to farm in more dangerous places. You know, both of these teams are very clear that they prioritize their carry's farming ability over everything else in the game, but I just want this Storm to be able to jump in and do what he wants. I want him to be free.
Very even game at the moment. And it doesn't really feel like there's going to be much breakthrough to either side just yet, right? Like, yeah, you do have the Aegis on Phoenix, but they still have to win this upcoming fight. Like, that's the small lead that they have right now.
Yeah, this Age is still a big problem, though, for Phoenix. You know, just really stopping this TB from being a target. For Shenzhen, a hero they would really like to be able to blow up. I mean, I guess that's why he takes it, because they do have the abilities to blow him up. So, but he's got a beacon. Yeah. I guess it is just the burst potential they're protecting him from. They know that it is quite easy for Shenzhen as a team. You know, they've got this explosive burst damage and Sharpshooter and Tiny, so they've got to make sure they're protected from that. Push coming in the top wave here. I mean, Kaiko with his tree is just going to absolutely obliterate this tower. You want to trade towers with us? Okay, we'll trade towers.
Fair and balanced.
Very cool. And a line is drawn towards bottom. So this is... And was that a purple line? Yes, that's Ash saying that. He's saying that, you know, we want to move in. We want to fight them. Ash is saying that he doesn't care about any Aegis or anything like that. He wants to play some Dota.
Doing it right now. Playing the game. Doing his thing. He's going for the refresher.
Yeah.
That Blink BKB. How close are they to the refresher on the Brew? Because Domei's getting a lot of farm.
Yeah, Domei is...
kind of crazy how close he is.
Yeah, he's rushed his items much more than the Mars. So, you know, Mars had to stop off for the blink, then went for a BKB. Meanwhile, Bruce is like, boom, Ags, boom, refresher. You know, he knows what he wants to do. He doesn't want to be a hero. He wants to be 3 primal spirits.
4 if he'd happily get a shard.
I don't know why we don't see the shard more in Brew, honestly.
It disarms, right?
Yep.
Like, I feel like that
2.5 second
is
disarm
super clutch.
AoE against TB. I'm here for that. I'm very here for that.
He's got the Scotty finished.
All right. 1 minute 30 left on the Aegis, and Phoenix want to do something with it. They want to find some momentum here, and they want to make some plays. Who will they find? Well, at the moment, Shenzhen is scattered across the map, making themselves a very, very hard target. Phoenix will penetrate this triangle and try and get some vision down. I'll give them control over the map a little bit more, and more importantly, set up for the next Roshan eventually when it comes. Drink deliberately farming in the place where he knows his carry should be instead, acting as the bait, acting as the red herring. Phoenix, they see him and they're like, well, fine, guess we get ourselves a kill. On to Drink, why not? We'll take it. Get ourselves this map back. And yeah, I mean, honestly, not what you want to be doing. It's a bit of a loss there for Phoenix, running around the entire map for about 30 seconds or so, and then only getting a Bane for it on 5 heroes. It's not really worthwhile.
Yeah, the rest of the team on Shenzhen are farming. They're trying to just get themselves to their next items and get that refresher for the Brewmaster, which he's about 800 gold away from, so he's pretty close on that. Have yourself 4 splits. Really outpacing the Sand King as this brew. Feels like overall, though, pretty quiet game.
Yeah, I mean, the kill score isn't low, but definitely feels like more of a quiet one. I mean, I guess when we look at the cause, there's not many deaths there. You know, the Brewmaster hasn't died, the TB hasn't died, only 1 death on the Storm. And we won't talk about the Mars on that regard. He's had a couple. But the hero does seem to die pretty easily to the Storm Spirit, unfortunately, before he has BKB, and he spent a long time waiting for that BKB. I feel like now that he's got the... he hasn't quite finished up the refresher on Brew. Once he has a refresher on Brew, though, I feel like Ash is going to start to take over and farm, because it's just going to give him everything he needs.
They landed that dust on Kaiko, who has been scared to fight ever since he died in the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, that's a key of it. Shenzhen should be fighting. Like, they have a fighting lineup. It's about all they can do, honestly. Like, you can try and farm, but like going late game against Storm TP just seems like a bad idea.
Right.
I think losing this Aegis was actually a much bigger deal than maybe we realized at the time. But it seems to have taken the wind out of the sails completely. Like, yeah, the net worth is even right now, but for me, it's just coming down to the fact that CDR is getting these items, which are going to mean that, I mean, he's already got them. He's got BKB, he's got Dragonlance, he's got Skadi. Like, blowing them up in one burst is going to be tricky. It's still possible, though. And that's what Shenzhen need to be doing. Like, they even got this early eggs on Brew, and they just stopped fighting afterwards. It took one fight with it, lost it, and now just felt like they can't do anything.
Looks like they'll kill off Hara.
Yep.
Spotted throwing a bushwhack out. As it's another pick off, but still both teams electing not to team fight.
You know what? I reckon they respected the Aegis too much. They expected the Aegis way too much. Refresher Orb now picked up on the Brew. 4 splits available. Again, a little bit surprising about... I mean, well, the Refresher Orb is such a good pickup on the Brew, but it also feels like these fights have been very quick so far, so I don't know if you're going to find the full usage, but I guess it's just more about uptime. They just spam out that ultimate on the Brewmaster. Spend all your time in the split form.
Maybe you can get it done with the Brewmaster having that kind of control, but it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, Phoenix is looking to control the triangle
very
still.
Scared.
This is the ward they need to protect from Roche.
But like, at the same time, Shenzhen are just playing scared. And you're not going to win these fights if you're playing scared. Like, you have to fight. You have to take that advantage.
Here we go.
You have to be able to secure yourself going into the Roche pit.
Yep. They're ready for it now. Smoke up from them. They move around the illusion nicely. Don't give anything away. Sentry is down. They know this, and that's going to allow the Storm to get away. I mean, they take the strategy advantage over the, direct kill advantage. I think they probably could have killed the Storm there if they were a little bit quicker and they don't place a sentry down. But yeah, they place a sentry and the Storm's just gone straight away.
Roche is up. Ready to go.
Yeah, I can't actually believe that. Like that could have been the perfect smoke for them, but now the game gets even more tense as Roshan respawns. Aegis and Shard available. Phoenix, they want to be the ones to make the play, to secure this for themselves.
Thing is, I have to see a team actually make the fight happen. And they're going to try and go for the Burrow Strike.
Doesn't quite
got
connect,
themselves
though.
the Vortex and the Arena. Well, let's see if they can get anything from this. Right now, it's shining for Drink with the buyback coming out from both those heroes. YP ends up dead. He's not going to buy back just yet. He holds it for a second before making that decision. God's Rebuke hits on the Storm and the TB, but the Spear pushes him so far away from the team that he's able to get the Sunder.
Rip.
He's stunned up. They've got the Fiend's Grip, but there's the Burrow Strike. The right clicks from the Illusion starting to clear up now as they get the kill on Ash as well as Drink. They'll kill off the TB, but the ball lightning in to kill off Kaiko and then take out Hara. No buyback available on Kaiko.
Yeah, none available on the TB as well, though. I mean, that was a crazy fight. I'm guessing the Tiny did the most damage. Yep, 7.2k damage dealt on Tiny. 4.6k damage dealt on the TB. But these damage numbers are ridiculous. 14k damage and 10k damage done by each teams respectively. They were just plowing into each other, like literally two bulls locking horns and just seeing, all right, use all your spells, we'll use all our spells, let's find out who comes out ahead, and that's pretty much it. What an absolute brawl that was. Yeah, I mean, the Tiny kind of left completely unchecked through that fight, just smashing through everyone. Almost looked like it was going to work for a while, as the Sand King did manage to find like a little bit of an entryway there, but unfortunately, it just came a little bit too late there with the epicenter. If he had a good timing on the epicenter in that fight, it would have made all the difference. He was just being controlled up by the Brewmaster the entire time. Dolme did the exact right thing in finding him with that Tornado Panda.
The one big problem was they could have killed the TB quicker. Before the Sunder, they speared him away from the team.
Yeah.
That was a big difference maker.
It definitely was. It definitely was a big mistake from the Mars, unfortunately. And this is done. This is Roshan done. He found the DD. So therefore, they just get a free Roshan when that should have been contested. But sometimes Gaben, he just comes in and he says, hey, my children, I love you. Have a DD route. Dolme, meanwhile, just going to dispel all of CDR's illusions, run in with his Brewlings. Just chasing back CDR land, kill LWW unattended. I mean,
Psycho on TB.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. I mean, this is an Aegis TB who hasn't used Metamorphosis, so I don't know if the value on this is really worth it. They're just going to turn around on the backlines, try and take down Ash. Ash does not have a BKB. Hara cannot help him out here. He is going to get off the arena at the very last second as Kaiko jumps in, kills off the TB. His first life is gone, but didn't pop Metamorphosis or BKB, so CDR is still a massive issue here, and he's going to make himself known. Metamorphosis popped. Come fight me, nerds, he says as he pops out BKB and looks towards Kaiko. Kaiko, he's not a rock, he's a pebble, as he gets torn apart by CDR and Zone. And yeah, misplay forced by the side of Phoenix there, fighting around that Aegis beautifully. Great patience on the TB.
Yeah, having that second life obviously being a big factor and holding those abilities until afterwards. Right now he's dealing with the bottom or back half of this Metamorphosis and might be able to go up onto the high ground.
Yeah, fourth split now for Dolme available. Might have a fifth coming out the other side. And immediately, I mean, they're going on to the TB. This feels ambitious, I won't lie. Kaiko's got to buy back into this one. This is going to be the damage they need to take him down, but they need to do it, and they will. No Sunder for you. TB dead. Huge buyback from Kaiko here, and it does pay off big dividends, and they're going to look for more. LWW is going to be the big target as they throw the coddle up in the air and leave him for dead. He's just going to get eaten by the backliners, and they won't be able to close the gap onto LWW. Dolme, unfortunately, not coming back onto the right brew, and that's going to get him at it. Actually, no, he doesn't have the speed to escape this. He's just gone. All right.
Good bushwhack.
Yep, fight turns around once again as Shenzhen find a win. Jesus, this series has honestly just been start, stop the entire way through. Twists and turns every single game.
I mean, the biggest twist right now is the fact that Brewmaster is 9-0-8.
Jesus Christ. Hero's doing some ridiculous work, and he's nearly got a Radiance. We never see this item, Beacop. Radiance Brewmaster.
He's got so much farm.
I mean, it's a great item. You're playing against an illusion-based carry. You've already got the Dispel available. Now you're going to have percentage-based miss chance. Oh, wait, I can't remember. Does it still do that on Radiance? Yes, it does. By a 10% miss, a third chance. And 15% evasion on you. So it used to be 17%, but they reduced it down to 10%. But it now gives you 15% evasion.
Question is now, without Roche for so long, is either team going to be confident enough to push anything too crazy?
Indeed. Quite the question, Mr. Cop.
I'm not too sure they're going to want to put the pressure on without Aegis. Risk anything. Tiny just casually hitting hard.
He is destroying. I imagine he's done the most damage this game, although it will be close. I mean, he does the most damage in like large chunks, but then the Brewmaster is just burning them through the entire fight anyway, so yeah, kind of hard to tell.
Ags for the Coddle now too.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It does feel like Tiny's got a lot going on, and he's about to have an AC, but they're waiting for Roche. Like, I feel like that gives a lot of time to TB to get some farm, Storm to get some farm, just to solidify their positioning, and maybe solidify their position to go take this third Roche.
So this will be the first Radiance picked up on a Brewmaster of the patch. At least in the DPC. That's very interesting. Radiance just have not been a popular item recently. I mean, 10% miss chances is very, very low. Yeah, it's poor. The 10% miss chance is way too low to make the blind effect worth it. The evasion on yourself is kind of nice. Like, yeah, it's better compounded, but... Oh, in we go. Strike. The Lotus Soul Burrow Strike, though, actually reflecting back onto the Sanking Acedia. Just jumping the backlines, trying to find Ash here. Ash popping the second arena and trying to play around them where he can't get hit. It's not going to work out for him, though, as he still gets taken on down. But CDR now tied to a tree. Dolme on top of him, controlling him up. In comes Kaiko. Slowly but surely, the Rock Doth arrives. And the Rock Doth kill off CDR. Your Terrorblade is dead once again. And this is what we talked about in the drafting phase. This is what we were concerned about the entire game through. The magic damage burst onto this Terrorblade is just too damn much for him to handle as he gets taken down again.
And it looked like maybe they would go for the mid-tier 2 off of that, but Tiny immediately TPs back, clears up the wave by their tier 3, and I mean, they don't get any objectives out of that.
Told you, it's
surprisingly.
This is 90 minutes. We're going the distance, Beacop. It's the only way it can go. Don't go anywhere.
I guess so.
Hope everyone's got a nice big glass of water next to them because you're going to need it. Also, why is drinking Roche? It's not up for 1 minute 30. Right,
minute 30 at least.
He's just hanging. Pretending he's Roshan. He's sitting there going, rah, rah. I made the shopkeeper angry. Now I'm cursed to die over and over again.
If only. Gotta think of what curse shop item you'd want. Maybe the monkey's paw.
Something really bad so that they don't kill you over and over again for it. That'd probably be ideal. Phoenix gathering around the middle lane again, but I doubt they're going to make any aggressive movements. I mean, we shall see. They do have a smoke available on the
They might
Shadow
actually
Demon,
get
but
caught.
at the moment they just want to re-secure their triangle, get themselves some space on this map. Ooh.
Making the right assumption that the other team was in their jungle and they'll go to the triangle instead, avoiding a conflict.
There's a very big pickup on the side of Phoenix, though. This could be a game changer. The Aghanim's on the Shadow Demon is just about live now. And that is going to be absolutely huge. Like, Tiny is going to absolutely hate playing into this. The Mars is going to have a huge problem with it as well. He can either drop all three on one target and just try to blow them up, or he can split them up. What I'd personally do in this kind of game is definitely drop them individually on the Tiny and the Brewmaster where you can. Sorry, on the Tiny and the Mars where you can. Just to make it hard for them to move around the fight. And the 700 purge damage at the end of it as well, which pierces spell immunity. Very, very cool.
Man, Dome is level 24.
Drink. He's in a great position to pop the smoke here. He's going to reveal everybody, but they will in turn jump on him. Zone immediately looking for +1, but who will he find? No one in particular here. They'll get the one kill. They're trying to deal with Dome, but Dome is just not a target they can afford to try and bring down here. Mars jumping in with the arena, with the spear. He's going to just regretfully throw it onto the Coddle, who will eventually die, though the disruption comes through and buys him a little bit of time. Meanwhile, in the backline, Storm's still zipping around like a madman, but he's actually out of mana back here, so he could be in some real trouble. But Kaiko's actually the one taking the damage from this epicenter. He can't survive through it, and he can't get the kills. Ash in the backline's all by himself. He didn't make enough space for his team in this one, but they have turned it around. They have got the kill onto Zone here. Dome still being an absolute beast, just popping these splits again and again and again. And it looks like he's going to get himself a third kill in this engagement as LWW says, oh, that's a cheeky blink. That is a cheeky blink. He gave them a run around there. Gave them the slip. But all the same, I mean, it's a win that doesn't really feel like a win because your carry died and the enemy carry just did not.
Yeah, but it's still Dome who is secretly going to carry this game to victory for them.
Really does feel that way.
And by secretly, I mean, well, it's out in the open. He's 12-0-12. He's absolutely dominating.
Insane.
He just went to the... Oh my god, Cinderbrew applies fear when ignited. That sounds so strong.
I mean, the other one's really strong as well. I like them both a lot, honestly. But yeah, this one is probably better. I believe it doesn't tell you what the fear duration is. I think it's something like 1.5 seconds, so... We'll have a look next time he uses it. That's about 2 seconds. At least on the creeps.
Aegis cheese refresher shard.
Ooh, Hara has been seen here, and LWW is going to waste no time on dropping that ultimate onto him. Of course, has a 3 charge at the moment, but yeah, those are going to be put on cooldown for rather a long time. They're going for Roche at the moment, and they're actually going to be able to take this down. The big boy's getting chonked up. They're going to try and run into the pit, but they're going to be too late. Aegis still on the deck, though. They only pick up the cheese and the shard. Ash jumps in. He gets the Aegis. He is going to lose his life for this one. Can they come in and make anything happen? The BKB on CDR is over. He could be a little bit vulnerable. Let's see if they can take advantage of that. As they now jump on top of him, they try and take him down, but that's just not going to happen. He's still got the cheese if he needs it as well. Moving it across. Meanwhile, Epicenter comes in through the backlines. Refresher a second. BKB comes out from CDR. Can they deal with this TP? I think this is being answered for us. Kaiko finally enters the fight as finds himself a kill in the backlines as Ash actually buys back into this one to make them 5-man strong, chasing back the side of Phoenix. Phoenix do have those buybacks available should they need them. They also have another Metamorphosis available because CDR popped the Refresher in that fight. Therefore, he's absolutely fine when it comes to turning around and fighting again. So, yeah, very, very sticky engagement there across the board, I would say. But definitely a win for... mostly a win for Shenzhen. I think they got the Ag's Blessing on Phoenix, right?
It was a refresher shard.
Oh, and that's where the third BKB charge came from. Terrorblade. Okay, great. I thought I was going crazy because he got 3 off, and I was like, all right, guess I'm just drunk.
I mean, you're a drunken brawler. What can I say?
Don't tell anyone.
Still leaves Dolme unkilled. 13-0-13. He's got the unlucky scoreline. Not only that, but it spells out Bob.
It's a meme. We'll never know. Halfway into this game, Beaker, how you feeling?
I don't like when you say things like that.
I told you from the beginning, we're going to the full 90 minutes, whether you like it or not. I think it's more not, to be honest.
You know,
I mean, the problem is this game is a huge stalemate because, like, Kaiko can't seem to, like, really fight into TB. Well, he can fight into TB, but he can't fight into the entire enemy team because they just focus him down. But then they don't deal with the Brewmaster at all because he can't really deal with Brewmaster. Like, he's kind of uncounterable in that way. It's very awkward.
Yeah, and then we see these big clashes, and then both teams stop wanting to fight for a little while.
Yep. But in games like this, the Brewmaster just looks so silly. Like, he looks so silly. Like, you can't kill him. He's doing loads of damage. He's got this Radiance as well, so he's just literally pouring damage out of him. And, like, you go around and you attack every single Brewling. There's now 4 of them, by the way. So if you go around and attack every single Brewling, he's just gonna come back and then Primal Split again. So what's the answer? Blow him up before he gets off the Primal Split is pretty much the only thing they can do as they jump in the mid lanes. They're looking for Drink. He's got an Aeon Disc now, but I'm not sure that's going to make much of a difference. So the Burst Track does come in just at the end of the Aeon, so he might still survive through it all as the arena comes down onto CDR, but Ash just forcing out the BKB. That's all he's doing here, is forcing out the BKB of CDR, and CDR's in a little bit of a weird position here. They're going to throw him up into the air with the Tornado, but Tiny, he's very far away from this fight. He does not want to jump in. He's just holding his ground.
Actually let Zone TP back to base and then recalled him in. They were trying to make a second fight happen.
Didn't quite work out. It's interesting, isn't it? It's Mars, every single fight, he's just jumping on the TB straight away, dropping the arena. Doesn't really care if TB gets off the BKB. Like, that's all his job is, just to force the BKB out of him. That is the biggest threat they've got, and that is what they're going to use every single time. And if he's ever late on the BKB, he is just dead. Like, he is just going to die to the Tiny and the Hoodwink and the Mars. Though that said, he hasn't got an MKB on Tiny, so there is a possibility of a couple of misses coming through and CDR surviving. Even if he does get caught straight up. We shall see.
Phoenix really looking like they're going to push the bottom tier 3 there, but they send the Sand King back. And by sending him back, the push bottom will stop. Guess that works out.
Okay.
They kill off Drink again.
Yep. Just using the
14 and
Demonic
21.
Purge to take it off him. He's what? 014.
014 and 21.
Wow.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's funny that his name is Drink, and yet he's feeding. I'm sorry. I love you, Ray Drink. He's tanked so many gangs. He's had a great game. I just couldn't resist.
Doing his thing. He's doing his thing.
That was an MP center, by the way. Just want to point that out there. Just having a little party. I think he saw an opportunity to try and kill Brewmaster. But Brewmaster, unfortunately, caught him off guard. I thought it was an Aeon Disc he was going for, but actually is this a Bloodstone he's got queued up? Or an Octarine. No, it's an Octarine, sorry. My bad, I'm drunk.
Told you, gotta stop getting hammered before the game.
It's the only thing that gets me through these 90-minute games week up. Which we are in, because it's going to go to 90 minutes. Because it's just
Well,
because
we're
it's you.
about to be at 50 now.
Yeah, we're getting there. Over the halfway mark, as I said before.
Recalling back. Now he's got the Ag, so he'll have the Terror Wave, which I kind of like myself. I do appreciate the Terror Wave with the Metamorphosis, extra duration and all that.
Should I tell my story about how I got a clicky jaw now? Seeing as we definitely have the time.
Yeah, you can go for it.
Yeah, we got a minute to respond. All right. So as I referenced in my last cast, I have a bit of a dodgy jaw. Unfortunately, it's not great. And how it came about is I went to as a young nomad, as we all do, all young boys and women in their lives. They're like, oh, you know what? I'd like to learn to defend myself. I want to learn some martial arts. And I found this kind of dodgy looking street fighting / Saido / karate / judo / it basically claimed to be like every single martial art you could think of in one. I was like, oh, that sounds interesting, I'll go check it out. So I went to one, and they were just weird guys. They were very weird people, and they kept telling me, oh, you got to fight the instructor at the end of the lesson. And I was like, what? I don't want to do that. And they're like, yeah, you have to. It's a rite of passage for anyone that wants to join this club. And I fought the guy and he beat the crap out of me. So that was that. Just took me out. It's really weird. Didn't go back. So why?
Using his black belt skills for good, obviously.
Clearly, as they jump into the middle lane looking for Ash right now, the Mars being targeted and brought down in the blink of an eye. Oh my goodness, 125 seconds, no Mars. And we talked before about how he was a threat for this TB. He's pretty much the only one getting on top of the TB and forcing him to use this BKB. So CVR, if they do choose to fight on the back of this, is going to have the freest fight of the game so far. But in 2 seconds, buyback is now available from the Mars. So might not be much of an impact here. Look at this Panda. He just takes down those illusions so easily. Another thing we mentioned before is that this is just a big problem in the draft, is that this Brewmaster can just destroy these TB illusions with ease. He's even got the Radiance as well. And the Void Panda helps out as well with that one. It gives him an extra little bit of AoE burst to do that.
I would be shocked to see the Brewmaster lose this game while also being 13-0-13.
Yep. If he loses the game without dying, I'll be amazed. It's something I have seen before, but only from carry players. I'm not sure I've seen an offlaner lose a game without dying before. Oh, and they go. They have found the Hoodwink, but nice reactions on the Lotus Orb there to cause the zone to hex himself. But is it going to make a difference? I don't think so, especially with CDR popping the... is that the temporary metamorphosis? I think it is.
Yeah, with the Terra Wave, you get 10 seconds of it, which is nice.
Yeah. Baby meta. Which sounds like the name of a K-pop band. As they enter the pit now, they're looking to get their 5th Aegis of the game? 4th Aegis of the game? 4th Aegis, I think it is.
Yeah.
Refresher Shard in there, and Aghanim's in there. Oh, it is just a big pinata full of goodies for the side
Extra zone, probably.
Yep. You don't let him get in his zone. And he's got his second cheese as well. He's got the Shard at the moment. I actually like putting Shard on Storm, honestly, because if you can get off second BKB on Storm, it can be really important. But also, he's very good at passing it over to your teammates as well if they're ever in dire need of it. Zip in and give them the refresher.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
All right. Is this the Part B Cup where they can go high ground? Do they have what they need to do it?
I think so.
You think so?
Aegis, cheese, new Ags, as well as a refresher on zone.
Okay, but here's a question.
Go for it.
How do you stop the Brewmaster just sitting in your face and burning you down?
hope, pray. Basically.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a good answer, I'll be honest.
This is the only answer I got. I've got no professional experience.
That's unfortunate.
Who picked up that hex? Hoodwink? Okay, wow.
Yeah, everyone getting pretty farmed. We're in the twilight zone of Dota now. Anything is possible. Talking of which, Tiny, he's like, should I buy Rapier? I still kind of want him to get an MKB. Just give him the ability to blow up this TB a little bit more reliably. Oh my god, the fight's just breaking out here. They're going to get right on top of each other. Ash once again trying to catch out the TB, but the TB ain't falling for it. BKB comes out from him. Dolme's little mosquito bruling zipping around the fight, just not really allowing Phoenix to do much here as they have taken down the TB for the first time. Ash still alive in
all a
this. He's doing a
distraction.
pretty good job. He's TPing out. He's going to be fine.
It's all a distraction. Look at the
Oh
base.
my god, look at the Tiny! Kaiko, he's going for the win right now. He's
it's all a
tearing up the tier
distraction.
4s. You need to do something about this. They realize the TPs are coming. Kaiko, though,
Oh, no, they're
he's going
getting
for the Look at the damage! Look at the damage!
Oh
It's
my
too
God.
much! He's just going to win the game by himself. What the hell is wrong with you, Tiny?
That whole fight was a distraction.
Yep. Put on the blinders. Put on the blinders.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Dude. That's how it happens.
Huh?
Tiny picking up the Divine Rapier, going through, just I don't know, man. Rat Dota's back. That's all I can say. Rat Dota is back.
That worked.
I have some thoughts.
Yep.
That was such a bizarre game of Dota 2. You know, Shenzhen were at many points, it looked like they were slated to win for a while. Then slowly but surely, it looked like they were committed to throwing the game. Every single fight, they would do at least one hilariously nonsense thing that you're like, all right, boys, what is happening here? What's the situation? But ultimately, it looks like they were like, you know what? All right, guys, look, 4 of us want to lose. Kaikyo is insistent. I want to win. We're going to go and get this W. Goes into the base with the Tiny, cleans out the towers, wins the game. And like you mentioned, B-Cop, that entire fight was a distraction. At first, I'm seeing these heroes on the map. I'm like, why is there a 4-hero smoke? They know for a fact that the entire team of Phoenix is in their jungle. What is happening? And then you see Kaikyo just doop, 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 doop. Tower.
I'm sorry, that's
tower. Game.
Doop, doop, doop,
Wow.
doop. No, it was smack, 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 smack. With that Divine Rapier, he
Yeah.
just teared those buildings inside out. My goodness, he was Demolition Man this game.
Once I saw him pick up the Divine Rapier, I knew he wasn't going to fight that fight. And he was never going to be included. Because it's just the nature of a Tiny, right? You take towers out in 3 shots.
Yeah.
So tower, base. And they just... You saw the TPs want to come out, but they couldn't.
Yep.
It was...
The entire time.
Rough.
That was beyond rough. Kaikyo, what a legend, what a player. It seemed like it's very interesting watching this game because Shenzhen, they found themselves in several good positions. For example, this fight, CDR got off an incredible sunder in this situation. But by and large, a lot of these fights always came down to this kind of situation where CDR would get incredibly low. And even if they do end up killing him, the cost to Shenzhen was just so high. 3-4 heroes reliably being brought down in these fights. And like you say, B-Cop, when he got that Divine Rapier, it's almost like he probably sent the clarion call to his team, like, y'all are on your own. And the best part about this play, Nomad, is they made sure to not reveal the Tiny on the map after he got the Rapier itself. We could see it, but Phoenix Gaming didn't. So they were just as surprised to find him in the base as we were. But by that time, it's a little bit too late to respond, despite how well so many of these fights ended up going for them into the mid and late game.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. I mean, this was so back and forth. The entire series was so back and forth, and this one especially because.
Yeah, definitely. These fights that are kind of costly, like the one where that Terrorblade got that Sunder off, was on Ash. I think, he did spear Terrorblade away from his death. He's able to get that Sunder off. I think there were a couple times where it just felt like he wasn't really producing a lot in these fights. Like, yeah, the arena there is okay, but I also think Kaikyo recognized by getting that Divine Rapier and going for the base, he couldn't really stand his ground at times in these fights. If he was focused, he was getting killed off pretty easily by the TB. I think that was a wise decision to just go for the base. I mean, obviously it was a wise decision. They won.
It's the only decision. I mean, yeah, I don't know how the game would have gone if the Tiny was in that fight. But regarding what you said about Ash, I know what you're saying. Like it felt like an underperformance from him. Like it felt like he had his hands tied in the fights, but at the same time, he had a really shit deal. Like he basically doesn't have, like, his offlaner is split into 3 parts every single fight, just running around being basically 3 little mosquitoes, just pinging away at the Phoenix Heroes, and that was winning them the fights for sure. Ash has to be the frontliner by himself without any save on his team. The Tiny can't really go in. Like if Tiny goes in and tries to burst somebody, and he's just going to get turned around and blown up. Like Ash literally just has to try and jump in, pop his spells, pop his BKB, pop both his arenas, pop his refresher, and just try and just vomit spells at them as long as he possibly can. He is cursed to die every single fight just because of how this draft works and how the heroes they picked function inside the team fights. It ends up being like a super brutal game. I'm not sure another hero could have done that differently in the middle lane. Like I have no idea how it would have worked. If they had like a storm or something, this game would look super different on the side of Shenzhen. I have no idea how it would have looked if that had been the case, but I don't think it would have been the same, because I think Ash was filling a critical role in this game. And yeah, this is the final fight here. I mean, look at that Tiny. He's got one thing on his mind, and it is
go win the game.
Series. Yeah, we're done.
He's like, I've been here for like 7 hours. You know, he probably heard your prediction, Nomad, that 90 minutes. I'm not trying to be here for that long time. We haven't gotten any tier 3 items today. He's like, we're not going to get them. But Kaikyo runs in, Divine Rapier, this beautiful BKB coming out to prevent any kind of additional damage. But Nomad, you actually make a very good point there. The fact that Ash was holding the game. Sometimes when you're playing Dota, somebody on the team has to die, right? Somebody has to be fed away. Not everybody can be successful. And it's probably the fact that Dolan, right, had 0 deaths, probably has a lot to do with the amount of deaths that came the way of Ash, because somebody has to be able to jump in. He's the only person with the Blink Dagger. Ultimately, it does end up working out for them, though. And Shenzhen, although they didn't need this series, they nonetheless end up taking the W and now go 4-3 here in the leaderboard. Unfortunately, though, B-Cup, this does mean that our poor boys on Phoenix, it's 1-6. They still have another game to play down the line, but having such a rough loss, especially when, by all accounts, if you replay this game 100 times, you probably win like 85 of them towards the latter part of the game, but you just didn't read this particular situation. For a team like Phoenix, who are now pretty much guaranteed to be relegated, how bad is this going to affect the team cohesion? Are they going to start looking for replacements after results like this today?
Potentially. I mean, I wonder what happens if the roster even stays together. You see that a lot with Division 2 teams. They'll just kind of let it go. And I guess it depends. I wonder if that really depends on if we hear any news in terms of Season 3, what open qualifier teams are going to be around. Maybe we see some stars, pros, Kaka, Sylar come into an open qualifier team and see what they can do. But Phoenix, for them, I don't know. I think it's rough. And they've now gotten from Division 1 to Division 2 to out. So It might be time to hang it up and maybe look on to brighter pastures.
That could be the case, especially when we saw those stats at the end there. Tiny, unfortunately, though he was able to win out the game, the actual gold stats and everything were in favor of the Terrorblade from Phoenix Gaming. Unfortunately, net worth isn't enough, GPM isn't enough. All that matters is destroying the Ancient. That's why it's defense of the Ancients, not defense of the net worth. And as a result, Shenzhen will maintain their mid-table finish here. 4-3 is where they are going to end. Unfortunately, not possible for them to find themselves into Division 1, but they will at the very least show that they're capable of remaining consistent season on season. Hopefully they improve going forward. Unfortunately, though, Phoenix Gaming now dropping down to a very precarious position at the bottom of the table with YBB Gaming and IG Vitality on either side of them. Pretty much impossible at this point for them to avoid relegation. Of course, we'll have to depend on the results from YBB Gaming, but as B-Cop mentioned earlier, they do have that default loss on the side of Phoenix Gaming. So, yeah, it's pretty much curtains for them. Well, speaking of curtains, it's also curtains for us. Normally, this would be the point where I waffle on for years on end, but gentlemen, you've been through a lot today. It's been a long series here. Before we close it out, though, going into the next season, because we saw earlier today, Dandelion Esports Club getting promoted. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. Given the games we've seen from Dandelion, what do you make of their prospects, Nomad, in Division 1 when they have to play against juggernauts like PSG LGD, your RNGs, even your Vichis now who are starting to improve? Where does Dandelion fall for you in that pecking order right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think they fit really snugly alongside eHome. I think there's a lot of comparisons to be made where they have this, carry player who's all of a sudden just come out of the woodwork and started playing on like an entirely different level. Obviously, Division 1, very different from Division 2. Whether they can keep up, I'd be happy with them if they could keep up with eHome, if they could play to that level. Because honestly, like that is a huge, huge level of Dota to reach, especially for these players. Holding your own in Division 1 and, making a claim to stay there in China is a massive, massive accolade in and of itself. Making it to the major, entirely different question. I don't think they'll have their sights there. Well, they will have their sights there, but I don't think that's a realistic opportunity for them. Maybe not this year, but I'd love to see them keep it going, keep that momentum up. Keep playing well. Remember, this process of improvement that they've been on to get here. And yeah, I'm a big Dandelion fan. I'm excited to see what they can do in Division 1 and if they can stay up there. And who knows what the future holds for them. Maybe make it to the final major. We shall see.
B-Cup, for you on the side of Phoenix Gaming, you just mentioned it just now. They came from Div 1, relegated to Div 2, and now it seems back to the open qualifiers. Clearly, they have the potential to climb all the way back up because that's what they did initially. We don't know if they're going to keep the same team, if there's going to be some reconfigurations, but is it possible that the Phoenix Gaming brand is yet again able to climb back into Division 1 to challenge these other teams?
If they buy a roster, if maybe they drop their roster and sponsor Dandelion, they can do that. They were only in Division 1 because the eHome team got them there, right? Because they were the eHome team. So it was a completely different roster for them. Then they went from Gintoki to CDR, and things just haven't looked good for them. So if they want to be back in Division 1, buy the Dandelion roster.
Well, let's hope that the net worth accrued by the Terrorblade in this game is going to be enough to try and find a way to buy said Dandelion roster. And hopefully we can see Phoenix Gaming back in the mix in Division 2 and hopefully Division 1 again. But for today, they unfortunately have to join IG Vitality, consigned to the dustbin of history and maybe looking on from the outside. We'll see if there's going to be any other teams that are in relegation trouble. But for now, the focus is going to be turning in future to which other team is going to be joining Dandelion in promotion towards Division 1. Final thoughts for the day, gentlemen. Just one word, just the team name. Which other team is joining Dandelion in Div 1?
Aster. Ares. 2 words.
Nomad, you agree?
Yeah, Aster Ares. I mean, it's... a lot of weird things have to happen for Aster Ares not to get there. I'd say it's more likely for Aster Ares to qualify for Div 1 than it is for Phoenix to get relegated. That's how certain it is, honestly. Yeah, Division 2 is looking pretty cut and dry at this point, but who knows what could happen? I mean, it's all on SAG. If SAG turn up and just play their last few series like they're absolute gods, then who knows what could happen. It could be IG, it could be SAG, but yeah, I think it's going to be Aster Ares.
Well, given that there's only 1 week left here in Division 2, it's all going to be all on Sparking Arrow Gaming to demonstrate that they can be the outside shout to climb into Division 1. Otherwise, it'll be pretty cut and dry, as Nomad mentioned, for Aster Ares. Well, we'll be seeing how that pans out for the rest of the week, but for today, we'll be closing it off. Nomad, B-Corp, thank you so much for your efforts in game, gentlemen. And everybody else, make sure that you show some love to the boys right now. You'll see underneath them their Twitter banners. Go online, find them, say what's up, let them know how much you enjoyed the cast. And of course, make sure that you are following Perfect World Esports on Twitter as well. Until tomorrow, when we continue with more Division 2 and Division 1 action, because here we're trying to get to Div 1, but in Div 1, we're trying to get to the major, so you don't want to miss out on any of that action. Until tomorrow, we will see you then. Snare, B-Cop, and Nomad signing out for now. Later, more Dota to come. See you then.